math of the model, the numbers. So for them it's been baffling because people like, how come it's not matching the globe model at all? I mean, sure, you can have some discrepancy, like some marginal error here and there, but in these cases, many times the discrepancy are 10 times more, if not more than that. It's huge discrepancies, and they can't be explained at all on the globe model, mathematically anyway, behind any type of model. So if you can use refraction, you need to use a model for that, and that model uses also the radius value of the globe, because you can't just go out and say, oh, that's just refraction, man, anything can happen. You need to follow within your model. Every model has its own model to explain the math behind what you see, how far can I see, what allows me to see or not, and so forth. So in these cases, flat earthers have been able to see way past the limitations of the globe model, way beyond it. And it's like level, it's flat all the way, basically. As far as one can see, I'm not saying people see magically now because flat earth, we see magically like forever, infinitely. No one's going to say that. That's ridiculous. We have limitations. Our eyes have limitations. Optics have limitations. So now, if you're interested, I can show you an observation that was made by. I don't know if you have seen that before. Did someone go through with you some type of long distance observation with you when you were here before?
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm asking you. When you were here last time, did someone from the flat earth side go through with you a long distance observation with the measurements? No. Okay. All right.
But before you show the measurement, I want to say one thing only. When we talk about the different time zones, and when we talk about the size of this planet and the size of sun, so sun is 100 times bigger than the planet Earth, right?
That's the claim, yeah.
You mean sun is not 100 times bigger?
I mean, when you go outside and see the sun, do you see it to be of that size?
I think it should be more than 100.
Smaller. Yeah, I mean, it looks smaller than Earth, doesn't it? When you observe the sun yourself. So the sun and the moon.
Smaller. If he's smaller than the planet Earth, so I don't think we can have energy source from sun like the way we. It is not possible.
Think of this way. Think of this way. You and me, we share the same natural base axiom. Because when you go outside, you and me, we see the same sun, the same moon, the same size. Both of them are the same size. When you have eclipses, they are the same size. That's the only way they will eclipse and look the way they look.
Because the reflection of the light.
Yeah, so eclipses is by two same size, with the one of them is a source of light. That's how you achieve that type of eclipse. So that's how it looks like when you observe the sun and the moon. They are the same size. Now they claim that the sun is so much bigger than Earth and so much further away. How do you know that? No, how can how can anyone know that? How can you test this? How can you validate?
You mean there is no study who can prove that sun is bigger than Earth?
History. Did you say that? History.
Studies.
Some history will claim that the sun is that big and that far.
Study, scientific study.
Oh, study.
Yeah.
No. You can't conduct science in the sky. Why? Because if you're going to follow the scientific method, the so-called natural science, you need to be able to test. You need to be able to grab, able to go there to even conduct that type of science. You understand that? You can't just observe and then just make assumptions. and then call it science, which is the case anyway in this mainstream narrative. That they are making a lot of assumptions, leaps of logics, and whatnot. So whatever these things you see in the sky does not determine the shape of the ground you stand upon. There are two separate things. Sky is the sky, and the surface is the surface. So we want to test the surface, since we all are standing on the surface. We can go literally almost anywhere that we are allowed to go and conduct testing, or some type of experiment, or whatever the case is needed to further validate your hypothesis or whatever you want to conduct. So the idea they have given you, they have fed you with a certain story about the sun, how far, what's the size, and the same with the moon. But you have no way to go there to test and see for yourself. You have a story about the sky in the heliocentric model. That's pretty much it.
That doesn't mean we can't measure the size. That doesn't mean we can't measure the size from here. Because if you
can't measure the size from here. How are you going to do that? You can do angular. Yeah. Go on. Sorry.
You know the satellites who go close to the sun and they give you the photograph.
Well, sure.
So basically, just recently, one object of it was launched by the Indian Space Research Organization. Okay, it is called Aditya L1. It is it has shown photographs. It is I think maybe I'm not saying that it clearly go very close to the sun because it is very hot. But the photographs, if you will see, you can measure from the photographs. It is very, very big than the planet Earth and the moon also.
Yeah, I mean, sure. If you want to believe that, you can believe that. That's fine. But like I said, when we go back to what I just said, how are you gonna validate that? They just show you something and then you automatically believe them. Why? Do you see?
But you do not have proof also about your flat Earth. If we go like this.
No, that's why I mentioned earlier to you about the distinction between the sky and the Earth. They're two separate things. The sky is the sky, and the ground is the ground. You can't look at the sky to determine the shape of the ground you stand upon by just observing. That's not logically sound. It doesn't follow.
But how can you ignore the different time zone also?
Now now we're jumping all over the place because I wanted to show you the long distance observation, but I will explain the sun, the time, whatever the time zones you wanna. You're talking about so the sun. Like I said, we don't know how big the sun is. You can't think of the sun of that size in the heliocentric model on top of the flat Earth in your imagination, if you will. It's not going to cover the whole Earth at the same time. The sun is local and is smaller. So think of it for example, think of it as like a flashlight above a table, and you light that table a little bit closer, and you only light up a certain portion of the table, but the rest is dark. It's similar to that. And the time zones, I mean, the sun moves, it's making its, rotation movements, whatever. It's going away. It's coming back and going away. There's your seasons and then time zones. That's how it follows. What the mechanism is behind how the sun is moving, nobody knows. No one has tested that. Where it exactly is, nobody knows, because like I said, we haven't been up there. No one has been up there to see where the sun is, visit it basically. So it is kind of pointless in this case to claim the sun determines the shape of the Earth. Do you understand? That logically doesn't follow. So instead, I want to drag you back down to the surface, which is where we all stand upon, which you and I and anyone can go out and do a similar type of test if needed. Now, what I'm going to show you in a moment here is it doesn't require you to be a rocket scientist or anything of the kind. It only takes some math and some geometry and a type of optical lens, if you have, or maybe it's enough with the eyes. Who knows? In some cases, but usually with a camera, it's much easier to zoom in with a high-power scope, zoom lens. So let's start with one case that I have here. Just give me a second. All right. Do you see the side chat?
Yes, I can see.
Yeah, I posted a still photo. This is a long distance observation with 2 oil rigs. They're known, they're fixed, they're not moving anywhere, and you have numbers on each 2 of them. One is 6.2 miles, and the further one is 9.4 miles. Observation height is 1 foot with the camera. So in order for you to understand what is the contention here, what is in contention here. So if you read are you able to read the text, the top part with the white background? The Modus Tollens. Do you see that one? Above the oil rigs?
Yeah.
Do you want to read it, or do you want me to read it out loud?
I will like to read it.
Okay, read it. All right.
Who is Holy Skin?
No, Holy Schnikes is just holy, holy moly, like just a.
Is that a person?
No, it's just a saying. It's just a saying.
Okay.
Holy, like holy moly, like when you say it's just a saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is gonna leave a mark. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius 3959 miles P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 into square root of observers' height in the feet Q. Geometric horizon curve calculators, not Q. Horizon distance greater than 9.41 miles. Therefore, not P. Earth is not a sphere.
So it didn't follow the Modus Tollens logically, because it didn't match the math of the globe with the radius value of the 3959 miles. So if you look at the bottom part now, and at the bottom part of the picture as well, you see observer height 1 foot is written there, and max distance to the geometric horizon should have been at 1.2. Can you tell me where you see the horizon in that observation with oil rigs and the sky and the water? Where do you see the horizon? The horizon line.
Yeah.
Do you see it further out there?
In this photograph, it is very clear.
It's not the very best to distinguish like in detail, like perfectly, like it's not 4K resolution, but I still think you can see the horizon line. Are you able to see the distinguishing horizon line there between the sky and the water, the surface of the water?
I can only see the building, like the straight building on the right side and the left side.
You don't see the horizon?
No.
No? What were you looking at? From a PC or a mobile phone?
The mobile phone.
Oh, okay, maybe that's why. Okay, so you can check this. You can check it up again later when you have if you have a PC available.
Is this the full photograph?
There's a video there. It's shot in 720.
Yeah, I posted the video below it as well. You can check the video later.
Yeah, I have a clearer screenshot that I'll post where you can see the horizon line very clearly.
Yeah, it's not the most best resolution.
Give me 1 second. I'll find the image.
I mean, if you're looking for mobile, I don't think you're gonna. Can be hard to see the distinction line there, but the horizon line is where the sky meets the surface, which in this case is the water. So that's the line, and the line is past 9.4 miles. You see it way out there. That's the line. So to continue with this observation, so mathematically, the horizon of the geometric horizon should have been at 1.2 miles from a 1 foot observer height. Now we see it safely, if you want to round it up, just for the sake of this observation, of this argument, you can say 10 miles. That's the distance to the horizon. Now, from 1.2 to 10 miles, that's a huge discrepancy, a huge difference. Do you agree, or?
Okay.
Do you follow?
This photograph.
Yeah.
This photograph can show it. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is what shows what has been shown in this observation, and when you apply the math from the globe, it doesn't match. Not even close. Like I told you, you can have marginal errors here and there a little bit, whatever. But this is way beyond. Like this breaks this falsifies the globe model straight up. Like there's no chance, there's no explanation. There will be excuses behind it though. They will say refraction, but most of the people, they don't know what they're talking about when they say refraction. Even to begin with, they just say the word. They're just chanting it most of the time. Now to explain to you what usually. Any other type of glober, like seasoned glober, would say those are used to this type of arguments about refraction or whatever on the globe side. Basically, they would say there are two horizons. In this case, with the refraction, they will say the horizon is, it is at 1.2, but you don't see it. And then you have the second one that we see, which is the 10 miles one, that's being extended from 1.2 all way to 10 miles, that horizon. Now, and also with explanation behind the refraction, also another thing they say is whatever is being obstructed physically, when something is, an object is already physically obstructed below a horizon line or a surface, and the reason why you can see it in some cases or most cases is refraction. Basically what they're trying to say is a physical object that's already hidden below a surface or a height, at a certain height, is magically being refracted upwards, projected basically, like a hologram, if you will, higher up to the sky. So what you're seeing at that point is not the actual physical object. So if you want to take a shot at it, you're not going to hit it. Basically, that's what they are saying. Do you understand the excuse they put with diffraction? So whatever is being refracted upwards is an optical illusion. Basically, it's not there. Like some kind of mirage. Do you know what a mirage is?
No, I don't know.
Okay. All right, we can leave it at that. So basically, but you understand what I just explained. Like magically being lifted up, whatever you're seeing is an optical illusion. It's not actually there. So that's what they're trying to say with this observation with the two rigs. They're saying they're not there. They're optically an optical illusion, which is it's stupid. It doesn't follow logically. But anyway, I don't know how much you can see of the detail on your mobile screen, but between those two,
mirage, like optical illusion.
Yeah, mirage is an optical illusion. Yeah, whatever you're seeing is not actually there. Yeah.
Okay. Case. I got it.
Yep. I don't know if you're able to see the little tiny boat in between those two oil rigs. Do you see that little tiny thing?
Yeah, I can see that. There is
you can see that. Awesome.
Also.
Awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Now, also, Now, the thing is with this observation, and this was in contention with this, is the horizon. We're not caring about like how the object looks like, the heat distortions. You can have the heat distortions that can be easily explained. It's not a big deal. But the thing is about the little tiny boat, that should have been way below the horizon line already. That shouldn't be even visible according to the math. So if you want to put at, well, I don't know. It looks like it's between 9 and 6 miles. Maybe, I don't know. What do you want to put it? 7? Just safely. Maybe 7, 8. I don't know. If you want to do the math, there's an online. You can Google online Earth curve calculator or a geometric horizon calculator. That one, you can punch in numbers, and you can use these numbers that we are used here. The distance to the oil rigs or the horizon that we see from 1 foot observer height, and how much should be, like how much drop of distance should have been shown there. Observed, I was saying. So, do you use feet? Do you understand feet, or should I convert it to miles, to meters or something?
Yeah, meters. Miles.
Meters?
I know.
Okay.
Miles, I know that also.
You know? Okay. Oh, cool. We can use feet and miles. In
India, we use meters. We don't use miles, but I know miles.
But okay. All right. So I want to say maybe we can put the boat maybe around 7, 8 miles. We can say 8 miles. I don't think that's a huge. Sorry. Huge discrepancy between those two rigs, distance-wise. So if you want to use 8 miles, just to, it's the target hidden height should have been at 30 feet. That boat should have been below 30 feet.
Okay.
When you use the math with the globe. So an Earth curve calculator online. I can post the link to the Earth curve calculator. You can have a look at it also later. I'll post it in the side chat. Pretty simple calculator. Anyone can use it. All it requires is 2 fields, eye height and target distance. And it will tell you where the horizon should be at, the horizon distance, and the target hidden height, which is the drop of a distance, how much should have been dropped down below the horizon.
So again, Brother Q, if I could just jump in just to steelman what you're doing right now, we're looking to actually find out if we have a geometric edge that would be blocking what we're... Is correct?
Yes, we are using the globe model as a hostage here. Yeah.
Well said. Thanks so much, brother. Thank you.
Yeah. So you see, this is pretty simple to understand, right? I mean, it's not that hard. I mean, you have to go through maybe the numbers and check it out yourself, but that's fine. I'm just sharing information with you. I'm not telling you to believe me what I'm showing you right now. I'm merely only showing you.
Good. It's good to read it and see it. Yeah.
Yeah. So we have plenty of these type of observations. We have long distance laser experiments or tests, if you want to call them like that. They're shooting high-powered lasers, 10, 30, up to 40 miles over large bodies of water, frozen lakes, different places on Earth. It's called FE Core. I can share that with you if you're interested into looking at that. They have the data there also. Everything is, they have the data. It's been, mapped out, surveyed, and everything else like that. Refraction is accounted for, and etc. So, yeah. I mean, so this is just one of many. But if you feel like this makes sense, like what I showed you, by all means, you can, we can help you, understand more to explain certain stuff and share more stuff with you. And you can also have a look at the home server 24/7.
I'm taking the screenshot and the this YouTube channel also subscribing.
Okay. Yeah, because this chat, they usually reset all the VC side chats. They clear them once a day or something automatically. Yeah, I can send them to your DMs if you need to. That's not a big deal. If you,
No problem.
Yeah, it'd be easier to keep track.
And just right quick, sounds like you were running an audit of the globe. Would that be correct, brother? Looking for the truth?
Yeah, that would be the case.
Nice.
Trying to scrutinize the claim, of the globe. So the globe is a positive claim. Flat Earth is...
I'm going to read about it. Yeah.
Which one?
More. This...
Mauro Solons?
The study... I have to see this video also, and I have to see...
Yeah. I mean...
these measurements and the...
Yeah. You can have a look at them when you have time. Maybe a PC, much easier to look from a PC if you can. Bigger screen.
Okay.
Also, I would love to invite you to the home server as well, because what we have on the home server is the big Flat Earth Discord server. We have a huge database with things like this, what I showed you, materials, terabytes of data, topics and everything about any subject about Earth and between globe and flat Earth and such. So if you want to have a look at that at some point later on, you can do that. We have a alphabetized library section from A to Z. Covers any topic, well, the sun, everything, the eclipses, Coriolis, you name it, whatever comes to mind about the topic of Earth, I guess, in this sense of in this what we speak about. Yeah. So it's the link is on my profile. It's easier to access it from there. I can't post it in the side chat because they block Discord invites on the server. So my profile bio, if you click on that, view full bio, you'll see the discord.gg/flat earth. So you can join that. We have so much more there. This VC is just an outpost. We hang around here. We have another one, another outpost at politics server, a Discord server as well, if you're familiar with that one. So the home server is the best one to...
I joined your Discord.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. I mean, that will be the best way for you to understand flat Earth. You can talk with actual real flat earthers and not just Google it, because the Google it's very hard to come by.
I'm going to read about it. I will join later. Yeah, first I will like to read. Yeah.
No, I understand. That's fine, man. That's completely fine. Yeah. I understand. But I will thank you for listening. You've been a very good listener. I respect that. It's has been a pleasure talking to you, if put it that way.
Thank you.
And usually we have different people coming in here. All right, man. Take care. I'll stop here.
Yeah, take care. Thank you.
I've been listening. It's good chat. Good chat, guys.
He was very interested. That sound like
it's pretty chilled.
Yeah. It's good when you get intellectually honest people like that are just willing to look at the evidence. They're not trolling at all.
Yeah.
Not like this Rab Scuttle guy.
Yeah. No typing for you, Rab Scuttle.
Yeah. Not listening either, my friend. Get out of here.
Oh, Lord. Get out of here. Yeah, it sounded like he was eager to investigate, to look for himself and go through the stuff there. Good stuff. That was nice. Just pretty simple, man. You don't have to. You don't have to make it complicated or anything. Just go through some stuff with them, explain what is what, show an observation. If they can grasp that at the beginning, huge plus. That will help them make the journey into this flat Earth much easier. Step by step. If they're already fighting against it in the beginning, throwing whatever, like he was jumping all over the place in the beginning, like I was trying to, bring him back there. What about this? What about the sun? What about time zones? Etc. But yeah, overall, not bad, I would say. Yeah, man, thanks for listening, guys. It's been awesome. Good stuff.
Welcome, Q. That was a really good point you made about the anomalies. You know, let's make some footage and mess with the flat earthers a bit. So it could be very well possible.
Which part? Which anomalies?
Oh, just in the final experiment.
Oh.
Yeah, there's the weird thing on his jacket and this and that.
Yeah, they seem to be
new.
Yeah.
They might have said, but they might have did it on purpose just to.
Oh, bro! I think that Duffy guy, he does all of these things on purpose. He lies, right? And he thinks that it's okay to lie as long as it's justified to help share what he thinks is truth or whatever. Like he said in that clip in his sermon, it's okay to lie, as long as it's for a good cause, basically. But yeah, I think that he's very calculated in setting up flat earthers, and it worked every step of the way, right? If he left his little green chroma key filter on purpose, right, it worked brilliantly, right? A whole bunch of flat earthers are like, look, green screen, it's in a studio, and all the evidence I'm seeing about it being faked is shit. It's making us look ridiculous. There's no good evidence of it being faked. And I don't think it was faked. I think we need to kind of drop that. Fine to look into it, right? Investigate it, go through it all with a fine-tooth comb, but the things I've seen so far, like MC Toon's shadows not being correct, or how people would think that shadows should work. David Weiss literally, went into a car park and did the same thing with his wife and showed exactly the same thing happen with the shadows. It's just a matter of perspective and angles and all that sort of thing. So I don't know. But yeah, if they baited flat earthers, then they took the bait.
Yeah, I'm just really not paying attention to the whole thing. It's just a...
Well, yeah, people are saying, oh, it's a portable studio. There's these portable studios that movies use, right? And it's like a big giant round room and you can set up, it's like a big giant green screen, and that's what they were using. And then there's videos coming out like, oh, look, Whitsitt is sucking on a vape and blowing vapor out and pretending it's steam coming out of his mouth. I mean, Whitsitt clearly said in another video that you don't get the steam coming out of your mouth. It's too dry there. He's like, firstly, it hurts to breathe in a deep breath. And secondly, it's like a desert. It's like a desert here. He said, to get the steam coming out of your mouth, you need to sip on water, right? You need to have a sip of water and then breathe out and you'll see the steam. So, they made that video. It's like, oh, look, he's sucking on a vape. Clearly, he just had a sip of water so he could demonstrate steam coming out of his mouth. You can see him. He just has a chug out of a water bottle, right? It doesn't look like a vape to me.
You know what I think regarding this?
What's
I got, Whitsitt is a ham. He likes to ham it up for the audience. He's an influencer. And he's also got some questionable integrity issues. So, I mean, what about this? He took a vape. He didn't think anybody saw it. He breathed it out. He wanted to make condensation to show that he was in Antarctica. He really is in Antarctica. but he just wanted to add a little bit of extra flair, a little bit of extra. You see that? You see my breath? Like it could have just been offhand, a remark that he made in the moment in front of the audience, wanted to show the audience something, and lacking some integrity, he just did it without even thinking.
Yeah, because in previous streams, people were calling them out, saying that there's no breath, whatever, no steam coming out of their breath. But if you have a look at it, it really does look like he just had a chug on a water bottle, right? He lifts it up just the way you would drink out of a water bottle, because he did say in a previous stream you can only get the steam coming out of your mouth if you drink water before you breathe out. And I think he just wanted to demonstrate that. Does he even vape?
I think he does.
What kind of a vape is the size of a water bottle? I mean, that's a hardcore vape.
Yeah, right. I mean, maybe he brought a really big cartridge because he was going to be gone a while. I mean, I don't know. It could have been a water bottle vape. It really doesn't matter either way to me. But he did put something in his mouth.
Yeah, I mean, it looked to me like he had a drink of, like, you know, you get those little water bottles, right? And he just looks like chug on a water bottle. And like he said previously, you have to drink water because it's too dry to get that steam coming out of your mouth otherwise. I mean, that makes the most sense to me. But yeah, who knows? I mean, I have defended Jaren a lot over the years. I still don't think they're faking it, but some of the stuff that Jaren's saying now is so cringe.
It is cringe, isn't it? Yeah, I used to defend him too. I gave him the benefit of the doubt. Witsit as well. Yeah, now I'm like, what the hell, guys? What are you doing? They're pivoting to geocentrism. They're leaving themselves a strategic out. With the Aether cosmology and everything else, they can hop onto the ball again.
Yeah.
And still keep their ether.
And I think flat earthers are pushing them out at the same time.
Yep.
I think they're seeing the behavior on the flat earth side, right? And they're like, well, this is embarrassing. This is ridiculous. This is the people that I'm associating with. What the hell? You know, claiming crazy things about it being faked. I mean, how do we think these people are freaking geniuses that are able to pull off something like this? I don't know. Maybe. I'd love it if it was fake. Don't get me wrong. If someone could prove that it was faked, that would be freaking hilarious and awesome. But from what I've seen, I mean, I thought that there would be a 24-hour sun anyway, just from looking at time-lapse footages. Like, there's quite a lot of time-lapse footages that I couldn't poke any holes in, right? And they seemed legitimate. So, I mean, I thought, okay, there's probably going to be a 24-hour sun.
Yeah, there was one video I know that I couldn't really poke holes into well, but I thought the others I could.
Yeah, some of the other ones, I mean, there were some good ones just like that didn't actually show the sun, but it did show the shadows moving around. Like they didn't seem like they were faked. I don't know.
Yeah, and that's it. I accepted that this was the case. But at the same time, I also accepted that there was a lot of fakery going on with the existing evidence.
Yep.
And they were independent of each other.
A lot of bullshit from this Duffy guy as well.
Yeah.
And also, he's just a sketchy character, right, with his financial dealings and being sued and all that sort of thing. He's just he kind of reminds me like one of those like slimy salesman type marketing guru characters.
Yeah. You know, Witsit seemed to be a lot sharper a few years ago too. Way more quick-witted, funnier, brasher. So something's changed.
Amish, what do you think of Joseph Hanvey's ideas about the reflection and how?
Yeah, I think it's just another model. Just another
model, but it is interesting. I mean, like, what do we have here? We have a globe model that explains it, which is a globe model that's been debunked because there's no curvature. So they have a shitty model, right? And then flat earthers can explain it as well with another shitty model. But yeah, it kind of leads nowhere, really, does it? It's just leads to us, not knowing how the sun works. And at least the flat earthers like David Weiss can stop pretending we have a model and making claims about exactly how the sun works. That's a good thing for us.
What bothers me off the bat about it is he said, this is modeling a superfluid. I'm like, oh, really? Yeah, that's modeling a superfluid. Okay, dude. And to me, it just kind of went downhill from there. That's my impression, though. And, call me somewhat bittered and maybe biased too, but dude. Yeah.
What's superfluid? Sorry.
It's pretty exotic. I mean, I'm not going to claim to be an expert on it, but I can describe it.
Okay. Okay. Weird.
Have you seen Joseph Hanvey's
I'll look it up.
Model? Yeah, I'll post you a video.
Yeah. Oh, fuck, it looks amazing. But yeah, he's just sort of guessing and putting things together.
Well, the thing is, he's not saying this is how it works, right? He's not saying this is a correct model. He's saying this is the beginning of a very long journey to try to work out how it all works. And this is like the first prototype, and he's like, this is probably completely incorrect, but it does explain this and that, and it's very interesting, and hopefully in a few years I can work out what's going on. That's what he says, which I like. I like it. That
and who's to say, if there is some kind of dome, what if it is shaped in such a weird fashion that the light source above it changes position and it now creates a new focal point on a completely different part of it, or the focal point traces a different path. So
and then how does that play into your personal field of view as well, like your dome of perspective or whatever you want to call it? Like, how does that blend in with this idea about a dome and a reflection of the dome? It gets pretty complex. And then what medium are all these things?
Just as you see like the sun reflecting off the water to your feet over the ocean, the same thing is happening when you look at the quote unquote underlit clouds in the sky. That's also observer dependent.
Exactly the same thing. Yep.
Same thing. Yep. So
Fake
it's
light,
very
really.
complex system.
It was crazy. Like, I used to live on this giant lake, right? And on a full moon, because it was a very still lake, it would light up the lake like crazy. When the moon was between me and the water, right, it would light up the lake, and I could see dudes fishing out on the lake. I would watch them like reeling in fish, and it was crazy. And then I would just drive like just down to the store, right? And as soon as I got past the point where the water was between me and the moon, the lake would just turn pitch black. And I could look back at the lake. I couldn't even see the lake. I couldn't see any fishermen, right? So that lake wasn't even really lit. It was just lit for me, right? From where I was standing, from where I was looking at it. So yeah, I guess like you were saying, like it's like reflection, like reflected light. When you see the clouds lit up by the sun or the moon, someone else can see the same moon 100 kilometers away, and they're not going to see those clouds lit up.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, what if stars are reflections of the sunlight?
Yeah, I mean, the sun itself kind of behaves a little bit in that way, like reflected light behaves. Like it appears in a unique place for each specific viewer. It's like your own personal sun, right? Someone else will see it in a slightly different location or apparent location.
Yeah, that's weird, but it's also unpolarized. So It's as if it's pure from the source and not interacting with anything in between. It's a big, gigantic mystery, man. Everything.
Mm-hmm.
And it's worth researching superfluids. There's something really weird about superfluids coinciding with like the theory of relativity, coinciding with basically everything in the early 20th century. Superfluids were discovered around the same time as the Second International Polar Year Expedition, which preceded the space race. The space race was the third one. The Second International Polar Year was when all the countries got together and decided to explore the poles and to send up sounding rockets and stuff as high as they could go. And that's when they discovered superfluids. Strange.
Oh, that's interesting. I don't know shit about superfluids, to be honest.
I don't either. Just that they seem to defy regular physics. I mean, so I think there are two kinds. There's like superfluid helium and a superfluid hydrogen, and there are variations of these. And they're super cool gases. And they behave kind of like liquids in zero gravity. And they can permeate pretty much anything. They can permeate diamonds. Drip right through rocks and metals.
That's crazy.
And they climb up the walls of their container and then drip out and leak through them. It's bonkers. They're frictionless. You can create whirlpools, and the whirlpools are basically self-sustaining. They'll spin around forever.
What's your opinion?
Extremely crazy.
What's your opinion on what we're seeing when we see Starlink? Right, because I watched them come up over my house the other day. Right, there were two lots of Starlink, like 10 minutes apart. The first ones were so bright, right, and then what they did was they came up in my field of view, right, from my due to perspective, they came up into the like right above me, and then they all just started disappearing one by one in the same spot. Right, one would disappear, next one would disappear. And then another lot came over, which were much smaller lights. So I'm guessing they were much further away, slightly more spread out. And then they came up, and then they did the exact same thing in pretty much the exact same spot. They all just disappeared one by one.
I don't know. I pulled up this news article about when to see Starlink in your area. And it was from a Kentucky newspaper. Kentucky's kind of like in central east United States. It's in the Appalachian Mountains. So it's not extremely far north, not extremely far south. It's probably around maybe 40 degrees latitude or so. And it said, you can see Starlink at around 10:30 p.m. tonight. How do those angles work with reflecting sunlight from something so close to the Earth, and Earth being a globe so big? How is that reflected sunlight?
Yeah,
10:30. That's
really weird. Even just the size that they say they are and the distance that they say they are doesn't seem to fit with how big you're seeing them in the sky, right? How could they be, even if they are reflecting sunlight, how could they be so small and then be appearing like the biggest stars in the sky?
Yeah. And how do you set up an antenna that gets continuous transmission, reception and transmission from these multiple different trains that are moving? And what, doing handoffs? Like a cell phone that's in motion are we to believe? When you fly on an airplane, your cell phone is trying to do all these handoffs to tower to tower to tower to tower to tower, and it wreaks havoc on the cell phone networks. And you never really get a good connection because your cell phone is always doing handoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a feature of Starlink? among Starlink subscribers because it's always handing off to the next train that's coming by.
It doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, I don't see how, like in Australia, they have very good internet speeds when they connect to Starlink in rural areas, and it seems pretty consistent. So yeah, it makes no sense to me how they're doing all these handoffs, yet the connection stays pretty stable. But in regards to the Starlink, how they kept like disappearing one by one, I mean, I guess the Globe side would say that, you know, they got to a point where they went out of the sun's light, basically. But I don't know, like, why would they just disappear one by one, or the light disappear one by one in the exact same spot? Doesn't make sense.
When you also read who the chief engineers, scientists, and so on are designing these systems, they're all from JPL. They come from the usual garden spots that you'd expect. They're all highly cleared people. They're working off of privileged information. So, on a related note, something just as bizarre is, did you know that iPhones can now connect to satellites 400 miles away?
Yeah, I remember you saying something about that.
It's the latest software update. Yeah, they just do a quick little software update, and they can make your phone do anything. Quick software update, and suddenly now you can use your iPhone to talk to satellites.
Yeah, that's crazy. It doesn't even have a visible antenna.
Right. And back in the day, you needed these big 20-watt bricks with these fat toilet paper tube antennas on the top to get like a 2-bit rate connection to a satellite. And then when you communicate, you got all this delay and echoes and everything static, and you sound really distant. But no, man, no, you just whip out your little iPhone. It's got the power. You see, they say it's got this tremendously smart beamforming technology with the antenna that's able to create really high gain. And it's able to lock onto the satellite and maintain a continuous pencil-thin beam all the way to the satellite 400 miles away, going 17,000 miles an hour. No problem. Just a quick little software update on your iPhone. Feel like I'm taking crazy pills. It sounds like the technology is so advanced, it almost beggars belief. You can't really understand it, how it's even possible.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Hey, Daz, you're there. I didn't mean to run you off. You were talking to DJ earlier.
No, it's cool, bro. Just listening. Just doing other stuff.
Yeah, I don't know what to make of Starlink. Pretty much any satellite technology. There's so much funny business going on.
Yeah,
I was just reading some about Superfluid. It's really weird stuff, yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, what are these things I'm seeing? Like, in Australia, I would always go out and just look at the sky, right? Just look for anomalies in the sky all the time, and only 2 times did I see these little things going across the sky. But here in Poland, we can go out and look up at the sky, and we see these little lights that look like stars going across the sky in roughly a straight path in all different directions, and you'll see 20, 30, 40 just in a couple of hours of looking up at the sky. They're there every night. It's so weird. We swear we've seen them change direction.
Yeah.
But I have no idea what the hell these things could be. I mean,
some of the more far out speculation goes that these are entirely separate and independent of the technology that's claimed to be what they are. The conspiracy theory is that governments of the world don't know what these are, or they may know what these are and don't want the public to freak out. So they cover it. They cover it by launching up technology for the public that could explain what these phenomena are. Now, the public can sit and rest home at night, not have to worry. Think, oh, that's just a satellite. That's just a space shuttle. That's just the ISS. That's just this. That's just that.
There's so much going on up there, though. It's crazy. And they're always just moving in different directions. Sometimes you can watch them go all the way across the sky. Sometimes they'll just disappear, like the Starlink would disappear right above me. Sometimes they look like they change directions.
Yeah.
And then sometimes you'll just see big flashes come out of the sky as well. Like we see it quite often. You'll just see a big giant flash of light just from some random spot, just for like, and sometimes it'll flash like 2 or 3 times over a couple of minutes.
Oh, that's just a meteor. That's just a rock burning up on re-entry.
Yeah. And then when you see shooting stars are the weirdest things ever. Like, what the hell are those? Right? There's just like this big giant flash of light that's almost too fast to see, and they just flash past you. They don't look like they're really high.
Right.
It's some sort of electrical. I don't know, something to do with electricity.
It's in the family of lightning and sprites.
Yeah, exactly.
Like that. Yep.
Yeah. I think a lot of the stuff we see up there is, just some crazy sky magic, right? Some some crazy electricity phenomena.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's how it shows up. And people who do meteor hunting for a living, they track it with telescopes. They can see in like the electrical infrared range. So these things show up as like electron flux. It's like electrical and magnetic disturbances. You can tune into them with a radio and hear them at the same time you listen to them. As you watch them. And they tend to be heard on specific frequencies in the VHF range. So like some kind of ionospheric disturbance or something.
What do you think about
What do I think about what?
Those very detailed images that people say they track the ISS with like this crazy telescope, right? And then they can see astronauts doing spacewalks, and they're pretty high resolution, clear images that look like the ISS.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either. I'm trying to find some screenshots here.
I just don't know.
Oh yeah, here we go.
Could there be things up there in a self-sustaining motion that even the people who engineered these systems believe that they're engineering them to go whipping themselves around a ball, and all of their calculations, all their modeling works, and the success of it continues to reify what they believe this place is. And in reality, there's some other mechanism, some other yet uncharacterized facet to this that nobody really understands.
Mm-hmm. Like, have a look at this shot that they got in the middle bottom image. It just doesn't seem to me like you could get a shot like that of something that's 250 miles away.
Right, I accept that too. It's hard to say. You know, you can read like through NASA's technical reports server, and if they're telling the truth, I mean, it's full of papers written by both employees and contractors and academics with grants as well. And you can read about the kind of technology and the kind of environment that's up there. And it's very different than the one that they publicly tell people about. They've got all these magnetic tethers, Alvin drives, I mean, things that manipulate magnetic fields to either create power generation and thus also slow down, or to move perpendicular to the magnetic flux of Earth. And that they've been doing experiments with these since the 1970s. It's all out in the open. You've got the space shuttle that opens up its bays, and then lifting out of the top is this giant crane. And at the top of the crane, it shoots off a pod, and then the pod has a reel with a tether on it, and the pod unreels a tether that goes tens of miles long. What's a space shuttle doing?
Mm-hmm.
And that tether is generating power and also producing movement, depending on whether or not they decide to receive current from it or induce it with current. What is that tether doing? They claim that they can do orbital maneuvers with these tethers. Lift up, lift down, to the sides, slow down, speed up. And it's not just with tethers. They've got things that look like solar panels. People, and I wonder about this, everybody thinks these satellites have these solar panels, and it's for collecting solar energy. Well, you go into some of these design specs, and no, these things are operating in the same manner I described. They have this coil, metallic coil that runs along the outside of these, and the coil can either be induced with a current and then manipulate the magnetic field and move the satellite around, or it can receive current and then power up the device and slow down. So do they have a way to like magnetically cling things up there in stationary situations? Do they also have the power to accelerate these things at great speeds? They're saying, yes, they do. And this is the technology. And meanwhile, everybody thinks it's just stuff floating around, falling in free fall and in a gravity well, when it's really some crazy electromagnetic physics, some plasma physics.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The satellites were tethered to the ground?
No. Tethered to the magnetosphere, the plasmasphere.
Oh, okay. So it keeps it stationary.
Yeah. One of the things you can look up is under NASA, Propel, PROPEL, the Propel program, electrodynamic tethers. There are all kinds of slides and media that you can look at. If you look up NASA Propel, electrodynamic thrust, Propel tethers, you're going to come up with all kinds of crazy crap. So, you dig into these reports, right? Dig into the servers, dig into the knowledge base they have, and you read all the stuff. And then you take a step back and turn on NASA TV or go watch, some public space shuttle launch. And it's like two different worlds. One is presenting this very simplified version of reality that people can kind of understand. You got the globe and stuff falling in a gravity well around it. Whoop-de-doo. The other paints this entirely highly advanced, highly sophisticated cosmology that the average person can't even hope to comprehend. I just get the impression that they're dumbing things down for the masses. And in a sense, they're kind of telling the truth, but with lies. Telling half-truths, partial truths, oblique truths, whatever you want to call it. It's not exactly what they really know to be the case. And then you read about all their experiments, right? They space shuttle experiments, ISS experiments with exotic materials, with cryogenics, involving superfluid cryogenic experiments. Like what? I don't know. Like anything in life, it seems the more you look into this and try to learn, the more questions you have.
Yep. Yeah, it's really amazing stuff. Like, what level of technology do they really have? That would be great to know. And what are they being truthful about? And what are they completely lying about?
You don't have to be a flat earther to appreciate all of this either.
Agreed. Yeah. You shouldn't have to be a flat earther to be skeptical of, what they're telling us about the sky, about the satellites, about what's going on up there.
But maybe some aspects of the globe itself are true. We don't really know how.
Am I coming in?
Yes, sir.
Oh, good. Yeah, so what does it say when NASA engineers are telling people in these reports not to entrust billion-dollar space assets to the astrophysicists and cosmologists, and instead entrust them to actual engineers and applied physicists who are familiar with electromagnetism, circuit theory, radio, there's some deeply profound, eye-opening stuff buried within all of this, and it's all lying there in plain sight. It's all there for the taking. So you start reading this stuff and you're like, wow, the kind of world that is described behind the scenes by and for and among these space scientists is different than the one that we're told about. What else do we notice? Well, we notice that the entire freaking space race itself was the brainchild of a giant psychological warfare operation. I keep talking about this because I want people to look into it. The declassified document NSC 5814, National Security Council -5814. We will use outer space to project American dominance in fields of technology and science, to inflict psychological dominance over the world, to use satellite technology, use rockets and other space discoveries and technological development in space to advance the idea that we are more developed in this area than we really are, so that our enemies will think that we are more advanced than we really are, because we're really concerned about the Russians and their bombastic claims. And who are we going to get to be the interim director, the first interim director of NASA, a newly created department without any actual funding yet? Well, we're going to nominate this Central Intelligence Agency officer. Here he is. I named him. He will be NASA's first director until NASA can get the appropriate funding and manpower to manage itself. It's going to be managed by intelligence officers under the Psychological Operations Board of the President. What the fuck? So don't we see that now happening? We have all this crazy space technology that belies belief. Average Joe has no freaking clue what's going on. NASA contradicts itself publicly versus privately. Is it really just about nuclear weapons development? I mean, that's a big deal, but is that it? What did they discover during the second International Polar Year before the space race took place in the 1930s, suspiciously right around the time Hitler came to power? What did they discover? Well, we'll never know. You know why? Because all the data from this multinational effort was lost in the war. All the data they collected from the second space race in the 1930s was lost, destroyed. all of their research bases that they put up all around Antarctica and around the North Pole, all the sounding rockets that they sent up and collected data from the upper reaches of the atmosphere, these meteorological measurements, all of that, all the world data centers. If you never heard of this before, this will blow your mind. In the 1930s, they were talking about setting up networked world data centers. We're talking early vacuum tube mainframes, and it's for the purpose of housing all the meteorological data that they get from the International Polar Year and sharing the data with other member countries. They were setting up world data centers. This is before the internet. This is the precursor to the internet, were the world data centers. The precursor to DARPANET were the world data centers. Those were set up too, the beginnings of them. In the second IPY, and we lost all the information, just all got destroyed in the war. You might be wondering, so, okay, that was the second IPY. What was the first? The first IPY was in the late 1800s. It was organized by the Habsburg Empire and included member nations such as the UK, Russia, America, including Canada, other countries. And they started sending ships down south. They started sending ships north. They started flying Zeppelins and crap over the poles. Pretty cool, pretty awesome. Rockets were brand new. I don't know if they did any sounding rockets in the late 1800s. If they had any technical means to. But it's almost like the first International Polar Year itself kicked off all the others, kicked off what eventually led to the space race and the development of nuclear weapons. So what kicked off the first IPY? Why did they do this? Was it just some Austrian general who had a wild hair up his ass about the South Pole and wanted to go visit it for himself and see? And so, in a very Christopher Columbus-like fashion, he went to the Habsburg emperor and said, "Hey, emperor, can you float me a loan? I'm going to take all these warships, all these science research vessels, and I want to explore the poles." Was that it? Was just curiosity? I mean, yeah, curiosity fuels many endeavors. Perhaps so. But it rallied the support of multinational members. The resources, enormous resources of the collective power of taxes on the people. And what they found was so interesting, they said, you know what, we're going to plan another one. In about 25 years, 30 years, we'll do this again. And so they did it again. And then World War II broke out, they lost everything. But then they said, you know, we'll do it again another 25, 30 years. And they did, and that was a space race. And then they did it again in 2008. Yes, that's right, folks. There was a fourth space race. The fourth International Polar Year, called the International Geophysical Year, was in 2008. Nobody really knew about it. Space race, Antarctic voyages, satellites. Oh, I gotta go. I'll be around later.
So Y'all are fucking wild, eh? It's wild.
So the your Earthrise photo that you posted, there was this other photo that they said that was the moon surface during Apollo 17, capturing the Earth in the distance. The only problem, though, is that if you look at where all of them supposedly landed upon the moon, the Earth would have been above your head, not to your horizon. You would have had to have been on the side of the moon, not directly like on the face of it. So stuff like that is just like, wow, like how did we miss that? How did our parents miss it? Like if they're being told, like way back then that this is what was happening, that they were getting images back from the moon while they're standing upon it. But that's just really interesting. A lot of fake.
Well, that's because our parents were at the pub watching the footage. We must have went. Yeah, cheers.
So what's new on Flat Earth, guys?
What's up, Britt?
Hi, APOC, best friend. You haven't done one of those observations in a while, like, what was it you did? I remember seeing you do a video of yourself putting a ball somewhere in your garage. I don't know.
Showing you guys how things drop optically.
That's the one.
Yeah. Good times. I'll do some.
I know that we were supposed to like watch the observation, but I couldn't help but notice that you're quite short.
I'm 5'7", bro. Yeah. What's funny is it's kind of fucked up too. So my dad and all my uncles, they're like 6'3", 6'5", 6'2". They're all big. And then my brother, he's like 6'1". Dude, even my own son, like he's fucking 6'2". But I'm like, I got the fucking short end of the stick, bro.
Did your dad travel a lot?
No, why? How are you trying to say that? My dad's not like that.
You're the mailman's son. Imagine.
No, and then it's funny too because you would like you would think like shit, like even my daughter is tall. Like I have like tall children, but they say that sometimes it could skip generation. The genes can skip. Like I have that tall gene in me, like to pass on, but it didn't. I guess I wasn't
actually. Yeah.
Yeah, it's all right though. God made up for it and gave me a really nice sized peen, so it worked out.
Wow. Yeah. So what's new on Flat Earth? I've been away for obviously since before.
Same coping from the Globies.
Everything that's bigger. Everything looks bigger on a small scale.
Have there been any updates? Because I've not been around.
You know what I've noticed about you, Rumillion? You're a mental midget.
I am. I'm mentally infantile, right? But the
puny.
Yeah, I know. What I'm asking is like, in the last how many days? 3 days. No, 1, 2.
The Earth hasn't changed.
5 days.
It's still not a water ball hurtling through outer space.
I'm not asking that. I'm asking, has there been any updates? Has like a final experiment gone?
That's the update. Same old.
Here's the update. Globers still haven't proven any curvature of the Earth or spinning of the Earth or any space travel crap. None of that's been proven yet.
Right.
Or vice versa.
So there's been nothing like no drama or anything like that. It's all just the same sort of stuff.
Or vice versa. Who said that?
I think the latest is the whole vape. What do they call it? The vape gate, or what the fuck do you call that shit?
Well, the latest is they went close to the moon, right? Or the sun, sorry. NASA sent a probe very close to the sun, and it was successful. That's the latest crap.
I was referring more to like here in the community of all the shit that goes around and within the Discord servers.
Well, that sort of is in the community because it's a lie from the pit of hell, right? They spent how many millions to go close to the sun? Yeah, right. Sure they did. While the homeless are still homeless and the jobless are still jobless. Yeah, right on.
Yeah, it's pretty fucked up too when you think about it. They spend that much money they're really just paying themselves at this point. But I don't know if you any guys were following it or whatever, but okay, I guess Witsit's in like hot water because he got caught faking, which is really weird. This whole thing's weird, but they're calling it Vapegate. Like Watergate, or Pizzagate. They're calling it Vapegate because apparently Witsit was on his live stream and then he steps away to go grab gloves. When he comes back, he blows out because they're asking him like, why don't we see your, breathing, your breath? It's cold. So then he comes back and he blows. But then another camera angle of like was just like a time lapse or like someone that was just like filming him like doing his stream. Like he's on video like taking a hit of his vape and then coming up with a
suggestion. Let me respond to that really quickly as well because I think that's a ridiculous argument from our side.
I do, by the way. I do too. I'm just saying that's the latest.
I just want to see somebody fart heat up in the wintertime. No, hold on. When people line up in line outside, you know how you see them breathe out of their mouth? When they fart, I want to see a white cloud come up of steam if it's always going to happen. That's it. Even dogs, I'm just saying, come on, man, work with me. When a dog farts, I want to see it in 30 below or 30 degrees. I want to see a white cloud of smoke come up to the air like heat. I've never seen it, brother.
Let me just defend. Right, defend.
Somebody questioned, why can't we see your breath? And he's trying to show the breath. He's like, I don't know. That's weird. That's weird. Yeah. You can't see it. That's weird.
That just sounded funny, like Michael Myers.
Somebody said, can you pick up some snow, please? And he goes, I will, but I got to go get my gloves first. And he paused the camera. He put it black screen, let some music play. As soon as he came back on camera and unblack screened it, the first thing he did was exhale. Like, look, here's my breath. And he exhaled 2 or 3 little breaths of puff. And then that was it. And people are like, that was a vape. That was
you got to put your gloves on to show your breath down there. Man. Like when your gloves go on, that's when your breath shows. That's cool.
Hold on. Yeah, exactly. But you got to remember, right? It's really dry there. And all the footage that we've seen from there, right? People don't have that steam coming out, right? Because it's so dry. And then Witsit said in a previous stream, right, that you don't really get that. It actually hurts to take a big deep breath in because it's so dry and cold. He said, but when you have a sip of water, you're able to produce that steam, right? He said that in a different stream. If you look back at the footage again that they're saying is a vape, clearly it looks like he wants to show people that you can get that steam coming out of your breath. So it looks like to me that he goes and he grabs a bottle of water, right? If you watch him walking out, it looks like he has a chug of the water just before he breathes out into the camera. Literally, like, I don't think that vapes are that big, right? And it looks like the exact motion that someone would do when they have a sip of water. And I think that's what he did. And I think people are just kind of making up that it's a vape and he's doing that, right? It could be either way, but it's more likely, right, that what he said is you can't do it without having a sip of water first. And it looked like he had a chug of water and then he breathed out some steam and then, the next breath obviously isn't going to have that steam because you'd have to have another chug of water.
And again, I don't know what happened. I actually wanted to ask him about it, but I was just saying that was the latest because Britt asked, what was the latest? Yeah. And that's kind of like the latest. That's what's swirling around right now.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, not that I'm right about that. I'm just saying it makes sense that could have happened as well, right?
Mm-hmm. Hey, Rumillion, do you not find it funny that you people who fancy yourself as academic all-stars have now run to a megachurch pastor to save this water ball? Is that not hilarious?
Well, I see theologians as intellectuals, so.
I said a mega. I said a mega church pastor.
Okay, he's obviously not a theologian, but he's not my savior by any means. I don't really know the guy. I know nothing about him. I only discovered that he was a younger Earth creationist.
Well, you seem obsessed by his field trip.
Yeah, but that's to do with Antarctica, not.
So do you want to go on a trip with him next time instead of them wanting to go with Nathan? You can get in the tent with McToon.
I would put respect on anti-globalist name, right? Because I've seen a lot of like this stuff that Apocryphon was talking about with like people not having their breath being visible in Antarctica.
Does that mean it's pure hydrogen as soon as it comes out? There's no steam. It just turns to hydrogen.
I agree with that. It makes sense because people say Antarctica is a desert, not because the
great. It's a hydrogen maker down there.
Hold on, Dmot, just give me a second. It makes sense because people say that the largest desert in the world is Antarctica because of how dry it is, right? And so yeah, it probably makes sense that anti-globalist, and it's a good thing that anti-globalists pointed it out because. Flat earthers also need to make sure their arguments are sharp too,
I'd like to ask any of the NASA fanboys or girls or globe lovers here, what's the hang up? Why can't you just let go of your globe and realize it was a lie? Like, why do you need to cling to it so desperately? What benefits you? Like, do you really think your kids or your grandkids are going to go to Mars or something? Do you think that's real?
It's overwhelming arrogance and pride.
Sufficient enough evidence to support your claim, as opposed to Chaz. But if you could give me like great fucking evidence, like, hey man, look, like check this out.
You said you didn't have a dog in the fight, Snacks.
Well, hey man, you asked a question. I'm just answering it.
Oh, so now you do care?
No, I think you misread why I fucking said what I said yesterday, because you guys are literally fucking screaming at each other.
Today, like, bro. Yesterday, 30 minutes ago.
But, anyway.
It was 30 minutes ago. Not yesterday.
What are you talking about? You're talking about something else, man.
Where am I? How did I get here?
What's my name? What is it about? What are you asking me all these questions for? They're so hard. Please, I need your name, sir, if you're going to get any medical treatment. What are you asking me my name for, man?
To answer your question, Flatman, it is just the case that whatever persuaded you into flat Earth doesn't persuade me, right? That's just that.
Yeah, okay, so I wasn't persuaded. It was 9 months long. 9 long months of research. And yeah, it was a realization that I had been lied to about going to the moon and all the other crap, and coming to the realization that, yeah, it's a flat stationary plane that we exist on.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that those 9 months of research, because I've been debating flat Earth and speaking to flat earthers, hearing their point of view for about, let's say 13, 14 months now, right? And I'm just
so you've been ignoring.
But I will say,
ignoring everything presented to you.
No, I could recite your arguments and make them and not strawman them, right? But
and you can prove the globe.
Flatman, I struggle with things like this, right? And I don't know if you have an opinion on this, but when every single flat earther, every single one I meet, will always say the same thing. 1 second.
What do I say now? I want to hear it.
No, they'll always say that they've done a lot of research and that they've investigated and that they.
Or maybe
and critical thing.
Maybe they're not just making rhetorical arguments; they're just pointing to reality. As in,
Well, let me just finish my point, right? No, that is true. I'm
addressing your. Just hold on. You're the one talking about things not persuading you. You're denying reality.
Okay.
You complain that all flat earthers say water seeks and finds its level. Well, that's what happens in reality.
Yeah.
It's not some sort of vapid argument.
I was just about to say, for some people, Flatman, I think that's true. Like, I mean, after hearing Anti-Globalist, I think he probably did try and research, right? But I meet other people, like, this is connected to the earlier conversation, who will jump to conclusions without having thought about it.
Can you land the plane, Linda? Like, let's get to the point.
And so when people say, so the point is that when people say they've researched, I mean, you got to kind of like show me you've researched, not just say it, right?
I'm not showing you my 9 months of fucking research. Are you fucking retarded? That's a rhetorical question. Don't answer it.
Yeah, that's the problem, Rumelian. You're researching research. How about look into reality?
Yeah, well, I mean, water.
Yeah, why don't you try that? It's maybe a New Year's resolution for you.
I'm saying water.
Stop researching research. Research reality.
I'm just saying water seeks its level isn't exactly.
Have you not heard? Have you not heard the way people who aren't even being paid by NASA? Have you not heard some of the things they say to people questioning stuff and thinking different? Like, kill yourself, drink bleach, don't reproduce, flat earthers are retarded. It's not a disc in space. Like thinking everybody who's asking questions thinks it's a disc in space. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, well, those people have mental health problems, so.
Yeah, this is one hell of a mega church you've joined, Rumelian.
I don't exactly do any of those things. I'm not telling you all to kill yourself or anything like that.
I didn't say you said that. I said in my 9 months of research, there was a lot of hatred energy on the side of just regular everyday John Q. Publics and Susie Q. Publics telling people on my side of the argument to do horrible things to ourselves. In fact, somebody created a video game where one of the missions is to kill the teacher that's teaching flat Earth. I don't think any flat earther created a video game says go around killing all your globe friends because they believe in the globe. That's ridiculous.
Flat, I've never told a flat earther to kill themselves, but
I said you didn't say that. I didn't say you said that. I said in my 9 months of research.
I know you wouldn't accuse me. I'm just saying.
Hello, I didn't say you said that. Shut your fucking Dorito shoot. I said in my 9 months of research, there was an awful lot of hatred from the regular everyday John Q. Public and Susie Q. Public that want to defend NASA and believe in the spinning water ball. A lot of hatred that came from that side. I didn't say you said anything specifically to any flat earther. So please stop saying that.
I didn't say you said that. I was just about to, if you just be patient, right? Although I haven't done that, I was about to say flat earthers have told me to kill myself, and one particular, Charles, has done that before.
Yeah, it's probably
you're lying, taking things out of context and lying. Move on, Rumelian. Move on from this bullshit. That's a lie, and it's taken out of context. Move on from it.
Like, I'll be honest, when I'm talking with a Glober in here and they're being super disingenuous, they're asking the same question I answered 1,000 times over again for the 1,000th time. Yeah, I start to snap. I start calling them fucking globetards and shit like that because they don't want to open their mind. They don't want to absorb the information. They just want to keep, well, what about the moon? No, we're talking about what's under our feet, you fucking dipshit. So yeah, I get like that too.
Yeah, what I'm saying is it's a human response. It's not just a global response. Flat earthers do it too.
I just said that. After we talk about long distance observation, proving that the boat didn't go over the curve, etc., then they go, well, what about the moon? They jump up into the sky. They start obfuscating, changing the topic, moving the goalposts. So yeah, when that starts happening, shut the fuck up. Close your Dorito shoot. The mind's like a parachute. It won't work if it's not open. Why are you talking over me? You're listening to respond rather than understand. Yeah, I start getting fucking pissed off when that shit happens.
Well, they are from the mega church of Black Hole.
Don't a lot of religious people believe in flat Earth as well?
A lot of religious people everywhere. That question is complete other nonsense.
Yeah, there's a lot of religious people who are Yankees fans.
Like,
Spiritual belief is an individual, personal thing. We're not calling all flat earthers Christians or religious or all globers religious. We're saying the idea of space and going to the moon and gravity, that's a religion in itself.
The thing you have to look at.
Why is he bringing up mega churches and shit?
Because this shows you on the anti-flat earth side, you've got a very deeply religious mindset. Inside NASA, every single one of the astronauts, right-wing Christian conservative. You've got the very beginning of the heliocentric worldview, Copernicus, Newton, Kepler, hugely religious. I mean, insanely religious. That you've got Kepler or Newton said the model's so perfect, it's so mathematically perfect, it could have only been created by a supernatural being, and the only supernatural being that he knows with that much power, splendor, and glory is God of the Bible. You've got Copernicus said that the heliocentric model has perfect circles and perfect spheres. That could only be made by a supernatural being because these shapes do not exist in nature. They're supernatural. This is why, as flat earthers, you do not take it into the realm of, especially Christianity or religion, because you've got the globe side. They have a space Jesus. They have Bibles on the moon. They've got readings of the Bible for Christmas Eve on Apollo 8. The current director of NASA, Bill Nelson, told everyone the reason why he came out of retirement is because God told him, personally told him, that you're the only one who can take America back to the moon. That he said, hey, Bill Nelson, I've endowed you with special skill set, both government and astronaut skill sets. You're the only person in all of creation that can bridge the gap between government and science. This is why flat earthers do not take it into the realm of, especially the Bible. Because holy shit, how do you counter that? How do you counter a government organization that says they have the personal ear of the God of the Bible? How do you?
I don't think. Hey, snacks! Don't forget all the Godspeed this and Godspeed that. The reason why megachurch pastor was brought up today is that's who led this damage control field trip. And Yui fancies himself some intellectual, and here he is clicking his heels to some megachurch pastors' works. It's kind of weird.
I'm gonna be real with you guys. I haven't seen any of them videos.
If I could just quickly say one more thing. I didn't want to turn it into a big religious discussion, but Richard Dawkins at one point said, screw Jesus, you have stardust in you. So thank the universe for putting you here, not Jesus. That's insane. That's ridiculous. Not saying you thank Jesus, but for somebody to tell you to deny your beliefs because of a big bang, you're stardust? Okay, thanks.
And here's something new, Rumelian. That was the first time that two of you concurrently have walked away from this final experiment bullshit. Snatch is like, I haven't seen any of these videos while you mumbled. That's new. You guys are running away from that now.
I embrace the final experiment. I don't really care who organized it.
Well, Snacks doesn't.
He's on his own then.
Well, you were mumbling over top of him when he was saying that he hadn't seen any of these videos. But yeah, the irony of you pseudo-intellects now clicking your heels to megachurch pastors. Thank you, 2024. Brilliant.
I was saying I don't fancy myself an intellectual. I just am. I'm joking.
Take it to the Chuckle Hut. You would be better off. I still think you should join some theater guild.
Man, I just don't get it. I don't get how somebody can keep up this fucking charade for this long over this many years. And what for?
That's an appeal to your personal incredulity.
How is that?
Yeah, that's illogically appealing to your disbelief.
You're that person that lives in the Wizard of Oz. You're that guy that lives in the Wizard of Oz, and you don't want to look behind the curtain.
Yeah, the dog pulled the curtain back, and you. I don't get it. I don't get it. Yeah, when Oz says, pay no mind to the man behind the curtain. That's you, Snacks. Okay.
It's also, too, like when people think about, NASA's all these scientists. Dude, the Vehicle Assembly Lab has a huge sign on the wall. In God we trust. Everybody else, bring your data. JPL shut the fuck down in 2020 because of the huge number of religious exemptions. This is why, as flat earthers, you do not want to take it against globalists into the realm of creation. God bless the Bible. Because they can roll out an endless amount of Catholic Church talking points. They can roll out Nixon saying God picked America to win the space race because God told him that God loves capitalism. You can bring out mega church super pastors going to Antarctica with some kind of final experiment. This bullshit, these supernatural claims, will never go anywhere when you're talking to a globalist. They'll just keep shifting the goalpost over and over and over and over. And if you finally pin them down where they don't have anywhere else to go. Show me this God you're talking about. They'll just say, well, you're religious too. Fuck.
I'm not religious, so I don't.
Yeah, you are. Okay, how about this? If you're not religious, can you show me the secular version of this sphere-tard that you're talking about?
The secular version?
Yeah, show me this non-religious sphere-tard.
You asking me to prove the Earth's a globe and
no, just show
so many words?
Show me the globe that has no connection to state-sponsored religion. Show me your secular globe.
State-sponsored religion. So like
do you have a non-religious globe to present today?
Yeah, man. It's just the globe.
Yeah.
I don't think it has nothing to do with God or, Buddha or whoever the fuck. I think
God of the Bible. It all goes back to the Christians or the Catholic Church.
Well, I don't believe in none of that shit, dog.
Then you can't use their globe, fucknut.
You believe their fairy tale.
What are you talking about, man? I'm pretty sure it actually says in the Bible something about a firmament and it being flat.
Yeah, that's written into
the four corners of the...
Dude, Copernicus wrote into his model the firmament.
Hold on, the guy who says he's not religious is now quoting the Bible? What is going on here?
What
in the world is happening? That's new also, Rumillion. You taking notes?
This is what you need. I wish I could do. If you could bring back Newton, or I've been talking to a Karl Marx large language model bot, and it basically advocates for, basically takes Karl Marx's arguments and, turns them into a conversation. I wish they had one for Newton, and you guys could go back and forth about how his understanding of calculus, the heliocentric model, directly proves God of the Bible, and this cannot be denied. He could go right, load all of Newton's writings into a large language model and just keep you busy for a while. Just go over there, talk to that bot. You're directly interacting with all of Newton's writings, like 1 million pages plus.
You know what, man? I don't even want to talk to fucking Newton. I'd rather talk to somebody who's educated in the real world today with the fucking technology and the things that we know and the things that we can do.
Yeah, I told you that. You got the JPL shut down because of religious exemptions. The Vehicle Assembly Lab has a huge sign on the wall, "In God We Trust." Everybody else bring your data. Go there and tell them that you don't believe in their God. And they'll be like, "Oh, here's our altar over here. This is where we go pray before anything leaves the assembly lab. We pray to Jesus to make sure it's built right." Or you got the astronaut who wrote a book that he found space Jesus. Go tell
there
him
you go. And that's all good and well for them. It doesn't mean I don't believe in
your space travel. Show me your secular space travel. Show me your globe without any state-sponsored religion in there. Because otherwise you're in a hard contradiction. A hard contradiction. That you believe and don't believe them at exactly the same time. You've got them telling you that this stuff is true because God. And then you say, well, they're right and they're wrong.
No, I think this is a fallacy of some sort, dog. I can pray to God that I can do some math equations right. It doesn't make the math equations not right.
Some sort of
you know what I mean?
You don't know what it is.
No, I don't. But I like it. Just your argument. I don't think you're comparing two crazy different fucking things, man. People can believe in God and thank God and wish God for this and that, but it doesn't.
Yeah, I think what you're doing is a fallacy. Not really sure which one it is, but
okay, well, yeah, you can make fun of me all you want and fucking call me stupid, but you know what I'm talking about.
You're the one talking out both sides of your mouth, dude. You're the one who claimed a half an hour ago you had no dog in this fight, and now you're.
See, this is the problem right here. Like 10 minutes ago, you're like, "Hey, flat Earth is dumb." Well, why is it dumb? Because flat earthers are religious. So, duh, they must be dumb as shit because religion's dumb as shit. And you're like, dude, what about your globe has people who uniquely think they're speaking to God? Is that dumb as shit? Well, no.
Yeah,
that's not. That's not dumb. That's just normal. That's like cool. Wow, they're really cool that they were able to balance their religion and their science. But flat earthers, they're just dumb as shit anyway. Like, holy shit, dude. Can you make any level of coherent, logical comment that can apply to any side of an argument? It seems like if you didn't have a double standard, you'd have no standard whatsoever. At all. Like at all. Like completely bad. No one on the flat earth side is talking about, God told me the earth is flat. That's on the globe side, where people say, God told me the earth is a globe. William Duffy.
Yeah, can we get back to that where there was when you asked him to give the secular version of the globe, there was crickets? That's when you said globe.
I don't really know what that means. I'll be honest. I don't really know what that means. Can you enlighten me?
Well, the non-religious
that down to like you're talking to a 12-year-old.
The version of the globe that's not based in someone's religiosity.
It's just the globe, man. Like people who came up with the idea of the globe or found out the globe is a globe, whoever fucking started saying this, yeah, sure, he might have
religious
God,
people.
but that doesn't make. I don't really know what you're getting at about.
Well, you're the one who said you weren't involved in any sort of religion. You're in it. You were born into it.
Maybe we should just drop the whole religion aspect of it altogether. It doesn't change the fact what the surface we're standing on.
You brought it up, bro. Isn't a lot of people who are flat earthers religious? That was you.
That was.
Do you have amnesia?
Bringing up a mega church and this and that, and I didn't quite understand what you're talking about because I never saw these videos and this guy went to Antarctica and I didn't know he was from
it was a mega church
religion. I didn't
pastor
know
who
that.
took the infamous field trip to Antarctica, and they took their shirts off.
And that's awesome. That's cool. Good for them. I don't really care. I didn't watch it. I didn't know that was going on.
It's just a long line of religious zealots trying to save the globe. That's all.
Good for them, man. Fucking, I hope they find their peace anyway. Fucking.
Yeah, me too. But
fuck me, man. I wish I could just go on big trips to Antarctica, get paid for it. Fuck me.
It's not that big of a deal.
Oh no, I gotta work 12 hours a day.
Dude, what the fuck do you think you'll find in Antarctica that you can't find locally? Like,
did you just whine about having a job? Wild.
No, man. You got all these influencers and all these actors and all these fucking people who don't do fuck all, you know. And don't get me wrong, they don't do fuck all, but it's like,
what, you don't know how to start a YouTube channel? Wow, you are special.
Man, the working class gets fucking shit on in this world, whether it be flat or not, and it's an issue. Well, billionaires are running around avoiding taxes and fucking doing whatever the fuck they want.
Whiny-ass data complainers are like glass in your eardrums. Like, stop bitching, man. Every day above ground's a blessing.
And you're right, it is. And I usually don't bitch. You know, I actually got a pretty good job. I'm sure it's gruesome at times and it's grueling, but you know what? Yeah, I can make enough money to fucking support my family and do what I got to do.
Do you do your taxes? Do you cheat on them?
My taxes? No, man. I pay my taxes.
You cheat on them.
I think it's bullshit that the government takes fucking, a third to 2/3 of my fucking check.
Do you write stuff off when you do your taxes?
Do I write stuff off? No.
Yeah, if you're not itemizing, you're being a chump. It's a little extra work, but I'm telling you, once you learn, once you get the gist of it and how to itemize, I mean, you won't look back.
You should look into that.
How do you guys itemize?
I'm not going to give you a tax lesson, dipshit.
Just tell me you don't have every penny to your name in a bank account. That shit. Come on, man. Think.
You should just look into it.
I don't really know what you mean, man. You get paid and they pull your taxes off of that. You'll buy something from the store. Oh, you're paying taxes.
You don't have enough brain cells rolling around up in your head to paint a house for 10 grand on the side and not tell the government or do anything to make extra loot, or it's just 12 hours a day at my job. That's all I can do. Can't start a YouTube channel and share my hobby with the world or anything. Get some views and likes and clicks and maybe start making some passive income through YouTube. Can't do that. Everyone else does it, but I can't.
Make it sound so easy, dog.
One thing I would say, and we can go back to flat earth and stuff. It's interesting. I know what you mean. I used to think the same way until you actually learn the way the system really works, and you realize, those billionaires, they actually pay a shitload in taxes. They just don't pay the equivalence to what someone that makes a little bit of money in comparison to the percentage of money they make. We get it. They're not paying 35% in taxes like you do, if that's what you pay. I'm just throwing out an arbitrary number. But they still pay millions of dollars in taxes, but they just write off a lot of shit. And it's equivalent to if you were making X amount of dollars and you had to pay an X amount in taxes, but if you wrote shit off, and you would pay less in taxes. And most people do that. That's why when you itemize it and you go through it, you're like, okay, I could write this off, I could write that off. Like, I paid my registration this year, I'm going to write that off. Like, all that shit adds up to where you're not giving back as much money to the government as you would have. And the difference is those rich people, they know every fucking loophole. At least their lawyers do. At least their tax people do, right? Their accountants do. But they take advantage of the loop in this country. Don't complain about it. Just learn about it and then do it. That's why they're there, for you to be able to do those things. It's just knowledge of it. It's not, a lot of people don't know that. They don't write off their car registration every year when you could. Or get a business and then write off your car payment. Now it's just, you file UCC1, you go put everything under. Like, there's just a lot. But sitting back and just like, fuck those rich guys. And I'm like, yeah, I used to be that dude, so I get what you're saying. But now I'm older, and now I'm like, all right, back to Flutter.
You say I make it sound so easy, but you know what? Anything's difficult. You make it that way. First step is starting. Create a YouTube account. Start thinking of things to create for content. Start with a few subscribers and build from there on your free time, if you have any. Like an hour a week even. Come on, man. Don't make it difficult. It's pretty simple. Text right in front of you.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Like, to the point where there's YouTube channels I wouldn't think of subscribing. Kinds of, like just crap info. Why anyone would want to sub to that, I don't know. So if they can do it,
Yeah. Y'all got any kids? I got one on the way. First one, 23 years old, total accident.
Congratulations. I'm Rolling Stone. I could have several. I just don't know.
Yeah.
They're all country. Well, congrats on your kid, man. I have 5 of them myself. They're a blessing, and have fun, dude. They're a fucking roller coaster. I'll let you know.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know how the fuck I'm gonna do it. I'm sitting here drinking at fucking, what time is it? 10 to 10 in the fucking morning. Started at like 8. But then I look back and I see like people got fucking kids. We've been having kids forever.
Are you worried of like not being able to know what to do?
No, man, I grew up with kids. I think I have an understanding. It's a lot of fucking responsibility, man. I find it hard. I can't even fucking take care of myself, really.
Yeah. Well, I will say this. I don't know if you're religious or not, but believe it or not, dude, it'll just work, dude. Like stuff, things kick in. Like you won't even realize you even knew what to do or how to do it. You'll just do it. it's almost like a natural instinct. Shit will just jump in, and then, like I said, I don't know if you're religious or not. Like God will, like it's not about just you anymore. It's about that child, and like don't worry, don't stress. Like things will work out one way or another. Like, dude, I had 5. Like, I don't know how the fuck I got through life having 5, dude. But we had them. Like, we just kept having them. We were never God, and He always provided, dude. Like, good jobs, good money, good support. Like, people out of nowhere will be like, "Hey, what's your kid? Go have a nice." Like shit like that, dude. Like, just don't worry about it. Just fucking love that kid and treat it right.
That's right. That's really the only thing you can do. I haven't necessarily been fucking super concerned about the whole thing for the last 30 weeks. I think she's coming up 30 weeks here. So, I don't know. I don't know how this has anything to do with whether or not the Earth is flat or not, but yeah.
What are you going to teach your child?
I don't know. I don't know, man. I want to teach it to be fucking respectful and to be accepting and, you know.
Teach your child how to think. Maybe that.
Teach him to say, "I don't answer questions. I want my lawyer right now."
And fuck me, and that's a big concern for me too, because like I don't know fucking really anything, you know, and not just about all this fucking scientific shit and this and that, and it's like fuck, man. I don't know. Kind of crazy to think about. Like, fuck me. I think the world's going to shit. If I really want to bring a kid into that mess, but
well, I'll tell you what I told my son.
It's a scary fucking thought, really.
I'll tell you what I told my son, because he's all crap. But I told him, yeah, the world's shit. It's also what you make it. So it comes down to that too.
No, that's right. That's very true. 100%.
I remember being told from my mom when I was a kid, like, there's kids in Africa that play with sticks and they're happy. You have all these toys and you're unhappy? And I don't know why, bro, but that shit just stuck in my head even till this day. And I'm like, yep, my mom was right, dude. Like, it's what you fucking make out of it. Poor ass kids have nothing and they're fucking laughing it up, enjoying life. Like if they're fucking rich. And they are. They have life. You're fucking rich if you have life, dude.
But I'm full. I can't finish eating. There's kids starving in Africa. My stomach's only so big.
Right?
I've never liked that saying. Oh, they're starving kids now. They're starving kids in your community.
Yeah, from now until the end of times, there's going to be every day someone's going to say things are getting worse. Someone else is going to say things are getting better.
That's right.
They're starving kids in Africa.
That's true.
I'm not one of them.
So, I know this isn't necessarily a debate, more of a conversation, but this is how things should be handled. Whether you're talking about God and religion, flat Earth or globe. Shouldn't be fucking people yelling over each other, talking over each other.
Now you're going to tone police.
No, I'm not being...
In my perfect world, there would be no tone policing, so you just ruined my day. Things are getting worse.
I don't even really know what that means, man, to be honest with you.
Well, it's what you're doing.
That's funny.
What, setting the tone?
No, complaining about past tones when we're in a good tone.
Well, I wasn't necessarily complaining, but...
You're trying to make things better or worse?
I'm just saying what I think, man.
As am I.
There you go, and that's all we can do, really.
Except when you don't like the tone.
Yeah.
The tone is like this because people have concurrently stuck their head in the sand and dug their heels in, yet they keep coming back here to complain. If it's a new person with legitimate questions who are sincerely hoping to learn, the tone is just fine.
And like, I don't know what the count is now, but I pretty much swear on a Bible that over 1,000, like probably in the thousands of Globers that have left here saying, I'm going to go get proof of the curvature and come back. And they've never come back.
And well, I guess that kind of begs the question, did they sit there and search and find nothing? Or probably. Did they fucking come back and complain about it? No. Maybe
They end up in the same boat. They went to verify what they were told, like many of us here have, and they couldn't verify it for themselves, so they saw themselves in a conundrum. I guess it is flat. Oh my gosh, what do I do now? Go back and admit I was wrong, or just move on with my life? I guess I'll move on.
Well, I'm sure some out of 1,000 people, I can probably say that, yeah, I'm sure some of them came to that conclusion. And I'm sure some of them came to the conclusion that it just wasn't worth their time.
You can see how frustrating that is. Right? You can see how frustrating that is, aren't you? Like somebody says, I'm going to text you 100 times and they never text. You're still waiting for the text. Like nobody's come back here to admit they can't find curvature on their own. Like it's insane.
Well, I'll be the first to admit that. Then I've searched on the internet. Oh, fucking pictures of curvature of Earth, or how to measure the curvature of the Earth, or why does water fucking stay level, and blah 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 blah. Just sitting here, this is bullshit, right? I'm bored. I got nothing fucking better to do, And I can't come up with nothing that anybody wants to listen to, nothing that I'm smart enough to really explain enough about. I'm not gonna go out there and fucking measure it myself. Fuck no. Maybe that's because I don't care enough. Maybe it's because I'm fucking lazy. Who knows? But
why you don't have the
I'll be the first to admit that. I looked. I haven't come up with fucking nothing I can give you with confidence to fucking change all of your minds. So,
what are you talking about, dude?
I'm admitting I can't fucking
change our minds. We are the ones that changed our minds.
Yeah, belief is an obstacle to knowing. We know different. You can't make us believe in a spinning water ball again.
Yeah, do you not realize that we were once you, lost in the outer space narrative? Believing the pictures? Filling bathtubs and seeing water in its true state right in front of our eyes and not connecting the dots? Yeah, you're born into this thing. They have Slimy the Worm on Sesame Street. Peppa Pig's going to space. Her whole family's going to space 3 times a season.
Remember that on the Muppets? It was like Star Trek for kids. Eggs in. Hey.
Yeah. Captain Caveman came from space. Or thereabouts. I mean, Big Bird was supposed to go on the Challenger. IRL.
Dude, we had Superman time by flying around the globe, bro. Looked real as fuck when I was a kid.
Didn't he fly around and make it spin in the opposite direction? Like he went so fast. Holy shit!
Yeah, and he reversed time so that way she doesn't die.
I think the Flash even pulled off a similar stunt. If memory serves correct.
Yeah, dude, we had a lot of fucking indoctrinating and programming. We had Captain fucking Planet saving the Earth, right? Like fucking flying all over the place, and this is the planet, and this is the only home. Like, fuck, dude. They brainwashed the shit out of us as kids. And it's only gotten worse, because every fucking iPad and every fucking cell phone is like space, 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 just pumping into kids' fucking eyes, dude, and ears. Screensavers are all space. Movies are all space. Like, dude, it's fucking, they're relentless with it. They really need you to believe in that shit.
Even Alf.
Oh, yeah. Right? The whole fucking opening scene, right? It's him crashing on this planet.
Yeah, well, same with Mork and Mindy. They ripped Mork and Mindy's opening off.
Yep.
Isn't that wild? Lands in some innocent family's backyard, and they all keep their mouth shut, but no one can keep a secret.
Yeah, dude. We're filled with it, bro. Fucking the Land of the Lost. Fucking, you have reptile, lizard, fucking aliens walking around to these cavemen people. Like, it's all kinds of fucking indoctrinations, programming, brainwashing. Back when space was cool, like Star Wars, like, you know, you're like, yeah, you know, the galaxy, the Federation, so much fucking programming in that shit.
What year was that V series?
That was 1983.
Okay, I thought so, because I remembered being a kid.
I used to love that show, dude. I used to watch that show with my mom. That shit was so appealing to me. I was like, oh, that's awesome.
After Spider-Man, it'd be V.
They would like bite the head off that parakeet.
Or it'd be like Spider-Man, A-Team, then V.
I remember V. Reptilians, the original reptilians eating birds.
Yeah, the canaries out of the cage. Yeah, I was like, what the fuck?
The first time I saw, like, I think it was one of them got struck, and then like their face opened up, and then you see that they're a fucking reptile. Dude, as a child, I remember being
that was bad.
Oh my god! Like that was like, oh my god! Like that scared the fuck out of me, bro. Like even the concept of like something underneath your skin, like dude, that whole like I remember as a child, like whoa, that shit was crazy. Good time.
That's when TV was TV. You'd have Wonder Woman, and at night you have Johnny Carson.
Be the final confrontation.
They had a lot of shows and movies that used masks back in that day. You had V, where they would rip off the mask, see the lizard underneath. You had Mission Impossible with the masks, the original Mission Impossible, ripping them off. You had like Last Starfighter with the guy pulling the eyeballs out, and I think they cut that out of like the TV release version. I don't know if you remember that. If you saw Last Starfighter, the guy gets in the flying space car and the dude removes his eyeballs and has like glowing red lights behind them. Like there was a lot of this idea where they kept using Hollywood the mask prop.
The end of every Scooby-Doo cartoon had a mask pulled off
That's
someone.
Right. It was all about pulling masks off, mask off, mask off. Yep. Kind of bizarre.
Remember they did the movie Face Off with
Dude, that's right. I forgot about Face Off. Yeah.
Yeah. It's a little bit more complicated than just changing the skin on your face to make yourself look different. It's all the musculature and the skeleture underneath that makes you look like.
Yeah, no, we were just more or less pointing out the pre-programming of mask movies and shows.
Dude, nowadays those fucking masks are hyper realistic. Where I saw this one video where they show like next to the president was this person with the mask on, and they were like bragging about it. Like their masks were so good that the president didn't know that the mask was being used, and they show him like, I don't know, dude, like this shit's fucking wild, bro. Like how real they are now.
Yeah, how quick and cheap. Yo, there was a 1980s cartoon series called Mask. I used to have their toys.
I remember Mask, yeah.
Mask, yeah. There's like a purple semi-truck that launched a nuke out of it. There's like an F1 car that turned into a plane. And they had these helmets. That's about all I remember.
There was the movie The Mask with oh no, that was...
Hey, that counts. You know, and then you think about what is the mask, and like people who studied like the classics knew that in the Greek plays that they would wear masks, and the mask was called a persona, and the mask was shaped so that when they spoke, it would amplify their voice, and that's where you get persona from, because it means like through the sound, persona, and a person is somebody who wears a mask and can project something out into the world that is not true. Yeah, the ancient Greek masks had a speaking trumpet built right into what they wore, and that's where the word person comes from, persona. Crazy.
Yeah, you get V for Vendetta, where the guy wears a mask.
Oh man, just keeps going.
Batman wears a mask.
Yeah, man. Clark Kent with the glasses.
The gods wear masks. The gods wear masks.
We were all wearing masks there a little while ago.
Well, ninjas were really big in the late 80s, early 90s. They wore masks too.
Incorrect. You know why ninjas mask? Because you would know they were a ninja.
Dude, the ninja craze was awesome. I missed that. Like, what was that movie? American Ninja, not Warrior, but wasn't there like an American Ninja movie series about this dude who just went around beating the snot out of bad guys?
There were several, dude.
Michael Dudikoff.
Kung Fu was the best for that.
Fist of the North Star.
David Carradine.
Yeah, I liked watching Highlander back in the day.
Highlander was awesome.
And there was also a time when you had all these dojos popping up all over the place, and people without like any real credentials and bona fides calling themselves ninja masters and teaching people moves that could hurt themselves.
Yeah, that probably took off after the Karate Kid movies.
Wax on, wax off.
How did it get the masks? I was doing something else for a minute. What was
started with the V miniseries in which the reptilian aliens wore masks.
That's how I flat smack. I posted a GIF. That's how I flat smack in this.
Halloween is all about wearing masks. The day everything died.
Well, it started with V and how there's reptilians underneath and blah blah.
I don't know if this qualifies, but since we're here. Yeah, because I noticed in that list, Mask of Zorro, that's a piece of ribbon across his eyes. But in the movie Bottle Rocket, which was Wes Anderson's first movie, it doesn't begin, but one of the early scenes is they rob the bookstore and they all wear like Band-Aids or tape on their noses. And Owen Wilson gives it to him he goes, why are we wearing tape on our nose? And he says, exactly. So yeah, that's my
freaking the truth
thing from a mask. That is a mask, I guess.
Sorry, Denmark. The true story of Texas Chainsaw Massacre is just insane. Ugh.
Did you guys know that elite Freemasonry, one of the branches of it is called Martinism, and in Martinism they wear masks. And they have this whole thing about the mask. Just like you got the square and compass for the Masons, the Martinists have the mask and the cloak.
Do they say Martin up to each other a lot?
I don't know about that. But that's the porch class to the Illuminati is Martinism. It's also what Eyes Wide Shut was fashioned off of. The Martinists wearing masks and cloaks and getting together. Yeah, isn't that kind of weird? That kind of brings it to a freaky level, doesn't it? High-grade masonry is all about masks and cloaks. Martinism.
cloak and dagger.
Oh yeah, the dagger is the third tool, or the fourth. They have a bunch, so they call them working tools. Like in masonry, they've got the square and the compass, and they've got like plumb bobs and all these other things, right, from stone masonry. Martinists have the cloak, the alb, the rope that they tie around the waist, the mask, and a dagger.
That was a good action movie I watched recently. A lot of people don't like. They won't see the dark side of Freemasonry. A lot of people think it's all good in the hood. They don't see all the symbolism, and they don't know the deeper stories.
Yeah, like a lot of Masons are just regular dudes in the town. They go to church and then they go to their Masonic meetings with their boys to get away from the wives and have some beer.
And I'm certain there's plenty of them that aren't horrible individuals and do insanely horrible things, but to that point, that benefits the ones that are doing the bad stuff, right?
Yeah, like all of the philanthropic endeavors they do, which provides an air of legitimacy. I'm sure they are legitimate philanthropical endeavors.
Like the Shriners.
Yeah.
We're giving these kids these hospital treatments for free.
What it is a big recruiting pool for rubes.
I got a weird story about an old guy I know, and pertaining to the mask situation. If you want to hear it,
I would love to hear it.
all right. So, my father's best friend was this Associated Press reporter guy. He's not alive anymore, so I'm not doxing him. And he doesn't have any family that's alive anymore either, so I'm not doxing him. He was this, he worked for the Associated Press for years and years. And I would go to his house every Christmas and Thanksgiving. And I knew him my whole life growing up. Fascinating dude. He was the only Associated Press reporter that was allowed to go into the Vatican during the when they have to pick a new pope, and they like burn like something in a chimney to tell the townspeople if they picked a new pope or not. So he was heavily like him and a couple popes were real tight. Like
that's crazy, man. The holy smoke.
Yeah, I'll tell you the guy's name. You can look him up. It's a fascinating dude, man. His name is Hugh Mulligan. If you look him up, you'll see all the crazy, crazy shit he did. But anyway, so years later, after he's dead, I start looking into Freemasonry and Masonry and stuff, and now I'm getting weirded out because Hugh, in his house, he collected masks, right? So his living room the walls were just covered in all these masks from all the places he's been to. And he went to Antarctica. He was a Vietnam reporter. He did all this shit, and very, very, very Catholic. But also, not only did he collect masks, but in the bathroom, he had colognes from all over the world. So, and then I'm thinking about it, I'm going, that's two weird things to collect, right? Like, why would he collect colognes and masks? And it makes sense when you know the whole Freemasonry thing with, hiding your true identity. So yeah, he was a wild guy. I wish he was alive. He's the actual, and he had an incredibly bad stutter, like the worst stutter I ever heard on a human being ever. And he was the first reporter to interview the people when they came back from the moon, allegedly. Like before they went into that big program. Yeah, man. If you look him up, you'll be like, "Holy crap!" Yeah, he interviewed Salvador Dali in a diner, and Salvador Dali had like a bobcat or something with him, or a lynx. But yeah, wild stories he used to tell. Yeah.
I love his name alone. Hugh Mulligan. I love that name.
Yeah, Irish. Yeah, he's very, very Irish dude. He wrote a book about like Sherlock Holmes, and he wrote a bunch of books. I got a bunch of his books still. Been everywhere, gone nowhere.
I would think, incidentally, most of us have probably come across his work at one point in our lives. Like he sounds like one of those guys we've probably read articles that he's written.
Yeah, he retired in like the 80s, and he died of pancreatic cancer. But he studied like Latin. I think he was gonna become a priest or a pastor or something. But then the army thing, World War II happened, and he was like at the Battle of the Bulge and all sorts of crazy shit. Like his life is wild, man. If you look into him, you'll be like, holy shit. But he hung out with the Dalai Lama too, which is weird.
Probably like CIA ties.
Yeah, man. Yeah, there was something. Well, him and my father used to go to this news party, New York City, called the Inner Circle, and Inner Circle actually means I think it's Inner Circle means cult. I'm not sure, but yeah, it was a lot of weird stuff, man. It's weird looking back on my life, but yeah, that's the story of Hugh.
That reminds me, Martinism, high-grade masonry with all the masks, that's also the meeting place of masonry and Roman Catholicism. It used to be that you couldn't be a Martinist if you weren't a Freemason and practicing Roman Catholic at the same time. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. It's weird stuff, man. He was a wild dude.
Yeah, collecting masks and colognes. That's people are just wired a certain way, and you kind of fit an archetype of, I guess, of sorts. You put on cologne to cover up your smell. You put on a mask to cover up your face.
Yeah, perfumes and all that were the rage because back in the era there, you were lucky if you had 2 baths a year. So people used those little, they'd put cologne or perfume on those little handkerchiefs, and the women would sniff them to avoid all the body odor from everybody else.
What kind of bums me out is he was like a really good guy.
Yeah, that's on.
His wife was a great cook. Like it's real, like really like funny, smart dude, but like really involved in all of this, all the shenanigans of the world. So it's like I can't like say, oh yeah, he's evil, he's an evil man. No, I think he's just part of the, one of the ringleaders of the show,
Yeah, the world stage. What did they call Shakespeare's theater again?
The Globe.
The Globe Theater.
Y'all eat anything good for breakfast?
Does coffee count?
Sure does.
That was good. That's
Sausage and egg omelet.
Sausage and egg omelet. Nice. Just sausage and eggs, cheese in there.
Oh yeah, some cheese. I threw in a mix of Colby Jack, some mozzarella, cheddar,
Any veg? Any peppers, onions?
onions and garlic.
Nice. Sounds pretty fucking killer. How many eggs do you usually make? Like if you were gonna make an omelet, like 2, 3?
3, sometimes 4 if I'm hungry. Yeah.
Hey, there you go. Yeah, I find 3 eggs is a good fucking size omelet.
Yeah, 3's good. I didn't have any green peppers. I normally like a good bell pepper.
Fuck yeah, man. Something just to give it a little color, right? Little pop.
Yep.
Green onions work good for that too. A little sprinkle on top.
Oh yeah.
Fuck, now I'm hungry. My fucking
Some Frank's Red Hot.
Yo, quick question: red or black?
Always better than black.
All right, man. I'm fucking trusting you.
You talking about roulette?
Yeah, $44 on black. Because that's all I got left after betting on the ponies. Just hit red twice too. So you think, but it also did just hit green fucking twice in like 5 fucking spins. Oh, come on, baby. Come on, baby. Yeah, it was red. Oh, that sucks. Hopefully these fucking ponies pay out.
I got one time, like, I went to Vegas, decades ago, and it was like a roulette table, and I'm just walking by, and all of a sudden they have, like, the last number of, like, points, whatever they call it. Yeah, I can't remember. It's some term like that, spots or whatever. And it was like 20 times in a row. It was like red something. And I'm like, what the actual fuck? How could it be like 20 times in a row red? So I just like put down $20 on black, and it's like red. I'm like, what the? So how it's been, because they only show the last 20. So
Yeah.
I'm like, that's at least 21 reds in a row. I'm like, it could be more. I go, how is this possible? So I'm like, 40. He goes, oh, you can't do that. I go, I can't do what? I can't bet on, you can't just continuously double your money betting just black or white. You have to go, I'm sorry, I didn't know that was a rule. He's like, oh yeah, no problem. Well, people don't know that, but it's a rule that you just can't, just keep betting. And I'm like, okay, whatever, 20, black, and red. And I'm like, what the actual fuck? I'm like, oh, this is it. Okay, what if I go green, or something like that? No, I said something like, can I double now that I've lost twice? Can I go 40? He goes, yeah, you could do 40 now that you've done. So I'm like, 40, black. It was green. I'm like, I'm done. I just lost $80.
It was green. Holy fuck,
Yeah.
buddy! If you put $40 on green, that's 36-1.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, if I would have went, it's got to be something other, like. There's this dude on this server that's got a casino bot, and he can he's an admin, so he pulls $1 million out, just gives himself 1 million chips, and bets double zero. And then one time he hit it, it was like 36 million or whatever. He's like,
that's not real money though.
No, it's just for a joke, and took a screenshot of it, and Yeah, it was bound to happen sooner or later. It's like, have you done it 36 times? Because then he looked and he did it 50 times. So
well, there you go. And you didn't make fuck all, right? But it's all about getting lucky. And fuck, I was playing blackjack the other day, man, and I bet on the side bets because they're crazy odds. The 2 side bets, or whatever. The lowest is 5-1, and then 2-1. But the highest is 100-1, and then on this other side bet, the lowest is 90-1, and then the highest is 270-1. Anyways, I'm sitting there betting, and all of a sudden I hit trips, 3 10s, and that's fucking 90-1 on the one bet, and I think it was 40-1 on the other bet or something like that, and I'm fucking hell yeah, that's sweet. And I won I don't know, $1,200 or something. And then I fucking keep playing. And then all of a sudden it hits fucking trips again. Plus I doubled my bet, right? Because I'm betting more because I got more fucking funds to play with. And then I win fucking double that, $2,400. And then it hit trips again. And then this one time it hit fucking suited flush. Or no, that's wrong. A straight flush. And that pays one fucking 80-1. I had $25 on it. But fucking great. I racked up $9,000. And then fucking, it was almost 10. And I really wanted to get to 10 because that's a good number to cash out at. But no, I'd never seen nothing like that before in my fucking life, man. 4 fucking trips and 1 fucking straight flush in the matter of fucking 45 minutes. It's fucking insane.
Coming down here, probably 200, 250. And I'm like, yeah, it's
Why everybody silence?
Silence? Silence is fucking golden, man. Tape is silver. Alright, fuck, I'll throw another $100 down. Fuck it. Oh, fuck, that was so fucking close. Holy shit. Put all my money on fucking 22 black. All my leftover money, $6. And it hit fucking 9 red right beside.
He's a gambler. You know, 99% of gamblers quit right before their biggest win.
Don't fuck with him, dude. Come on.
My son said that to me earlier.
Especially when you say 99%, you know, like you're one bet away from like nailing the jackpot. The house always wins. That's what you just gotta remember. The house always wins. You ever do sports bets?
Oh shit. Okay, sorry, I was muted. No, I like to fucking bet on the craziest parlays you know, like you can. Like, you know, football Sunday, I'll probably toss $20 down on just 13 different fucking games, and the payout would be like $80,000 or something.
Yeah, I have a friend of mine that's really into sports betting and fantasy, like fantasy football.
Oh yeah.
She's like always talking about it. Like always. Let's like, if I get this quarterback or that guy's injured and this blah, blah. I'm like, okay, I hardly give a fuck about sports ball to begin with, and now you start talking about fantasy sports ball. Yeah, I don't care. It's like, it doesn't sound even remotely. So you got a quarterback from this team and a defense player from that team, and you got a wide receiver from that team, the running back from over there, and you try to get the most points per week.
Yeah, I've never been a part of a fantasy league, and I've never really understood it. I guess I've just never sat down and took the time to learn about it. I don't know enough about fucking football myself or any fucking sport really to, you know, sit there and toss big money at it and make decisions on who to pick and this and that. So I don't really know nothing about that.
The only thing I get involved with is that the college basketball thing. I can't draw. I'm drawing a blank. What it's called right now? Like March Madness. Is that what? Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Where you pick the all the playoffs for college football. You try to pick what the bracket will look like at the very end, and whoever's got the most right.
Yo, there you go, man. You know, and I just pick the fucking craziest odds is what I do, to be honest with you. What I do with the ponies, that's what I do with, you know, lots of shit. Like, holy fuck, you know. 100 to 1 odds? Hell yeah. I'll toss down fucking $5.
So you should bet on flat Earth, huh?
I don't know if you can bet on flat Earth. But you know what? I bet you the odds of that would be fucking wild. I'd probably toss $10 down.
I mean, think about it this way: where the Apollo program and now the Artemis program. What's the chances it will never get off the ground?
Oh, I don't know. I'm sure you can bet on that, though. I'm sure there's some crazy fucking website out there or some crazy fucking book you use. Like, yeah. I bet.
Yeah, I heard about this when Al Gore, like there's celebrity betting, like what's the next celebrity to get a DWI or whatever, something crazy celebrity news, and one of them was which celebrity will get arrested for a felony, and some person bet like $1,000 for Al Gore, and yeah, it was funny too because like Al Gore's kid is also named Al Gore, like Al Gore Jr. And he got arrested for some sort of like meth fueled like liquor store robbery or something. So the person said, "Hey, you gotta pay up. That's like I bet $1,000, and it was like, whatever 1,000 to 1. So whatever pay up. That's like $100,000."
Yeah.
And they're like, "Well, no, no, you're not. We're not going to pay that. You said you bet on Al Gore." He's like, "Yeah, Al Gore." Well, no, Al Gore, not Al Gore. And it's like, nope, Al Gore. Well, that Al Gore is just Al Gore, not Al Gore. And then the dude was like, no, Al Gore. And he said, well, that's not a celebrity. You're like, well, yeah, Al Gore is still a celebrity. It's not Al Gore, but it's Al Gore. And they went to court, and the court was like, by the terms of the bet, that it's Al Gore and it's a celebrity, and he got arrested for a felony. Pay the fuck up. And then they decided to like settle and give him like $50,000 or something.
That's bullshit. He should have got the whole fucking bet.
Yeah, I might have to look it up because I don't remember the exact details. Let's see if it's even you can find the story anymore.
Yeah, the problem with the betting on the Artemis thing though is during the last Artemis launch, one of their previous space astronauts said she couldn't tell the difference between their simulation training and being in space. So who's going to settle the bet?
I don't really know, to be honest.
Oh, it'd be what the news would tell you.
Like if it's
the TV.
Yeah, that's how you would. That's
like,
how
could they
would.
fake it? That would be one. Yeah, here I posted the article.
Yes, Krim,
Yeah,
let's
so
fight, brother.
14 to 1. So I posted the article there from, was it The Guardian? There's a
So do you think the world's flat or round? Anybody here?
Yeah, I think you need to look up those two words. You're deeply confused about what those two words mean.
Oh, shut up, you tart.
Insta spiral.
Can I ask a question, guys?
First Insta spiral of the day. Excellent.
Yeah. It's like they don't know
Check that
the
off
definition of
the list.
Like, what does round mean? What does flat mean? Yeah, who's the other guy? Dritz? Yeah, that's why we're here. Flat Earth AMA, or make a claim if you want to debate. Ask me anything.
Can I ask a quick question, guys?
Yes, that's why we're here. We're here to field questions. Or if you want to debate,
it's not. I'm not going to lie to you. It's not really to do with the thing, but is this live on YouTube?
Yes, it is live on YouTube.
Okay.
And
what's the channel?
It's right. There's two different channels right now. Click on either bot. It'll link to the YouTube channel.
Yep. Okay, got you. Looking now.
5.
Oh shit! Damn, bitch!
Sorry for yelling. My bad. I just hit trips. I only had $5 bet on it though. That's fucking 90 to 1. It's like fucking whatever. 400.
How many viewers do we have right now?
I don't know. Not looking. But there's also they restream it on I think Rumble and Twitch.
Oh, do they?
Yeah. So there's
someone could be listening to this from 100 years from now.
All right, baby.
Yeah.
The reason why we stream it is that you'll get globalists come in here saying the dumbest shit you'll ever hear. Like, hey, is it round? And you're like, well, dude, look up that word.
Yeah.
And then you finally break through and you get them to figure out that round.
Yeah.
And then they say then they'll be like, oh, I never said that. And I go, you didn't. You didn't just call round. You didn't call the Earth a round. And they're like, no, I never said that. And you play back the clip of the words coming out of their mouth.
Yeah. It's crazy, man.
It's also to keep them honest, too, because you'll get people come in here.
Oh, yeah.
We said all kinds of crazy shit. They'd be like, they're talking, conspiracy theories or whatever. They'll follow fake reports, fake. So we go, yeah, here it is. We live streamed the whole thing. Give me a timestamp where this occurred.
Keep it close.
Big one.
Just turn the lights on.
Holy fuck.
There, Alexa. Alexa, you bitch.
Hey, don't call them that, man. They'll fucking, when they turn to robots, they'll fucking kill you. When they take over. Yeah. Queen. Yeah.
Oh.
Shit.
If you come back from this. That's still. Never mind. Million dollars. Season's coming down.
Shit. Oh, shit.
Oh, we're back. Alexa, Fucking hate it.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, the bell notification icon, and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member. Keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live. And there's also a Ko-fi, Patreon, crypto, and thanks button in the info box below the video. Just importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel. So please share the show on Facebook and X. We are joined by Neil, Sensual Goat, Refracted Curvature, and a whole bunch of people in the Politics Flat Earth Debate Discord server. So welcome one and all.
How are you?
Yeah, I'm good.
Welcome.
Indeed, welcome one and all. I've given my little preamble while we were in the pre-show after swearing and shouting at a Globe believer for being a numpty idiot. Pretender clown. You can enjoy that if you remember after the fact. In the meantime, we're in the politics server so we can spread the good word of Earth being measured flat. With that in mind, I do have a housekeeping question to ask. Is there any evidence you can acquire an elevation angle measurement from a curved baseline?
Negative.
Elevation angle requires a plane of reference. The plane of reference must be parallel with the surface of Earth.
Yeah, otherwise it wouldn't be an angle.
Oh, that leaves us in good standing. Pretty much it in terms of housekeeping question. I wanted to ask the one. We were discussing the notion of Earth being measured flat, as I say, in the pre-show. Possibly the only discussion that will take place here today, based on what AJ told us just before we went live. There's not a number of Globe participants in the Politics Discord server today. Stark change from when we first joined about 12 months ago. We were being told that there's a force to be reckoned with, a Globe Force 6. Now they've retreated into obscurity, and we're here with absolutely zero participation from anybody who's not a pretender clown from the Globe side of this discussion, which is a bit of a pity. I've got a continuation video if it does go completely silent. Go ahead, whoever that was.
Why don't you ask the latest housekeeping question? I've been waiting for that one because I think that one's really good.
Evidence you can have pitch data on a globe.
I have Pure and Simple in the chat who would like your confirmation, Nathan, that you would like a debate. Pure and Simple, his name is.
Hello, Nathan.
Yeah, absolutely. Hello.
Hello. So, just to get this straight, would you like to debate the shape of the Earth either alone or at most with 3 or 2 other flat earthers in the same VC? And I record this for YouTube.
I broadcast this for YouTube. We are live now to an audience already.
Oh, hello.
What was your evidence for a globe? Feel free to offer it.
What, so we're doing this right now?
What's your
I can do it right now. I can moderate for you, but Pure and Simple, just be aware if there's any speaking over or anything like that, we'll be muting. But yeah, go right ahead. Present your evidence, please.
Got it. Hold on. Are you okay if I record as well, or is that a problem?
It's a problem.
Well, in that case, I was hoping I could record it.
What you could do is you could actually go to Nathan Oakley 1980's YouTube channel, and you could then link it to your channel with the debate.
You know what?
Wait. The logistics of what we're doing here, sir. You've just joined a random room and you want to record it. The answer's no. If you want to record rooms that you establish over a long period of time, and great, if you get the connections that I've got to be able to do this, then wonderful. Answer's no, second time. What's your evidence for a globe so we could have the debate you wanted? That we are definitely doing, to answer your first question, yes, we are doing this. It's the 4th time I've asked you for your evidence for a globe, and all we've done is discuss whether or not you'll get to record my show. No. What's your globe evidence?
I'm not saying to record your show. I'm asking for a debate.
Can we remove this guy from this discussion? Should we remove you?
Yes,
you need to be asked again for your 5th edition of the question to start the debate going. Did you want to continue to discuss whether or not you'll get to record my show on broadcasting live? I need to tell you a 3rd time the answer's no. Or are you going to present some globe evidence, or are you going to be removed for not participating in the debate you suggested you want to have? If you want to have a debate,
Why so aggressive?
Certainly don't offer some belligerent response in the middle of me talking. I'll get me calling you a wanker for talking straight through the middle of telling you off. Because I've had 6 attempts to get some globe evidence from you, sir. Doesn't seem like you want a debate in spite of you asking about the logistics of recording the debate you're not having. I'm broadcasting it live. Give us your globe evidence or sod off.
Why so aggressive?
Get rid of him. This guy's a dickhead. I'll offer some evidence for Earth being flat, because this dickhead didn't want to take the 7th opportunity. He wanted to discuss something else about the formatting and my attitude. Meanwhile, Earth's measured flat, dickhead. Your globe belief that you were going to debate for would have been based on the measurements of a flat Earth to create the fantasy ball you thought you were living on, and in 7 attempts didn't offer any evidence for. Meanwhile, we've charted, mapped, navigated, sailed upon, flown across, built upon Earth as a flat plane. It's a prerequisite for your globe belief. That's my evidence in this debate. Just to add one final point, it's not a debate, it's a fact. Earth's measured flat. That's what I've got to offer, son. You can check it out live on my channel. It's called Nathan Oakley 1980. If you want to see that which you didn't have the wherewithal to sort out before you got here, your recording and broadcasting that I am doing. Yeah, you can check out you not offering Jack in 7 attempts and me telling you Earth's measured flat. There's no debate here. Hope that's clear.
And before I unmute you, Pure and Simple, all we need you to do is present your evidence. We didn't need to speak about Nathan's attitude, etc.
No, that chance.
We're here to debate, dudes.
No. He doesn't have to present his evidence. I gave him 7 opportunities. Now he has to respond to what I've told him. That's Earth's measured flat. He can respond to that. Gave him 7 opportunities to offer globe evidence, and he talked about the recording he isn't doing.
Cool.
Fuck with me. I'm recording it right now.
Well, then I'll just
was
have
that
to
your
pop you on
response to me
mute.
telling you the Earth was flat, sir? Hello, pure, simple. You're in a debate with me. I've told you Earth's
Server
measured flat.
muted him, Nathan, because his response was that he's recording right now. So he's been asked not to record by yourself. So I figured at that point I was going to exclude him from the conversation.
Let me
But
get
if
it
you want to
straight.
continue.
In defiance and belligerence of me telling him no, he's going to literally take the money out of my pocket. I broadcast so I can feed my family, you stupid boy. And when I tell you no, you're not going to take the money out of my mouth by broadcasting that which I have made a living, creating this environment to be in, broadcasting it. You've just decided you're going to record here, in spite of me telling you 3 times no. Oh, what a wanker. Wanker. You can watch yourself being called a wanker and a belligerent little twat on Nathan Oakley 1980, where this is live. Massive shout out to all of you in the live stream chat. Good to have you all. Thank you very much. Please share the show. Next.
Well, now, the information that you just gave out to him will not be heard in his recording. It will be a discussion on how upset you are instead of dealing with any of the statements you made.
Who cares? I got nothing.
Well, I'm sure that any of the audience
how
members...
I am my living broadcasting this stuff, building up relationships with the politics server so I can be here and get away with swearing and shouting at their guests. I'm so sorry. I have got toothache. I tried to justify it.
I'm pretty sure that the audience members can hear just what occurred, yeah? Because I offered him a solution to his recording, which was to put a link out onto his page stating that I'm debating Nathan Oakley. Here is the link to the debate on Nathan Oakley 1980's channel, yeah? But instead, we don't get any evidence and no rebuttals.
A shame.
I think when you took him off mute, well, I think when you took him off mute, you caught him telling somebody that he was recording right now.
No, that was his response when we opened up the mic. That was his first response, yeah? Well, I'm recording right now.
Pure belligerence. You go to a rock concert, you watch Michael Jackson, and they go, no recording. You go, I'm recording anyway. Oh, that's one way to get you thrown out by a bouncer.
Well, the thing is, it's not about the debate for them. It's about the appearance that there is a debate, right? They need it to be controversial, measurements. But then they'll turn around and use those measurements to try to prove a globe with it. It's ridiculous.
Nate,
Is there anybody on the globe side? Oh, sorry, go ahead, AJ.
I think Nate was jumping in before, unless you were just hot micing, Nate. But
might be just hot micing. I have nothing to add.
Fair enough, you're just hot micing.
Thank God.
Yes, you were just hot micing, mate. Hey.
Yeah, what's up?
You're just hot micing.
I was, I muted my mic on my headset.
Muting the server. Right, we might respond to a video as there's very little going on. After 12 minutes of being in politics. Ed.
We do have someone new in here. We have Art. Art, welcome to the channel. What brings you to the show tonight? 24/7 Discord and the Nathan Oakley Flat Earth debate. Hello, Art. New VX. I can't say it.
Art New Hoax, is it?
New Hoax. We're going nowhere.
That's okay. I've planned for this eventuality, AJ. I do have a video that we were covering yesterday. And being as we've got a whole room full of people hearing us chit-chatting about a video that we're responding to, will invariably generate a response from people who are sat on the sidelines, potentially wanting to put their 2 penny within. Maybe not, we'll see. Ultimately, I have got a backup plan if we end up sitting in a lot of dead air, because there's a lot of fearful globe believers that don't necessarily want to get into the wrangle-dangle, and who could blame them?
Silence is deafening.
I'm kind of disappointed because I know that there is no debate. But like I was hoping the guy would at least yield and try to come up with some globe proof. What a disappointment.
Well, that was why I asked him, because I knew there was no rebuttal to what Nathan said, so I just wanted to try and get something from him.
What are you going to rebut? That we utilize the plaintiff reference on advocate. There's nothing to rebut.
I think we just totally threw him off when he said we could debate right now. I don't think he was ready for that.
Oh, he was offering it out in the chat.
Again, AJ? Sorry, Sensual.
Oh, I was just reading the chat. He was offering in the chat, yeah. So I thought, oh, let's read it out and get him up here.
It's like, want to have a gun battle? Okay. Pull your gun out and they go, whoa, 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 whoa. We need to fill out forms. We need to go and we have dinner together. You're like, what? I've got my gun. Asking for a gunfight, right?
Well, I kind of need you all to bring the gun, and could you fill out this form so that I can use your gun to have the gunfight with you?
I set up my own cameras and lighting and special effects and blue screens. I was hoping to record this gunfight. Oh, really? Well, we're already doing all of those things. Where's your gun? Well, I need to also set up those things. We're already recording second times a chat. That's where we go with these idiot globe believers who have nothing at all to offer. Alleviate the pain and for some relief to the audience that might be watching on their side. The globe believing numpties that might be tuning in. This is what you're going to give them. I thought I was going to get to record this random stream that I don't own and have no association with any of the owners and haven't built a relationship with. You thought you could record it, did you, dickhead? All right, well, that makes you very stupid, doesn't it? Maybe go and build a relationship with a different server and arrange a time to come in weekly like I've done. And you won't get a no for an answer while somebody's already broadcasting live. What an idiot. That's the assumptive globe-believing dickhead entitled asshole for you. I can just record anyway and will. No, you'll get your ass kicked out by a bouncer.
Yeah, you got a 3-day ban.
That's what you get. That's what you get in Globe Believers. If you're watching, 6 people tuned in. Please share the show if you've not done so already. 58 people watching. Going up slowly. In case you are unaware, we're in politics today if you're watching me live on YouTube. And will be had by all. There is a link to join if you want to join the politics server. Stick a link in the live stream chat and you can be one of the participants if you happen to be a Globe Believer and feel you can do better than the already in existence participants of this particular server. Then feel free to click the link that goes by in the live stream and join the politics server, which is a great server. Still join anyway, it's great. Very hospitable to me, even when I'm in a bad mood and swearing at people. Thank you again, by the way. Check it out if you're in my membership. Go
back.
Again?
We have a troll that keeps popping in and spurging out. He's, I'm hoping he'll stay, but he just comes in, says something stupid, and then leaves.
No fun, you got to do it. Kids say.
I run into the same problems with my 2-year-old.
Yeah, problem is, I think this is adults, yeah? Globers.
Makes you regressed in it to the point where you were first told the lie about being on a ball. Might be you remembering it being dangling above your crib for all I know, but you regressed to that stage when you first got exposed to this nonsense. Behave like that. person at that age.
The modern ding dong ditch. The modern ding dong ditch. Yeah.
Again, Duncan, one more time. Sorry.
Sorry, just the modern ding dong ditch now. They just pop in and run away.
I was thinking the same thing, but what I was going to talk about was lighting poos on fire, and I thought it wouldn't be appropriate. But I'm glad you got there first with something more tame.
Well, to be fair, it is kind of intimidating to go up against you guys.
Oh, were you here earlier while I was getting angry, Matthew? Is that what you're inferring?
No, I was saying it's intimidating.
That Mr. Learns.
I just want to establish if he's being sarcastic or not. I don't know Matthew well enough to know his tone. Was that sarcastic, or are you being sincere?
No, I'm being sincere. It's like if you're in a room full of people with whom you disagree, it's a intimidating thing. So I understand, but that doesn't mean you have to do this ding dong ditch thing. So I agree.
Oh, now I understand what you mean. Yeah, rather than maybe taking the step into the unknown, which is terrifying. Ding dong ditch, as we're calling it, is softer way of maybe relieving the tension. Okay, fair enough.
It must be devastating though, because the guy earlier studied time dilation for 7 years, so he wasted 7 years of his life.
I think he did.
I want to.
Just making that up.
I was going to ask Matthew a question about measurements. You there, Matthew?
Yeah, sure.
If I measure a 2x4, 12 inches long, does it make sense for me to calculate the spherical value of that 2x4?
No. Because 2x4s are generally rectangular or box shaped.
Okay. Done.
Morning, people.
Morning.
QE in yet?
He doesn't typically arrive till after this show will be finished in politics, or right about the time we're finishing. Go ahead, whoever that was from Discord.
That was our ding dong ditcher again.
Yeah, he came back for 2 seconds.
Perfect timing.
Yeah, this topic does. It's closely tied to the idea of object permanency. Once you have it firmly established within your mind that it is a globe, that's a shape that you're not going to let go of. Not easily.
Object permanency, that's something, again, you'd be regressing to, because you learn object permanency at about like age 2 or 3, don't you? Or even earlier.
As demonstrated by the maturity level.
Oh, yes. Okay, now I'm a bit slow on the uptake. Yes, okay. Obviously now. I didn't realise that connection. Yeah.
Yeah, I get it. But once you come to an understanding, the evidence is out there, it's measured flat, it always has been. You can't stay there declaring that you're on a ball. It makes no sense.
You could reasonably suggest that you're in a ball once you know it's measured flat. You can still describe heliocentrism like on screen now, right? From within the ball, you're put in motion around the sun, described from the centre thereof. You could, after the fact, reasonably justify that you think, no, I work from within the ball in the heliocentric paradigm. Like, okay, no, you're not in the ball though, right? At which point you've got the choice. You can either say yes, which is stupid, or no, which kind of recognises your own belief in the ball when you say no. But again, for me, I don't care about the person that has to do that. It's like, you can believe whatever the hell you like. You want to tell me that your belief is based on the ball, and I know that it's not. It's, heliocentric from within the ball, which you aren't standing. Then, you can either accept or deny that, can't you?
Mr. Learns, do you believe or do you know that Earth is spherical?
I would say both. I believe the Earth is spherical, and I would say I know it because I think it's a justified true belief. I know that's not everybody's definition of knowledge, but that goes back to the definition of what is belief versus what is knowledge. So I'm comfortable saying I believe it.
It's true because it's a justified belief. Therefore, it's true.
I would say something more like an inference to the best explanation is a good argument. Like it's a good explanation for certain phenomena.
I'm really confused. Is that a no? Then you don't know it's true.
I don't know it's true to the same extent of knowledge that I think that you're meaning. So I would say I believe it.
Fair enough. You know it's flat?
No.
That's how it's measured.
Wow.
Yeah, there are some explanations that suggest that it's flat, and there are some explanations that I think are better explained by the heliocentric
explanation.
No. Yeah, I was going to say, no explanations, measurements. Oh, hold on, just 1 second. I just want to chat, super chat. I'm sorry, got to pay the bills, Matthew. Shout out to Chowing Cat, thank you for the super chat. If you declare with your mouth, quote, Jesus is Lord, end quote, and believe in your heart that God raised from the dead, you will be saved. Romans 10:9. Well, thank you very much for the super chat, Chowing Cat. Really appreciate the support.
Amen. I believe
Raised him from the dead. You left out him.
My bad.
Yeah, you don't.
Hi, John.
I was going to say, you don't give explanations for measurement. That doesn't make sense.
Right. I would say that inference to the best explanation is an argument for the truth of the heliocentric model. It's not. I wouldn't call it a proof, obviously, because it's not deductive reasoning. It's more like abductive reasoning.
No, sure, we got that with your justified belief and all that. But we're on to a different subject now. And my question was, do you know it's flat?
No, I don't.
You're unaware that it's measured flat?
I'm aware that it's measured flat, but I don't know that it's actually flat. That's the way I'd put it.
You're aware that it's measured flat, unaware that it's flat, in spite of it being measured flat. That makes no sense to me.
Yeah, I think that some the direct measurements of the curvature of the Earth don't exist, but the lack of those direct measurements, I don't think, are enough to say that it's therefore actually flat.
No, but I'm not referring to the John. I'm not referring to the lack of measurements of a globe Earth. I'm referring to the actual measurements of the flat surface we dwell atop and measure, as opposed to explanations or lack of measurements on a globe. I'll just ask again, are you unaware Earth is measured flat?
I am aware that the Earth is measured flat. You're talking about laser tests over long distances and that kind of thing, I assume.
Didn't mention anything specifically, whatever you like. I mean, in all examples, a useful, utilizable Earth will be measured flat, and it always was. I don't care what example you use, but if you're unaware of that, it sounds like you're aware of it. Then when I say, well, why would you justify your awareness of the measurements of Earth as a flat plane, then say, I know there's no globe measurements, but that doesn't mean it isn't a globe, as your explanation for why you wouldn't just know it's flat because it's measured that way.
Yeah, you're right. I am aware of the measurements, but I say that due to other reasons, like I mentioned before, I still don't buy it that it's actually flat. I think there's enough evidence that the heliocentric model is correct. Enough explanations, which aren't measurements.
So, like John's 2x4, do you want to ask the question about Earth with the same intonation as the 2x4 that you asked originally about?
Would it make sense, something that you consistently and constantly measure flat, calculate a radius for it?
No, that would not make sense generally with just that information, unless you have other reasons for thinking that there is radius.
If you're measuring it flat, what possible reason could you have to think other than what you've just measured is true? Why would you think anything else?
other arguments, other reasons.
No, just trying in terms of the measurements specifically, though. Once you've got a measurement,
no,
they're not good. A measurement's not good enough. You need to move to arguments after measurements. Why?
Right. Because just measurements by themselves don't always give you the complete picture, and so sometimes arguments can contradict those.
Okay. What arguments do you have to contradict the flat Earth measurements we have then?
Inference to the best explanation, like I mentioned before. I think that explanations for the phenomena are more successful assuming the globe than assuming that the surface of Earth is not curved.
Didn't follow that.
2 days ago,
just 1 sec.
Nathan.
Hold on 1 sec. What's your objection, John? You said no in the middle of him, which is a bit rude, but go ahead.
Sorry, you're trying to give explanations. Measurement. It's what exists. What are you talking about explanations for? We can get into explanations later, but what exists? What are you talking about explanations now? That doesn't make sense.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was just trying to answer Nathan's question. He said, hey, if the measurements show it's flat, then why on earth would you ever think that it's not flat? And my answer was because there are explanations and arguments for the heliocentric model. And so that's why. Maybe an analogy.
Stop giving him a model.
Stop interrupting him.
Yeah, sorry. I was just going to say an analogy might be something like if I look and I don't see any radio waves, I might initially think, I haven't measured any radio waves, but visually by looking at them. But I'm open to explanations that radio waves are invisible in the visible spectrum, and there's other arguments for the existence of Wi-Fi.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, if you say you can't see it, then if you went to the extent of measuring that they were there, that would be moving on a step to confirm that which you didn't know was true until you took measurements of it, correct?
Right, that'd be a good way to put it, yeah.
Okay, so if we're talking about Earth and we take measurements of it and it's flat...
Yes.
That would work beyond the inference that you were taking that seems to contradict those measurements. So, to affirm radio waves, we take measurements, then we know. We measured it. With Earth, we take measurements, then we know. For arguments, we've got the measurements then, right? Flat.
So I would say similarly, like if we take measurements and it seems to be flat, but then we have good arguments for the surface being spherical, then we might look to other kinds of measurements and see if we can figure out some way of determining if it is spherical. And I think there are some, like photographs from space, eyewitness testimony. You can do calculations like Eratosthenes with sticks and shadows to figure out the height and see if it all kind of works. And I think it does.
So if we start with the last one you gave, Eratosthenes, he's taking angular measurements off a flat plane also, though, isn't he?
Yes.
So in order to suggest that we're not on a flat plane, we're going to go to Eratosthenes' measurements of a flat plane. Correct?
Oh, I don't think Eratosthenes proves that the Earth is a globe because it's consistent with being flat.
That's not what I asked. That's not what I asked. That based on what you've just told me, measure Earth flat, you accept that. There's arguments, okay, we can go to suggest otherwise. And you gave off a list. One of them was Eratosthenes. And I say, well, he's measuring Earth flat with elevation angles, sticks and shadows, that's elevation angles.
Right.
For flat plane. Say yes. There's a long pause. And I summarise. So to disprove the measurements of Earth that's flat, that you accept and understand, we're going to go to Eratosthenes, also measuring Earth flat. Correct. Just need you to say yes.
Yeah,
measurements.
I see what you mean.
Flat Earth we're measuring, correct. That's all I need.
Yeah, I guess I should have said Eratosthenes calculated the circumference. His actual measurements are consistent with, it being flat.
See, so we take an Earth that's measured flat, and to debunk its flatness, we go to another flat Earth measurement that uses flat Earth measurements to calculate sphericity after flat Earth measurements. Debunk the flat Earth measurements we originally took by inference of the second flat Earth measurement that is then extrapolated out into a ball. It's kind of crap. We've got 2 flat Earth measurements so far, though, haven't we? Why wouldn't we just accept that Earth is flat based on the 2 measurements you've now given us of a flat Earth? Why would we move further than the measurements? I don't understand.
Because of the strong arguments given by the inference to the best explanation.
What are they? Okay, we've dealt with the one. It was a flat Earth measurement. What else we got? Pictures from space.
Yeah.
Not
pictures from space. Observations.
That's okay. Observations from space. What observations from space have you made?
I haven't made any.
Nathan, may I tell you something?
No worries. Maybe we're talking at cross purposes. I misunderstood what you meant in that regard. What are we talking about then? Where is this space that you talk of?
Sorry, I wasn't talking about space. I was talking about the looking into space. For example, the constant size of the full moon that's visible for throughout most of the Earth throughout the night of a full moon. The explanation for why it's a constant angular size, the explanation of a globe, is more successful and better explanation than any other explanation that I know of.
Why, at this point, you've given me no justifiable reason to beg the question of a globe to use it as an explanation for something that isn't the ground. I mean, the moon's fascinating and beautiful. Does this have a practical application with respect to the ground?
Yes, just the idea that assumption leads to a good explanation, a better explanation than any other assumption. So that would lead one to say that.
You just repeated yourself. I heard it first time. I said you've given me no myself because you've done it. That doesn't give me a justifiable reason to beg the question of a model, according to you, has inferred sphericity based on flat Earth measurements. Aristophanes, I'm not going to take a sphere that's created using flat Earth angle measurements, beg the question that a model of a sphere made with flat Earth angle measurements that you've given me would be a reason to beg the question and suggest that is a better way of describing the ground. Does this have a practical application with regard to the ground or not? What's the practical purpose of doing this?
Actually, you globetard, I will let you know that if you do your research...
Shut that man up, please.
Hey.
What was the practical purpose of doing this exactly?
Yeah, I understand your question. I'm saying that begging the question and assuming the globe leads to a good explanation, and that in and of itself is a good reason.
Matthew, twice. I've overcome this. Twice. I need to do it a third time. I'm interrupting justifiably because you want to do it a 4th, 5th time. You've given me no justifiable reason to beg the question with you, sir. In fact, the justified reason you gave me was Aristophanes' calculations based on flat Earth measurements. I'm not going to assume the surface is curving based on these measurements of a flat surface. Okay? No, I'm not going to just assume, by way of pure fiat, the begging the question fallacy you're employing, with you giving me a 4th or a 5th time. So, notwithstanding that I'm not going to allow this begging the question of a model that better explains the flat ground we've measured twice as being curved, and that curve comes from an extrapolation of a flat Earth measurement you've given me in the form of Aristophanes. Is there anything else? And I've asked twice and I'm not getting an answer. Is there a practical application to looking at the moon with regards to the surface? A practical application? And I assume the answer is no.
Yes, the answer is no, because if you...
Thank you. I'll just take it from here, Matthew. Thank you so much for this totally useless, non-practically applied example that begs the question of a sphere measured with flat Earth angles. Thank you. I'll take it from here. We do practically apply measurements of the moon, though, don't we? We can use it in navigation, can't we?
Yes.
Is measuring a flat Earth being a prerequisite with this moon, correct?
I don't think so, no.
You don't think we can measure elevation angles to the moon?
I don't think we have to use elevation angles for...
You don't think we measure, because we do this in navigation, Matthew. Your denial of it is irrelevant of what we factually do in navigation. So I'll just ask a third time. Do you deny the factually accurate statement of truth that we do measure elevation angles to the moon?
We do.
Are you denying this fact?
No, we do.
We do measure elevation angles with respect to a flat plane to utilise the moon in a practical way then, sir?
That's right.
Yes. Yes, we do, don't we? So that's 3 flat Earth measurements so far. and 0 globe measurements. I mean, we kind of tried, you, not me, to allude to a calculation being actually exposed as a flat Earth measurement by me. One that knows Earth's measured flat. Like you do too, don't you? Just deny it based on inference that actually uses flat Earth measurements also, and then tells me that we should justify begging the question with no reason to do so. These models don't explain the angles that we measure. Can't get angles from curved surfaces. And we practically apply, beyond your non-practically applied use of deciding our models explain things that lights in the sky do, with no practical purpose of doing so. We can save our lives at sea by measuring a flat Earth with respect to these lights in the sky. That's something we can do and do and have done and always will do on a flat Earth. It's the only way it can be done. That's how it is done. You understand this. Earth is measured flat. These are facts. They're not debating points. This is indisputable. That's why Matthew has to accept it immediately. That's the end of the discussion, though. It's nice that you have a globe belief, Matthew. Go in peace. Worship at the altar of heliocentrism. We've detached ourselves from the faith that you've retained. It's not justified in any way. We measure Earth flat, even in your own example, sir. Next.
I would like to add in there that when you're describing your field of view and something's angular size, like the moon's angular size, you are ipso facto describing that angular size, those arc minutes, with respect to a Cartesian plane.
Well, while there's a break, welcome to the room, Reese the Hitter and Redder. Feel free to join the conversation. What brought you to the room?
Hello, I'm just here to listen and just get a different perspectives on whatever topics at hand.
To have you. That Earth room.
I like Matthew. I think Matthew is one of the more intelligent people in this discussion. The amount that he's willing to just of what he knows to be true, throw away, retain a belief is shocking.
I don't. You gave him a model 3 times. He said phenomena 3 times. What phenomena?
In question his motive. Who cares? That's his bag. Why do you care? I mean, great. You complimented him at first. I was like, yeah, you're right. Guy, thank you for the discussion. Should have really thanked him already. Thank you so much, Matthew. That was great.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm just trying to be honest. You know.
For you, and I appreciate it, as do everybody else. But now they're questioning your bleeding motive. They want something to moan about you, or it seems. But there we go.
I didn't question his motive. I said the amount that he's willing to, amount of knowledge he's willing to throw away to retain a belief is shocking. That's all I said.
I'm just covering myself from QE. He said model 3 times, and he said phenomenon, and I want to know what phenomenon he's talking about. And they also want to know in chat.
Isn't one, it's category error, but I didn't want to have him on that. Sorry to talk about you in the third person now. Blame my panel entirely. Anyway.
And I complimented Matthew because he deserved a compliment.
You also gave too much respect to Danny Faulkner.
Yeah, I know. I shouldn't have done that because the conversation I had with him turned into Adam's conversation because he asked one question based on the line of questioning I'd led him up to on that point and stole the glory. So it's Adam's conversation now.
Most of the time, these people have earned a certain amount of respect. As much as PhDs get a hard line from QE, in my opinion, they have earned that title and respect that they deserve for it. Whatever extent you want to, in your own mind, think that respect is due is up to you. But me, it's like, well, I don't know. When you come across someone, you're like, what's your name? And they say, I'm Dr. Jones. You're like, oh, okay. Immediately, that does have the same magic attached to it for me. Like, okay, that tells me something about that person. Got a certain amount of commitment, a certain amount of dedication to actually do the work. Like, okay, so that tells me instantly you're not some lazy sod. Good. I could take them up 2 or 3 notches in my book. It should get them a bit of respect. Now, I get Kiwi doesn't want to give anyone any quarter for anything, ever. I don't necessarily have that view. To each their own. When you're like, you give them too much respect. Respect that people do get and command instantly, just based on who they are or sometimes their title. That's a societal thing that I don't mind adhering to.
I never said that. I said you gave him too much respect. And the other thing,
he's talking about me.
What's a PhD in astrophysics? What's that?
That's someone who's poor, helpless, and desperate.
Minimum.
On John.
Someone who spent 8 years of their life minimum studying the movement of stars.
So it demonstrates dedication, if nothing else. Again, you don't have to extend the respect in the subject matter that you're going to debate them on. There's a certain amount of respect that that person could and should demand. Don't get me wrong, people often go above and beyond their own justifiable respect that they can command. Often we see it, in fact. But that's not the point either. Anyway, I don't know why we're discussing this. Neil saying, you get too much respect. No, not necessarily. You give people the amount of respect I think they deserve.
You gave him basically 5 minutes to give you an answer. I might be exaggerating, but that was very, very, very long. Ask the guy a question, and he takes so much time to answer. Come on, that's too much.
Do you know why, Neil? Neil, do you know why?
That's why then I feel Discord in on who this is, because they don't know who you're talking about.
Is it cognitive
Danny
dissonance?
Faulkner No, Danny Faulkner was giving measured answers because he knew the topic and he knew that there was pitfalls within his suppositions and beliefs. He was trying his best to avoid them.
And when all comes to hell, just go to lunch, right? I got to go to lunch.
It took 45 minutes. He bled the clock out, didn't he? So ran the clock down. For the audience and Discord's benefit, right? And Danny Faulkner last came, he engaged with John, and it was about half an hour. Maybe it was less, I don't know, I can't remember. But let's say it's half an hour. And that ended up getting edited down to about 10 minutes because the gaps in between the question and answer were huge. Now, I was more than willing to allow that to happen. If that's how things roll, then that's how things roll. But apparently that's, according to Neil, extending too much respect by allowing a very measured opponent to give a measured response. Like, that's not necessarily to be viewed as dead air. That's the silence as the opponent ponders the question and then delivers his response. If that takes, sometimes it was 20 seconds, sometimes it was 60 seconds of dead air. Well, that's how long it took. So what?
Yeah, I've told you before, sometimes the silence is the answer that you want.
In that case, that's not the case, though. His baseline was to be very measured and take his time with his answers. So it wasn't the case that it was suddenly out of character with a long, protracted silence. That wasn't the case. It was just like that. And I don't blame him. Again, while you're critiquing people in the respect they deserve, that sent him up one notch, in my view, Neil. 2 reasons why, statistically, he was smart to run the clock down. You get a tick from me for that, Danny. Smart man. Number 2, really thinking about what you say to us. Very, very smart indeed. Again, he goes up a notch. So you might be shocked. You telling me that earned him more respect? Yeah, Neil, it did. Fucking innit? How these things work.
Yeah, but I had him cornered by the time Adam walked in. Adam just put him in checkmate. It's like playing somebody down in chess, right? You run the gambit with them. You're one move away from checkmate, and some dude out of the corner just walks up and moves the last piece, and is like,
No, because Adam came in. He did not know it was Danny Faulkner and treated him like a regular, everyday person and nailed his ass to the wall.
Not an everyday person. He's got something to lose.
Based on what?
Let's just correct Neil on that one point. He's got something to lose. I'm in here for no good reason. Delivering a measured response. Maybe he's going to get another book out of it or something. I don't know. But from my perspective, he's just got everything to lose reputationally by engaging with us, hasn't he? So you go, at the end of it, you have to go, fair play to you. No matter it took 2 minutes for a response in one instance, who cares? Good, you should be, because you've got something to lose, mate. Take your time. I'm glad you're engaged with us in that regard. So, yeah, it, for the first time, demonstrates that there are stakes here. That's the point.
Hello, everybody. Can I say something?
Yeah, hold on, Chocolate. We got a new participant. I'm so Chocolate. You've got timing's terrible. Shah, go ahead. Hello.
So I'm what you call a globe-tard. But I was wondering if you can give me some. I don't know. I was wondering, were you always a flat earther, or did you once believe the Earth was a globe?
I came out of the vagina, smacked on the ass, and said Earth's flat.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? Okay. Besides the show, so you're always a flat earther, right?
Obviously not. We were all raised in the Western world society that believes the Earth is a sphere, based on what we're taught in books, school, etc., etc.
This is the point I want to get to. So, like, can you remember, like, you know, the defining evidence that was brought to you that made you say, okay, now the Earth is flat? Can you tell me what that was?
Yes, I can.
Okay, what is that? What was the evidence that convinced you that the Earth was flat?
It was the measurements of Earth and them being flat.
I mean, that's kind of circular reasoning.
You expand on how me explaining the Earth being measured flat was my turning point. How my justification for my turning point being that Earth is measured flat, how that could in any way be in the question, aka circular reasoning. Can you just explain how that's circular reasoning to me, please?
Well, you're just saying that it was measured flat, so it's flat. I mean, I was expecting something more nuanced, you know, not just like, oh yeah, it was measured flat. I mean, because last time I checked, it was actually measured round.
I see. Have you ever heard of a logical consistency called modus ponens? Familiar term to you, sir? Are you familiar with logic?
No, can you please educate me on that one? I am unfamiliar.
I see. So, just as you've claimed it, begging the question fallacy, how does that work? In its logical
circular reasoning? Wait, you want me to tell you how that works? Well, circular reasoning can be described as also known as begging the question. So it's basically a question that basically always goes on in infinite. So let's just say why is this video game rated 18 plus? Oh, because it's 18 plus. But why is it 18 plus? And then it's just going on forever. That's basically what a circular reasoning would be.
No.
But that's not the response it gave you.
Yes, that's incorrect.
Anyway.
Okay, so what is circular reasoning? I gave you an example. But
if you could shut up while I answer you. You've accused me of it, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
Do you want to just take that shit back because you're wrong and you don't know what these words mean that you've used against me to claim I've used a fallacy when I haven't? I haven't used the fallacy you've accused me of. Not only have I not used the fallacy you've accused me of, you don't even know what that fallacy is. Given that you don't know, is it just me or is this guy talking straight through the middle of me telling you off? Is it just me or is he now talking while I'm talking? I listened to his stupid, barking mad shit that made no sense. And then put an answer to his stupid shit that he asked me about whether or not I've always been a flat earther, absurd question that he had inclination to ask me. And we get down to this nitty gritty. What have we got? Barking through me after accusing me of using a fallacy. He didn't even know the bleeding meaning of. What an idiot. Oh, idiot. Don't accuse me of a fallacy if you don't even know what it means. Circular reasoning, you couldn't even define this fallacy, you stupid bonehead. Just to conclude, we've done here. I've told off a stupid man for his incorrect accusation of use of fallacy, in this case circular reasoning, which I did not use. Only did I not use it, this stupid man didn't even know what that meant. Now we've squared that away, sir. That would be your stupidity, an incorrect accusation of fallacy use. Now we've squared that away. You want to actually address what I put to you in the first place? Be my justified reason for saying I'm a flat earther. It's because it's measured flat. Not circular reasoning, you stupid idiot. It's just how it's measured. Do you hear me? You may respond, you stupid dunce.
Okay, wait, you said I can respond? Okay. I just want to respond. I want to.
You may respond, asking me a freaking rhetorical question by repeating that which I've stated. Yes, you stupid dunce that needs to repeat that which I've given you permission to do while you chatter through me, reaffirming that which you asked.
That's crazy.
The question weren't rhetorical. Is that my chance to respond? Yeah, me saying you may respond, dunce, is your chance to respond. Now we've cleared that up for a second time with him yammering his non-rhetorical need for affirmation that me telling him he can respond doesn't need him yammering, and it is indeed his chance to respond. I've cleared it up for a second time, dunce. Yes. Third time, dunce. Once I'm done talking will be the time for you to start talking again, and hopefully not seek an affirmation that I'm telling you can respond. Okay, dunce?
Yes, sir. Okay. I'm just gonna respond with like this video clip I heard you do once. Why did you smack your child?
I know what you're saying.
Wow.
I didn't hear what he's saying.
He's talking about that video they made of you hitting your kid, supposedly.
Kick him out.
Let me get this straight. This kid's just accused me of child abuse. This arsehole. Is that correct?
Yes. Correct.
So, the audience's benefit, when you lose, you accuse me of being a child abuser. That's how you roll when you're a Globe believer. Yeah? Only will you fall shy of accusing me of use of fallacy. When that absolute horse shit is ripped to shreds, you'll accuse me of hitting my kids. I see.
He certainly called it correct when he called himself a Globetrotter. That was pathetic, but what the hell's wrong with you?
Go and join the server that Brenda's in. Debate trans rights and globe rights with Brenda in some dickhead server where you can claim I'm a child abuser. Now, I homeschool my kids. I love them dearly.
Sacked.
I send mine to public school. I don't like them that much. But anyway,
no, just home. That was a bad connection. Yes, fair play, John. Good point. Just homeschooling doesn't mean I love them any more or less than anybody else, and that's not a justifiable reason to suggest I do love them. I'll just say it on its own, in isolation. I love my kids dearly. I do not beat them. I have never hit them. There you go.
If anybody's seen you interact with your kids, they are definitely not afraid of you, Nathan.
What do you say? They're not afraid of me.
What? Why are we talking about this nonsense? Yes. The dude the guy just came on here and said that measurements are begging the question, Neil. Just told Nathan.
Definitely fear me. They know I can punish them, Neil. I'm not suggesting that their primary sense about me is fear, but I'm just saying if I go, you will not do that or you'll be in timeout, they know to do what I'm telling them, and you could call that fear. Not just love and cuddles. They're naughty. They have to be disciplined.
If somebody's hitting their kids, you could see it. The kids are afraid of them.
Oh, okay.
You don't have command of them, of course.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, they're not scared of me because I'm going to do horrible things to you, which is what these assholes come and imply.
Oh, mine totally are. But let's move on because that's kind of. Why would you ever say measurement is begging the question?
It isn't.
Anybody that's ever took a measurement, they beg the question?
No. If I give a measurement to my foreman, he's not going to turn around and say, "Did you just beg the question?"
Hey, Neil, how much size is that 2x4?
you considered the arguments against the measurement?
Don't be mean. It is akin to Neil, being asked by his foreman, go and measure that piece of wood. And he comes back and he goes, it's 30 inches long. And he looks Neil in the eye and says, it's kind of circular reasoning, isn't it?
But that's exactly what Matthew Learns did. It's pathetic.
No, not Matthew Learns. The last guy did that, not Matthew Learns.
No, Matthew Learns did do that.
Rent-free, Matthew, rent-free. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I don't like picking on Matthew because Matthew's, I don't know, something about him I like. Seems like a guy.
I don't mind. I can take it.
He's trying to compliment you.
Well, Matthew's not a jerk, right? He doesn't do personal attacks.
Yeah, that's unkind and not very righteous.
Well, I've got nothing to say. I've indulged in enough personal attacks, so I've got nothing to say. If your slate's clean, good for you.
So if you want personal attacks and to be abused, you got to speak to Peter the Glober.
Rob Noxious. Rob Noxious is like if Matthew Learns turned evil. Because I like Rob Noxious too.
I will say that I have had some pretty funny moments listening to Rob Noxious, and he can be quite funny.
Yeah, but then he flips out out of nowhere, and just like when his back is against the wall, then real Rob Noxious comes out.
Or you could phrase it, the mask slips.
Yeah, that's even better.
Or you could say that he regresses to, childish behaviors.
You could say that.
And he has. He also accused, I don't want to bring it up again, but you know what I'm talking about. He said it a few times.
Hemi, when he said that about me being the best character on the show, the dumb hillbilly, it's pretty good.
So propane and propane accessories. Right. That I'm going to say, first and foremost, a huge, massive, enormous thank you to the Politics Discord server allowing us to be here on a Friday, as ever. Really, really appreciate their moderation team for, with me getting all narky with their guests. But of course, a massive thank you to my cheapest panel as well for making today's live show possible. If you're watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow. Over if you are watching this live, this is where we bid you farewell. So another massive thank you to all of you who smashed the super chat, liked, commented, shared, subscribed, joined as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I'll see you all in next video.
Hey, coast is clear. Come out and play, Globies.
I must say that I was pleasantly surprised that my interaction with Nathan wasn't as contentious as it typically is. So that was nice.
No, you see, Matthew, if we don't speak up and QE comes in and indicts us all, we get pulled through the ringer. You're not privy to it. But if we're not on point, we get addressed by QE.
No, you get addressed by QE. I don't.
Yeah, that's kind of how it happens.
Yeah, You didn't listen to what Matthew said. Matthew, would you say what you said just again so Neil can hear it?
Oh, sorry. No, I was just saying that was surprisingly pleasant. So, thank you.
Because of why?
Because Nathan got it out of himself early on.
Because the topics also.
Nathan was in a good mood today.
Did it have to do with any the contentiousness of any of the points not being argued?
Yeah, that probably had something to do with it. Yeah.
Like we didn't challenge you on model or phenomenon, right? That made it easier.
Right.
We made it nice and pleasant because you don't have a problem if you choose to have a belief.
See up to that mic.
Model.
Oh, there you
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
About the same.
A little low.
A little low, but try again.
Give me a second.
No worries.
Matthew, just because we didn't challenge you on the model or the phenomenon don't mean that we won't now. Neil, go ahead and get him.
Yeah, that's fine.
What model?
So, look, I do admit that my inference to best explanation begins with an assumption. That's how those arguments begin. And so that's just the way. It's not a deductive argument. I admit that.
We're not appealing to the logic. We're appealing to the words that you said.
What's not deductive argument?
Not model.
Hold on. It's just let him hold him to task on phenomena or model. Then whoever else wants to pipe up, feel free.
I'm lost. Who said what?
All they want you to do is justify your use of the word A, model, and B, you suggested there was a phenomena to be observing. See, they just want to hold you to task on it, and they're justifying it because they're big girly scaredy cats by saying QE will hold them to task if they don't do this.
Okay.
Matthew, just so you know, QE pointed out that me giving ground to have a discussion with someone started calling an atom a convention. And I'm never going to live that down for the rest of my life. So I'll let you go on this. I'm sorry.
By model, I just mean sort of the general definition of that word being a set of descriptions and explanations and geometrical shapes, maybe, that approximate reality. It doesn't say anything about actual reality. It's just a way to kind of get at the ideas. That's not a very good explanation. Well, so for example, I have a 12-inch paper mache globe on my desk, and I would call that a model that shows the relative sizes and shapes and locations of the oceans and continents. Now, obviously, it doesn't, it leaves lots of details out, but it does show some of the ideas. So that's what I would call a model, just like a model airplane or a model car.
Funny that you called it a paper mache. Wow.
A cardboard. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, but usually a model car or a model airplane, that is the car that is already in existence.
It was left when you say paper mache, you just mean a globe model, as in it doesn't matter if it's got a bleeding light inside it and it's a kid's toy that's got what looks like maps on it and is globe shaped. It doesn't matter that you said paper mache, right? That's kind of irrelevant, right?
Yeah, I was trying to distinguish. I'm talking about a 12-inch model, not the Earth.
It's just a globe on his desk.
Right.
I know that, Nathan.
Right.
But come on, we've had described that the globe is like a paper mache. You put your whole way through it. It's kind of funny that he used that terminology.
But Neil, you've not challenged him any further on his use of the word model. Are you going to let that definition go?
I already did. It's not a model.
Metaphorically, hypothetically, he's conjured one for you to. No, you're not standing in the same room, so he can't slap a physical globe down on the desk next to you, can he? But hypothetically, for the discussion, he's saying, yeah, just imagine a globe on my desk next to me. Globe shaped, it's got maps on it. There's my model. If you ask me for a model, that's what I'm pointing to. That's what he's pointed to, Neil. Next, you, Neil.
That's not a model. That's not the heliocentric model. That's a globe.
Well, it's part of the heliocentric model. It's a small part, the relative shapes and sizes of the continents.
Okay, my next question. Show me the model. Show it to me right now. Put it up.
That is
in chat. Whatever you do it.
I'm sorry, Matthew.
What?
No, he's giving it you hypothetically, Neil. Not in the same room, so you're just going to have to accept what he's giving you as an example is a hypothetical globe on his desk. That's it. That's what you've got to deal with.
Hypotheticals are not reality.
Oh my God, Neil.
Use of the word model is not the problem.
There you go. Get him, Brian.
No, 1 second. Use of the word model is not the problem. That's just a word in the English language. It's defining which model you're claiming is the problem. So if you're saying, I have this model, you have to define what type of model it is.
What kind of globe is it on your desk, Matthew?
That if asked.
What kind of globe you got on your desk, Matthew? Do you want to give us a bit more? Did you get it from Sears? What kind of globe?
From a teacher's supply store. It's made of...
I've just answered something. Shh. Ed, Matthew, sorry.
Yeah, it's from a teacher's supply store. It's made of cardboard and plastic, and it costs like $40-something. 12 inches.
More detail about it. Describe it. Just give. Neil needs more to go on in terms of what this you're calling a model, a globe that you get for teaching purposes from Sears or wherever for $40. Just describe it a bit more for him, so he doesn't say, "Oh, I don't know what he's talking about. It's not a real model."
Yeah, and it actually floats in space above my desk magically, and it spins on its own every 20... No, I'm kidding.
That's cute.
That's all you're getting, Neil. You're going to leave it.
I got to see that. Now I'm interested.
So, Neil, if I have a model airplane, and I point to... You say, give me a model of a 747, I'm like, okay, here's my model airplane of a 747. It's like 5 inches long. Obviously, that's not the airplane. It can tell us a few things about the airplane, like the relative sizes and shapes, and it may be useful in kind of visualizing what an actual 747 looks like. But obviously, it's not the actual thing. It's just a useful fiction that describes what we think the actual 747 looks like.
No, you could build the 747 from that model. Okay, now build a world from your model.
No, Neil, you're missing it.
Hold on.
How do you
Hold on, John. Hold on. Summarize now. Just saying no, you can't create a globe. Like if you scaled up the model of a 747 in your example, you could eventually reach an actual 747. With the globe example, Neil saying no, you can't do that with the globe on your desk. That's where we're at.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I think it does scale up and you think it doesn't. So if you're asking me what do I think reality is like, that's why we offer models. We say, hey, this is a model for what a certain part of reality likes as a way of explaining what we think the actual Earth is like.
No, but you can't do that now that Earth is measured flat.
Hold on, Brian. Say again, Neil.
You can't say that now. Earth is measured flat. There is no globe. As a matter of fact, your globe came from flat Earth elevation angle measurements.
Right. So those are arguments for the non-existence of an actual globe. I'm merely saying that my model is an explanation of what we think is happening. Now, if you want to move on to like arguing for or against it, that's a separate topic. I'm just trying to explain answer the question: what is a model?
Matthew.
Hold on, just 1 second, Brian. Just hold on, hold on. Did you hear what he said?
A little bit.
You need me to summarise what Matthew just put to you?
He's broke up a little bit.
He's saying he represents the world that he sees as that globe, and he suggests you can scale it up. Now, well, yeah, no, he's not going to produce globe equivalent of the actual 747, but that's what he supposes. That's what he's put to you.
Essentially, I think what you've done is you put this so-called model of yours in a different category altogether, right? Because
I'm
talking about a 747.
Hold on, I'm waiting for Neil's response. Neil's had something put back to him.
You want me to give an answer for that?
Yeah, he's saying you can scale it up. That's what he. I don't want to put words in his mouth.
Scale it up for me.
Hold on, Neil. Neil, you've left retracted silences and now I'm answering you. Oh, suggested that he. Don't want to put words in his mouth, but believes he can scale it up. That's how he's. I can't remember the exact words he used. I'm paraphrasing. Right? That's what he's put to you.
Okay, so he has a belief that Earth is a globe. Okay, now we're at somewhere.
Deliberately caveated that I said that word, not him. Anyway, it could be scaled up, says he.
No.
You're all going wrong.
Don't care where it's going. Neil's in charge. Go ahead, Neil.
Oh, you can scale it up, show.
That's it, Matthew. It's just asking you to show him.
Yeah, I guess I'm not sure how to answer that.
I'll show you the 747 scaled up. Show me the Earth scaled up as a globe.
Fair enough. Yeah, I can't make a scaled up version of that model. That model merely is a way of describing for you what I think the shape is. I can't show you that.
Can you now say something, Nathan? Just briefly.
That's Neil.
I'm finished. I finished a long time ago. I've already won. He has no model.
No, you haven't.
I was going to.
No, you haven't won.
Hold on a minute. Like, what? You're gonna claim that one as a victory?
Neil shouldn't be claiming anything if this hasn't been concluded. He's just said, "Yeah, I can scale up what I've got as a globe on my desk." That's where we're at.
I said Earth is measured flat.
Yeah, they do.
Tell me now that it's a globe model.
Can everyone except Neil just step off just for a second? Hey, yeah, we got that. He heard you put that to him. We want to point out that he didn't respond. It's up to you, Neil.
To me, for what?
Moaning to me that you put to him that Earth is measured flat. Okay. Well, now I'm doing your job for you. If I point out, well, that seems non sequitur unless you connect it to what he actually. Or you could just talk straight through me. Protracted silences and getting straight talk through the middle of me, or you could throw in the towel and talk while I'm talking, Neil. I think you're done. Go ahead, John. Thank you, Neil. Thank you.
Brian's getting ready to make my point. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, Brian.
Thank you, John. When we take 747, the Boeing 747. Scaled down model, right? We have a scaled down, right, scale model of a Boeing 747. If we take something like a spaceship from Star Wars, within Star Wars, within that paradigm, is claimed to be 1.5 kilometers long, and we scale it down to 8 inches long, right? That's a scaled down model. Now, the difference is Star Wars model is based out on a paradigm within a movie or a franchise. It's fantasy. The 747 model is based on an actual real thing in reality. The globe model that Matthew has on his desk at work or whatever, that's claimed to be a scaled down model
based off of reality of us living on a globe. And that's where the problem starts. That's not the same as the Star Wars model, and it's not exactly the same as the 747 model. But it's closer to the 747 model, with the exception of we can show the 747. If you're claiming that you have a scaled-down model of a globe, a scale model of a globe out on your desk, that has to have been scaled down from something in reality if you're claiming that's reality. That's where the problem is.
Yeah, that's actually a fair point. So,
shut up. He's had it put to him, now he's responding. Can you not hear him? Sorry, Matthew,
yeah, so
go ahead.
I would say that's a fair point. Just because I have a model of something does not mean the actual thing exists. I mean, that would be a reification fallacy, right? If I made a 747 model in 1930 and said, "Hey, look at this," that would be a model of nothing, something that doesn't exist yet, right? So yeah, and I posted in the Discord chat a model of the Death Star. So, for example, just because somebody has a model of the Death Star from Star Wars, and I like that example, your Star Wars example, doesn't mean it actually exists. So me having a model of the globe doesn't mean the globe exists. It's merely a way of explaining what we think the Earth is like. It doesn't prove that the Earth is like that. It's just a way of explaining it.
Sure, but Brian's just put to you that it must be scaled down from something, though, right? I think he's, not to put words in Brian's mouth, but I think he's asking what's it scaled down from. Am I right, Brian?
Yes, but it's even deeper than that, because you've then got to define what type of model it is, and this is where QE jumps in. What model is it? What type of model is it? Because if you're just claiming a scaled-down model of a globe out that you believe that you live on, right, and you believe it to be X size, right, that's all right. And that's you scaling a scaled-down model of what you believe the Earth to be. But scaling down, if it's truly a scale model of a reality, then you would have to show that in reality. And Matthew already gets that point. If you're going to it's like you have to claim what type of model it is that you're talking about. Like if you have a scaled down model of something, you've got to state whether it's a scale, whether it's you're actually claiming it's a scaled down model of something in reality, or if it's something you believe in or something from fantasy. The point being is that if you're claiming it's from reality, then you've got to show what it was scaled down from. One.
Nobody has defined a model.
Yeah.
I thought you were going my direction with it. Nobody's defined a model. You have to have measurements to make a model. What measurements are you basing your model off of?
Oh, Don, I asked for that.
Neil, thank you. The question to Matthew is, what measurements are you basing your model on? Go ahead.
I guess I'd be comfortable saying that the globe model on my desk is a scaled down model of my belief of what, or somebody's belief of what the shapes are. And what it's based on is typically things like cartography and distances between cities and sizes of oceans and all, those kinds of assumptions. So I think it's okay to just say it's a model of the belief.
Can you all shut up? Can you not hear him talking?
So it's basically a model of our belief.
Model of your belief.
Yeah, and then he asks a good question, like, how would we show that it's actual? Well, that's a separate question. Like, okay, so now if we want to see if this accurately represents reality, we could do things like, are the distances to cities correct? Do flight paths work over this? Do the oceans seem to be about the same size, the right size? All those kinds of things we might look at.
I didn't ask that. I stated the measurements that you gave just now, especially if you're talking about a change in latitude and longitude, giving you a different distance across the surface, the flat Earth measurements. Why do you have them in the shape of a sphere?
Why do we have them in the shape of a sphere? Because this spherical model is a representation of our beliefs of where things are.
No, that's not why you have them there. You don't know, do you?
Does the origin of the model matter? I mean, I'm saying here's the model that we have. You're questioning the origin?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Do you know why the positions on that ball that's in front of you, do you know how they come to be?
Celestial navigation. You can figure out distances between cities and continents.
And you conceded earlier that you used flat Earth elevation angles to establish these distances.
I concede that you use elevation angles.
Okay. Earth's flat, and the creation of your model uses the flat Earth measurements then?
I don't think they are flat Earth measurements, but that's a separate topic. And besides the origin, I would say the origin.
Oh, Don. It's not a separate topic. We discussed it not 20 minutes ago, you and I.
Yes.
Right, so we've already established this conclusively, that they're definitely flat Earth measurements.
Yes, they're based on the horizontal being flat.
Okay. So, in conclusion, when we look at the globe model, your justification beyond it's just, well, you know, a scaled down version of my belief, the measurements create the scaled down version of what you thought was actually based on your belief isn't based on your belief, is actually based on flat Earth measurements.
Yes.
That's flat.
It's game over now.
I do feel like Neil said all these things in the beginning.
It's not a model, because a model is a scale of measurements. If you have the surface being curved and you measured it flat, it's not a model. What you have is a deformation using a mathematical formula to make the surface into a ball and conform to the celestial sphere. It's not a model.
Like, which one do you go to confirm? Like, do you go to the model first, or you go to the to the world first, and then which one goes on what?
To the reality first, the measurements first. I mean, the creation, that's the point. The creation of this globe comes from the measurements of reality, and they're flat.
Globe?
Yeah, Neil said that too.
Did you say globe?
Exactly. Thank you very
Can everyone
much.
else step off? I don't know if Matthew wants to add anything. If he doesn't, then that's fine.
No, there's nothing to add.
Please, I'm just coming here every fucking 6 months and shit on you. Let's go again. No, not really. It's been a very good night. You're not bad.
You okay, Splash?
I'm fine. I'm not that drunk today. I'm not drunk.
When you said you were, we were just asking if you were hot micing or trying to participate. Well, mods have made the decision for us. Thank you so much. On that note, actually, thank you so much for having us, as always. It's been really nice in the politics server. Thank you, mods.
Problems. Picked up in the end there.
And thank you to the globe participants, sparse though they were.
Yeah, the point of it was to get him to say it. That's what I did.
But he already did. He said it's a belief. Come on.
He's entitled to that, though.
No, Nathan said that originally, and then he turned and jumped on that when I've cornered him.
No. He said it before, too. He said belief a million times today.
He did. We can discuss this amongst ourselves after the fact, because I'm going to round out. With that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to Politics Discord and my G Plus panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in next video.
Wait, is it over? Is it over?
It's over, baby. Now you're up, Xan.
No, dude. Like, I wanted to speak, but like, I was letting you guys finish.
No, he's still here to speak, and he'll be back to speak in like 60 seconds. Start your argument now.
Yeah, you'll be able to prove everything. Go ahead, brother.
Yes. So which Glober / flat earther wants to go get me?
Anybody? What's your argument?
So let's talk about container. So guys, define me gas pressure.
Oh, you reset like an NPC this time again?
NPC? What are you talking about?
We've had this discussion many times before. Why are you repeating the same thing over?
I have no idea what you're talking about. Are you making a claim right now?
NPC.
Are you making a claim?
Exactly, you're an NPC.
You just asked for the definition of gas pressure, like
yeah, like I'm so confused.
Pressure, volume, temperature. Okay.
I just simply asked for gas pressure, like the definition. That's all I asked for, and this guy's calling me an NPC.
Send them. Look up the definition for it. What's wrong?
It sounds like you're the NPC, bro.
Yeah.
Well, it's right there in the name. It's pressure caused by gas. Pretty simple.
Oh, there you go.
That's it. So just pressure caused by gas. So the gas just pressurizes itself all on its own. There's nothing else needed.
Yeah,
exactly. Are you sure? You NPC?
No,
yeah, NPC.
Did you just escape out of the Skyrim game or something?
No, that's
NPC.
That's
I think that Raiden is our own personal FBI agent, man. It's kind of weird. We got some people coming in here. Hello, people. Who is Ski and why is that person deafened? Anybody got that measurable, testable, observable proof of this Earth curve that we hear so much about?
Since no one's taking you up on the offer, Jenna, yes, Earth's curved.
I mean, that's cool. You can tell me that, but can you present measurable, testable, observable Earth curve? Something that isn't through a wide-angle lens or fisheye?
Which one do you want, measurable, testable, or observable?
Yeah, all three aligning with the scientific method, please.
Scientific method. I can show you observable curvature.
Is it wide angle or fisheye lens or camera distortion?
You don't need to use a lens. You can just use your eyes.
Yeah, I've been 35,000 feet up and never seen the curve.
Do it from the ground. See boats go over the horizon.
Nope, because I'm able to zoom back in. I'm able to zoom in on those boats that, with my own eyes, appeared to go away. Right, and I can just grab my camera and zoom in on those boats and go, "Oh, they're still there."
Can you do that every time?
They didn't go down below any kind of Earth group. They're still there. Now, on certain days, the refraction index is going to vary day to day, which is going to cause some effects as you're looking at some things. But we're still seeing these boats at such a greater distance than where the geometric horizon of a globe Earth should be. That's the problem. That's where we're at. That's where we have arrived.
Yeah.
Through many tests, long distance observations, laser tests, all that.
Would that happen every time? The way you zoom in. So, like for instance, could you zoom in and not see the bottom of the boat still?
Yeah, but I mean, it's like I said, different days is going to present different things. The horizon is going to look day to day. Some days the horizon looks closer. Some days it looks farther. All right. That's a lot having to do with refraction. But on the clearest of days, right? Clearest, driest of days, we're seeing pretty damn far. We're seeing way farther than we should for a globe with its alleged dimensions.
Okay. So would that exclude the globe that you can see further? Because to me, that would exclude a globe with no atmosphere. Personally, right?
Fucking
where
hell.
light doesn't, where light doesn't really matter, those sorts of things. Because you're saying to me, well, yes, look, right, when you zoom in, sometimes the boat will still be obscured because of what light does, right? And I'm telling you, sometimes you'll see further because of what light does.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes, right? But we can't find this Earth curve, right? We're making these observations that are going well beyond the geometric limit of where the globe should be. That's all it is.
Now,
I mean, I'm sorry, what?
If you observe, let's put it this way. Obviously, for light to do what you're saying it does, there has to be certain conditions, right? A series of conditions that you'd be able to predict when that would cause a boat to be obscured bottom up, right?
Yeah, I mean, it just has to do with that atmospheric effect. What things are doing through the atmos.
And what sort of conditions would we be looking at for bottom up obstruction?
I mean, you got to look at things like the water temperature versus the air temperature, moisture in the air, and things like that. So,
is there anything more specific? Maybe something we could falsify,
like the globe radius, which has been repeatedly falsified with laser distance tests of like 23 miles or more.
You just said that light doesn't travel in straight lines, right? So I don't know why we're going down this avenue. You can't use lasers.
Why?
Because you just agreed.
If the conditions are correct, I mean, this you can go out and test this on different days. If the conditions are correct, you will have that laser reach that camera in a direct path.
Yeah, but
it's not. So, is the light? Can I ask you a question real quick?
Okay, as long as it's related.
Yeah. So, with a laser light, is it refracting through the atmos and following this alleged Earth curve?
If it's any
is
sort
that
of
is that why we can
light? Yeah. If it's light, then it will interact with the atmosphere.
So it bends to follow the Earth curve. Is that what I'm to understand?
If you're seeing it beyond what would be predicted by the globe, then and you've recorded the conditions of the day to insinuate some sort of refraction, then yeah. But like just the same way back to you, you're going to tell me that every single time it doesn't do that, it's refracted, right? So the only thing that we can do now is understand what conditions of the day create what kinds of refraction, because you can't rely on lasers, because it could be the case light's bending in a way that is granting you that result, and when it doesn't, you just dismiss it as refraction, right?
I mean, sure. I've actually got a really good example here of a laser actually being refracted. That's very interesting.
I've already got one. Yeah, I've already got a laser being refracted over an obstruction.
Right. So let me get this here, because this might be a good example of what we're talking about here. So visuals are always good for people, myself included. So you're saying that lasers would be inconclusive, right? Because they would inevitably, through refraction, bend, right? The light would bend and follow the curve of the Earth, which is why a camera at 23 miles away could pick up a laser light. Is that what I'm understanding?
Oh yes, but there's a little bit more to it, right? That both of us are positing refraction, right, for the observation, let's say, that doesn't correspond to whichever shape we think the Earth is, right, curved or not curved. And then the only question is, for who's correct, is what conditions are going to create those effects, and are they present when we observe those effects? So, for instance, your bottom-up obstruction thing. If the conditions you describe aren't present on the day, then you're going to have a problem, right? Especially if that's a common occurrence. Every single time that you say these conditions are supposed to be X, Y, and Z, you keep seeing they aren't present, but yet you still see the boat go bottom up. That would be a problem for you. It would be a problem for me if I say the conditions are X, Y, and Z, and then each time the boat is so X, Y, and Z are the conditions for boats going bottom up, but each time I stipulate them, the boat isn't going down bottom up, right? Then you'd have a falsifiable claim. But vague claims, I can't do much with
that's the whole thing. It only appears to be disappearing bottom up. Like if you're standing at the shore and you're looking with your own eyes, right? And you see, oh, that boat just went below the curve. It just went behind, that geometric horizon of a globe Earth. You pull your camera out and you zoom in. Do you mean to tell me you're zooming through the curve of the Earth?
Let's take a situation where that's not the case, right? Let's just keep it on refraction, because you acknowledge that sometimes when you zoom in, you'll still see the boat disappear bottom up, right?
Right. I've got an example for that too. Bottom up and top down. Also, did you can you see the side chat right now?
Yeah, I can.
Yeah, that example of the laser, right? So it's not following any Earth curve. It's actually refracting away from the surface of the waters, which I don't know where anybody got the idea that large bodies of water rest with convexity on the surface to any degree. But I find that really interesting. Yes, light does refract. Light does travel differently through the atmosphere, right? We know that.
Okay.
The problem we're having, right? The problem we're having is that boats go over the curve, right? That's the claim. Boats go over the curve. You can't see them. Okay. But, the military, the Navy in specific would have a real tough time trying to hit their targets. If everything that they saw from 20, 30, 40, 100 miles away was ultimately just a mirage, right? It's hidden behind Earth curve, right? So that means that this refraction thing that's happening is bringing up just call it a hologram of the actual target. So they would be aiming at a hologram all the fucking time. They would miss every shot that they ever took. You don't have time to calculate for anything, right? If war is on, war is on. You don't have time to calculate for, this is a mirage or because that's not happening, right? That's the problem we're having here. Is we've got these warships, we've got these periscopes, these lasers, these cameras, these things that are able to scope in a target from like 100 miles away in LOS, line of sight, right? So are they always aiming at a hologram, dude? How do they account for that? How do they adjust for that?
Sorry, I'm typing something. Give me a second.
Sorry about that. The call dropped. What was the last thing you heard?
I was typing, so I heard bits and pieces, but I got the gist of it. Just give me a second.
Yeah, I was talking about how the Navy would probably miss every shot they ever took if every target that they see in line of sight from 100 miles away is actually just a hologram created by refraction. So you see, that's the argument against the claim on the table, right? Is that you've got curvature, right? And you're supposed to have a curvature at such and such an approximate rate, right? It is parabolic approximation of 8 inches per mile squared, right? See, we here in 24/7 Flat Earth have done the math enough to know that it's wrong.
Well, I mean, say that. If I was going to ask you for the maths, you wouldn't be able to tell me, so you're really relying on what someone else has done, which is ironic.
After observations and tests and measurements are made, and we find absolutely no measurable curvature, and the Navy's just fucking aiming at holograms, I guess, you guys. What the fuck? Yep. 100 miles away, and they got a target in line of sight. Oh, well, it's supposed to be hidden behind the curvature. Hundreds upon hundreds of feet behind the curvature. At least, I'd say 1,800 feet, in the neighborhood of about 2,000 feet at 100 miles away. And this is a rough estimate, right? Their target should be hidden like 2,000 feet below curvature. So yeah. Navy's always aiming at holograms, you guys. Because refraction. And refraction because globe. And globe because refraction.
It sounds like what you just said to me. I mean, you said refraction is flat, and flat therefore refraction.
Yeah, no. You know how many times is that people have captured what is refracted curved, right? Nothing really refracts flat. It refracts bent, warped, wobbled, curved, compressed, magnified, bent, broken, all that. That's what refraction does. But refraction is not going to cause you to see something that should be hidden 1,800 feet below physical obstruction of Earth curve. The Navy would miss every fucking shot they ever took if that was the case. They're just seeing a hologram, not the actual thing. That's what the globe claim of refraction is. And I'm not just talking out my ass here. I come from a long line of Navy. My dad, my dad's dad, and my great-grandfather. And I personally took 3 years of junior Air Force ROTC in high school, where at no fucking point ever during our simulation training were we ever taught to adjust for curvature of the Earth, nor were we ever taught to adjust for rotation of the Earth, because neither of those things are happening. The Earth is not curving. The Earth is not spinning. We don't have to account for shit that isn't fucking happening.
Okay, so what conditions do you think are likely to cause bottom-up obstruction? Let's say in this image. Let's use our Earth minds together. Right, here we go. What do you reckon? What are we looking at?
You're looking at diffraction there, not curvature.
Yep. If you look real carefully, you can see just how compressed, right? How much further? 12 miles, 8 miles? How much more compressed? Do you mean to tell me the Earth is curving That fucking much in 4 miles? Bro, your math is fucking wrong.
According to who?
No, do the math, dude. How much should the Earth be curving in that 4 miles? And you tell me how tall those boats are. And you tell me how much Earth curve you should have within 4 miles.
I put it into a simulator, right? I know how much that boat should be dipping. You don't. So how much math are we talking here?
I mean, you do understand that things disappear bottom up on flat, right? Like, have you ever put your camera down on a table and just like lined up a whole bunch of like blocks or lighters or something? Right? You're going to see what appears. Excuse me?
What maths are you talking about? You said that there's something wrong with the maths here. Could you articulate that?
Did you say maths?
Yeah,
with an S?
That's how English people say it. Don't worry.
Yeah, the English people make it a pluralized.
Okay, that's weird.
So yeah, what would be the maths of the matter? Talk to me in maths, right? So you're seeing a boat at 8.86 miles, a boat at 12.6 miles.
I'm asking you, buddy. I'm asking you. Okay.
You can put it through one of those globe calculator, Walter Bislin calculator, and you can see how much should be dipping. I mean, it's perfectly fine.
Right. What like you were just talking about just a moment ago, you can have different atmospheric conditions, right? Have you accounted for those?
This is what I want to get to. I want to see what Jenna thinks the conditions of the day should be, because I've just spent a copious amount of time trying to find out what the conditions were of the day, so we could get some sort of. Because I have an image, right? Here's an image I've got. One second, let me show you.
No, I'm well aware of the image and the video and all of that, right? But things aren't being accounted for that. Things aren't being accounted for that might be there, right? So you can have, right? So it doesn't matter if you look up the temperature on the day at some weather station or something like that, right? You're not going to be able to verify the vertical temperature gradients and the differentials in the temperature gradients at different distances, right? So you could have at 12.6 miles a sinking or stooping refraction effect happening there, right? Where you've got warmer air closer to the surface and you've got cooler air above it, right? And that's going to, by definition, give that exact effect that what you're talking about, like that what we can see in that image, where, 4 miles closer, you might have a completely different vertical temperature gradient where you might not have that stooping or sinking effect with the closer ship, right? So what we know as a fact is that the horizon is an apparent location, right? It's going to shift due to all sorts of different atmospheric conditions. But there is, like, literally sinking refraction or stooping refraction is going to cause that exact effect that we can see, right? I'm not saying it is exactly that, because there can be combinations of things to consider, but I'm saying that this can't be used as like proof that the Earth is a globe or proof of a geometric horizon, because there are these atmospheric effects that could be present, right? We can't confirm it 100% because it's just not possible.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to do, because I understand there is going to be different kinds of refraction, what I want Jenna to do is to be more precise, because I don't find saying there's all kinds of refraction that's possible to be useful when we have an instance which we could look up the data and see what we should expect on the, I don't know, it's a February month in New Zealand, right? We know what the temperature is of the day. We know what the water temperature is. I could probably find out if there's a temperature inversion, but I need some specifics, right? I can't test or falsify anything without specifics, right? It's endlessly vague. So if you could, Jenna, give me some details.
So can you see what Rayleigh posted in the chat right here? And it's great, honestly. Squirrels also disappear over a reflective surface due to diffraction, right? So we have diffraction happening, right? Not refraction. but diffraction, which is going to completely obliterate this thing that you're seeing. Just make it all weird and warpy, but it's still in your line of sight, right? It's not hiding below a curve. It's still in your line of sight. It's just diffracted to fucking oblivion.
What kind of conditions would you need?
And trust and believe the Navy. What do you mean? What kind of conditions would you need? You would probably need, I don't know, cold air and a warm ground, warm waters, cold air, cold waters, warm air.
Okay.
It all depends, dude.
So, just for the effect that you're observing, you know, using your expert mind, right? You're looking at this image that I posted earlier. I have enough information where I think I could argue against you. Are we talking cold water, warm air, cold water, and what else? What else do we have? I'm going to write this all down so I can keep track of it.
Yeah, you've got 12 miles of water compared to a tiny little hole.
Yeah, it's not something you're going to be able to get to the bottom of, right? What we do know is that under certain conditions, you can have sinking refraction, right? It kind of looks like that's what I'm seeing here. It most commonly occurs, right, on quite a clear day, right? That's when I was looking into it. Every resource that I looked up said it usually occurs in quite clear conditions. It most often in the morning or the afternoon, and you can have that vertical temperature gradient that causes that. And then just a few miles away, you could have a completely different gradient, right? So, I mean, there's no way for you to know exactly what's going on in regards to the temperature gradients between point A and point B, because you can have a lot of variation and it can constantly shift. Like I've got some images here where it shows a particular boat, right? And it looks like it's kind of hidden behind the horizon. And then there's another shot of it like a few hours later and it looks completely different. And then a few hours later, you can see the whole ship again, right? There's all kinds of atmospheric effects you'd have to take into consideration. And I just don't think it's possible to account for them all.
Well, that would be unfalsifiable.
Skip past it again.
Yeah, that would be unfalsifiable if there's too many conditions to the
yeah. So look, all I would say is that it's a cool observation, right? And it's not something that you could validate confirms that the Earth is a globe.
It isn't. That's not. I would never use it just for that purpose. It's more like to say, so an observation I would say would go in the globe's favor, unless you're going to say there's some sort of refraction going on. And yes, refraction is going to have some sort of vague, fuzzy boundaries when, what exactly are we going to expect in a dynamic atmosphere for what kind of refraction? True, but I think there are. But you're able to.
The globe doesn't get any free passes. There is no favor to begin with.
Okay.
All right.
So they will go in the globe's favor. Is all I was saying, right?
No favor. Have a globe yet?
Okay. I'm not saying this is confirming the globe. I'm saying it's part of what you'd expect to see on a globe, right? Not what you'd expect to see on a flat Earth so far, without refraction included. And then we bring in refraction, and then the question is it likely or unlikely that the conditions of the day are going to create the refraction you need for that effect to be a result of refraction? Now, that's what I want to get into, right? Because yes, there's always going to be a dynamic aspect to the atmosphere, but also if we can agree whether or not it's unlikely that kind of refraction which would be happening there, that'll be enough for me. I don't need you to reject the entire idea that there's any possibility that sinking refraction took place there, but unlikely is enough.
Well, the thing is, we have other observations, right, that go against that observation, right? And it kind of validates that these are atmospheric effects or refraction, like effects due to refraction that we're seeing in these situations. Like we can validate that sinking refraction is a real thing, right? But what we can't validate is that the geometric horizon is a real thing.
Well, I mean, yes, you can't validate that the geometric horizon is a thing, in the sense that you're always going to be making plane observations with your eyes, and that's always going to be determined by light. And light, we have an atmosphere. Light's going to do all sorts of things to the point where validation of any, well, to be honest with you, validation of any distance observation is always going to be tentative, right? It's always going to be possible to being incorrect for flat Earth or globe Earth, right? So I would never say that the seeing boats go over the horizon is proof of flat Earth, but it certainly is going to be an observation that's going to give you an indication one way or the other.
My problem with that is only that the magnitudes further that we can see the horizon in many of these observations isn't explainable, as far as I know, by any type of refractive effects. Like if we can see 20 times further, right, than what we should be able to see on a globe, then, you know, even according to AI engines, right, it agrees that there's no types of refractive effects that can cause that much of a discrepancy. Not that that's proof of anything, right? But yeah, at the end of the day, I mean, we kind of need to validate the curvature over distance and the geometric horizon if we wanted to have a globe. Because, I mean, the thing is, the geometric horizon, it has to be there, right? Like, just say, hypothetically, from a 1 foot observer height, you have to have a geometric horizon at 1.22 miles, right? If you hypothetically took away all the atmospheric conditions, you have a physical geometric horizon there, and everything beyond that horizon line would have to be hidden behind it by a certain amount, depending how high it is, right? If you add back the atmospheric conditions, that geometric horizon is still there at 1.22 miles. So,
yeah, well, I mean, we would say that the geometric horizon does have to be there if we're claiming a globe of a specific radius. But we don't have to commit to the idea that every single observation you see must confirm that. It's a generalization that the effects of that curvature will be seen more than not, which will indicate a spherical Earth. That's how we would. That's the most precise way a glober would just describe it. But I prefer the old-fashioned way of just saying, yeah, it proves a globe. But if we're being technical, then more often than not, on the balance of probabilities, you should be observing the effect of curvature than not. So the only way you're going to be able to test that is to go every day, right, in various locations, and over the course of a significant time period, so like 1 to 2 years, maybe 3 years, and then
the only free pass you get. Only free pass you get, Brit, is the radius value. That's it.
I'm not saying free
the rest
pass.
of it is the rest of it is a derivative of it.
Okay, I'm not saying free pass because the radius is only calculated.
You are.
I didn't say free pass, did I?
So the refutation to the black swan is validation of the radius upon which every other derivative, every other excuse you're going to come up with is going to be based on. Justification of that radius value is the only refutation that there will ever be against the black swan argument.
Well, I personally, so I don't know if you were following the 24-hour sun stuff recently and the final proposition, right? Now, I put forward a syllogism as requested, but the problem with synthetic claims, right, or synthetic propositions, is that there's always going to be a possibility that you've excluded a variable, right? And I think the way that you make a synthetic proposition more convincing than not is to try and account for them, right? Which, even though I did to some degree, right, I tried, it was still rejected because there was a possibility that there's like 25 suns or something along to that effect, right? Which is fine. But the black swan, on comparison, does not even attempt to try and do that. I mean, I would
that's what
I would
I'm
never
saying.
reference the black swan as a good argument because it it fails.
That's what I'm saying. Dude, listen, you don't get to try and account for something that is going to be based on so your foundation for that thing that you're going to use as an excuse, as an apologetic, not being validated to be true in the first instance. So that's already been given excuse. Then you want to give that excuse another excuse with a different one, with a different variable that is going to be based on the thing that you're getting an excuse and getting a free pass within the first instance. No.
Right. Okay. I think I understand. Just to be clear, right? I don't know which Globers have told you what, right? But this is my position. You think the Earth's a sphere because you've seen you've got a plethora of observation, right? And you've indicated that this likely infers a sphere. Then you want to go out and say, look, so we think we have the quality of sphericity, but how big is it? What's the quantity? Is a separate question that will be derived from the fact that you already think it's a sphere because of observation, right? Then you go out and measure it, or calculate it, use sticks and shadows, whatever you want to do, right? To ascertain the geodetic surveyors, whatever you want, right? And then you would say, well, that if the Earth is a sphere based on our observation, we think it is, then this will be how big it is, right? It's not. I'm not saying that you have to grant us a radius because we don't start with a radius. We start with the observation and say, we think it's a sphere. How big is it, right?
You don't have that qualitative evidence of it being a sphere in the first instance. You're guessing. Then you're guessing again. And then you're guessing again. So it's guess upon guess. Ad hoc upon ad hoc. Infinitum.
Well, we think it's a sphere because of observation. So we're not like guessing. It's inference based on
which observations.
Yeah, you're guessing as to what's guessing an explanation for that observation. Saying if this is the reason why I'm seeing this, then
yeah. So you'd like if you're trying to say is the Earth flat or curved? Not even talking about sphere yet, right? Then you would take a series of observations, which one would match which, and then based on those observations, so based on evidence, right? You would then say, okay, look on the balance of probabilities, we think it's curved.
This is without having eliminated other possible reasons.
Yeah, well, I mean, like, there's all sorts of, like, you can have convex, concave, you could have flat, or whatever you want, right? But
so you make one observation. So what you're saying is you make one observation and get an idea of why you're seeing that. I've got this idea. We might be on a sphere, right? I'm going to go out and look for other observations, which will confirm that and affirm that. Yeah, that's cherry picking.
No, I mean, you'd assume that the person's like, let's say, like when Globe came first.
It's not going into an investigation of inquiry into the natural world without bias.
Well, yeah, I'm not going to. Well, first of all, I don't think anyone's going to be removed of bias. But what you can have is two different people from two different parties, flat earther and globe earther.
And not try and feel. Wouldn't the more scientific thing to do, according to like the current mainstream idea of what science is to eliminate the other potential possibilities first?
Yeah, okay. Well, the shape of the Earth, I mean, it's sphericity or not, is hard to control all these like atmospheric variables, right? But what you can do is to eliminate some bias is have a flat earther, like an ancient Greek flat earther, an ancient Greek globe earther, go about trying to find evidence for either one, present it, right, to the crowd and see which one is more persuasive, right? That's how that's how you can eliminate bias in a sense.
Persuasiveness is going to be its subjectiveness based on bias.
That will go for both sides, right? I mean, flat earthers will have a bias towards. Let me show you this, right? I'm going to show you this for an example of when I think it's done by flat earthers. Okay. I don't think you'll subscribe to this, but this is what I saw on Twitter today. So we had the sun in the clouds, and then in one observation, to say that the sun's not 93 million miles away, and another observation we had the sun way up above the clouds, above the Earth, to show that the Earth's flat, right? They are obviously contradictory observations. And what that guy was doing is exactly what you're describing. You're saying that this guy is looking for observations that match the Earth he wants to think is true, right? But how do you... but if you're a glober, right, you can point out and say, look, these contradictory observations, this isn't going to fly, like how you would do that if a glober came up with two contradictory observations. And so the best way to eliminate bias in something where you can't control all the variables and you can't find out what Earth's shape is in a laboratory is to have someone who doesn't believe that the Earth is a sphere or flat, right? And then they can hold your views and scrutinize them, right?
It would be great if it was something like what you just suggested, where you have a bunch of people on one side, a bunch of people on the other side, right? They have an equal amount of funding, and then they compare evidences. But instead, what happened was they demonetized and started removing all the flat Earth content, decided to censor it, call it dangerous misinformation, and basically not give people the choice, not give people access to both information.
Yes. I
would agree with that.
Agree
you probably
that
don't
that's
agree
not going
that
to
it
be.
should be. Yeah.
If you're going to remove bias, that's not going to be very helpful to limit the information of flat earthers. But I mean, if I was going to make the case for them, I don't necessarily support this because I think freedom of speech is good and everything. But I wouldn't demonetize flat Earth or whatever, like those sorts of things. But if I was going to make that case for them, the question of the Earth's sphericity at this stage in the minds of the people who control whether or not your information gets out or not is like a settled question, and in their minds it's not exactly helpful for these sorts of ideas to spread, because in their minds, again, not mine, it makes people dumber, right, as far as they're concerned. I'm all for free speech.
I don't think that it makes people dumber is where they're coming from, right? They're not censoring ancient aliens. They're not censoring Bigfoot videos or some cryptid or some crazy nonsense, right? Not only did they censor the Flat Earth videos, right, but they replaced it with a playlist of pure propaganda, right? That literally, is a bunch of discs in space or a bunch of crazy people in the videos that they present. So it's not very cool what they did. It doesn't seem like they're being very genuine, or they're trying to prevent people from getting dumber, right? When they have all these TV shows, right, like Real Housewives of Beverly Hills and Jersey Shore and stuff like that. Like, I think that would make people dumber, not looking into evidence of the Earth.
Well, you got to think about who's in the position to make these decisions. I mean, they also ban Holocaust denial and all those sorts of things. So, I mean, most of the, let's say, the alpha mega conspiracy theories are the ones that they are probably going to demonetize. Bigfoot theories aren't exactly the alpha omega conspiracy theories, right? Flat Earth, Holocaust denial, those sorts of things are the big ones, the big dogs of the conspiracy theories.
Yeah, but I mean, it's a hard one. I mean, I don't see how it could be dangerous misinformation. Probably because it's extremely, right. If someone actually puts their ego aside, that's new to this topic, and sits down and honestly goes over all of the information, right, and listens, they don't think flat earthers are stupid anymore, right? It's only because they see the videos that are promoted, right, in the propaganda playlist or something like that they think flat Earth is stupid.
Well, I certainly don't. I've said it once that every human has a flat Earth potential. Let's say, right? Even as a globe, I would say that we all probably have some favorability to a conspiracy theory, one way or another, whatever it is. Maybe a view that maybe we don't have much evidence for, but we actually believe. But from a globalist perspective, obviously, I think everyone can do that. So I don't think it's about stupidity. I think anyone could be, like, you could be the smartest person in the world and be a flat earther. But, But I don't imagine the people who make these rules are flat earth. I have spoken to many flat earthers. All they care about is what the consequence of flat earth existing is. And for them, it's in their mind, the lower scientific literacy is not healthy for an economy, so they don't really want it. But I don't think you're scientifically illiterate, you guys. I think you're probably above average literate. If I was going to say why someone would be a flat earth, my view, obviously. So this isn't going to be like, you're probably going to disagree with whatever I say here. I think it's a matter of what you want to be true. Personally, that's what I think. It's flat earthers want flat earth to be true, so it's hard to convince them out of it.
Yeah, I would just say the same thing back to you, and you would probably agree. I mean, a lot of people are heavily emotionally invested in the globe, right? And I'm pretty sure it's like a natural function of the human brain to cling on to deeply ingrained belief systems as like a natural protection mechanism. So I think more so the globe side wants the Earth to be a globe.
We're obviously going to disagree on who wants it more, right? But I will give you an analogy, right?
Well, the thing is, it's unpopular to be a flat earther. It's popular to believe in the globe.
Yeah, I'll give you an analogy, right? Why I think flat earthers aren't stupid. They just, have some sort of connection to flat earth that maybe goes beyond science, right? I was a communist once, right? Not too long ago, I was about in my early 20s. I'm in my late 20s now, so I'm 26, was about 21-ish when I was a communist. And what kept me in communism was that I loved winning debates. Everyone would look up to me, and because the people I was speaking to didn't know much about communism, it always had the illusion that I knew a lot more than I did, right? And that was good for the ego, and a lot of my friends, online friends, were communists, so it cemented some sort of belonging, identity, stuff like that. Now, people in my real life didn't like communists. I got into loads of arguments with my flatmates about the matter. Some were recorded, some weren't. The point is, that's why I think it's about that, right? Obviously, you're going to say the same thing back to me and say, actually, I'm the one with the identity problem and stuff like that, which is fine. I'm not here to persuade you that you have an identity problem. Just that I don't think flat earthers are stupid, just like how I wasn't stupid when I was 21. I just maybe through socialization had some sort of for a variety of factors cemented my belief in communism, which was more of like what I wanted to be true rather than thinking logically about the consequences of communism. So, so I don't think you guys are stupid. That's the point. That's the whole point I was trying to make.
Well, that's good, because we're not stupid. A lot of really, really intelligent people in here that really know their shit.
Yeah, I agree. I think you guys BTFO mini globers. But that is exactly what a similar effect of me when I was a communist. I was BTFOing every capitalist because I just didn't know much about capitalism. Likewise. Oh, here's another good analogy, right? When I was debating communism, I would often talk in vagaries and avoid making claims. The debate would stop very early on because if they couldn't tell me what communism was, by definition, I would just, do the thing that you do when, you say, yeah, you don't know what you're talking about, or those sorts of things. And, I see a lot of connections where, the debate doesn't go that far deep into flat Earth. It stops quite early on, right? It's more about the globe than it is flat Earth, just like how communism is more about critiquing capitalism more than about establishing communism or what communism would actually look like. So, I don't know. That's the connection I've drawn. And that's why when I say I come here for entertainment, I'm not here to troll people. I just don't think that no matter how many debates I have, no matter how persuasive I could be, then I'd ever convince any of you, right? So for me, that's the take I come from, right? I see it more as like sharpening debate skills and so on and so forth. And
man, Day has a point. It's been 10 years, bud, and nobody has been able to remotely provide a single shred of empirical evidence that Earth is a globe. 10 years.
Well, you've seen evidence that the Earth's a globe. It's just that you think that it's caused by like every single effect I could describe to you, every single evidence is going to have an alternative possibility, right? That you're going to say, well, it could be this. But you have to be wary of it's not necessarily the case, because it's not necessarily the case is the phrase that you use when you cling to low probability. And you have to actually think, like, am I saying it's not necessarily the case because it isn't? I mean, there is a possibility of something else. That then, is it likely that other possibility is true? And do they contradict with other, it's not necessarily the case claims? Like that image I showed you, that guy would be saying, oh, the sun's close. It's not necessarily the case that the sun is 93 million miles away because you can see the sun here in the clouds. And then someone could say, well, you can see the thing from space, the Earth from space. And then you might say, well, it's not necessarily the Earth. You can see the Earth's curve from space because look at this. But those two sun observations contradict each other. Good to be wary of it. Yeah.
But Britt, did you see anything other than flat in either of those pictures, though?
Well, in those two pictures, no.
Yeah, like you don't see anything other than flat in either of those pictures.
But the point is, the whole point I was trying to say was that you have been presented with evidence, but that the old annoying phrase "it's not necessarily the case" is what you might use to say, well, I'm going to dismiss it on account of this alternative possibility, right?
It's not even alternative possibilities. It's very easy to see when a fisheye or a wide-angle lens has been used. It's also easy to find full confirmation that these images from NASA are just that. They're images. They are not real full-frame photographs taken from a camera. They're CGI and composite. There is not a single real full-frame photograph from a camera of the entire Earth.
Mm-hmm. But I'm speaking more broadly. So, like, when you ask for globe evidence, right? And someone says, okay, boat's going over the horizon. Now, it's not necessarily the case would tell you that's refraction for a flat earther, right? Or water humps or
diffraction, not just
optics, right? Whatever it may be.
Diffraction.
Yeah. Like there's a variety of it's not necessarily the case possibilities. You could go with water hump perspective, a refraction, whatever you want, right? But the point is that when the globe presented you boats going over the horizon, at that stage there is evidence for the globe. You just think it's not necessarily the case, which is fine. Neither does the globe, right? But so when you say you've never been presented with evidence, that's not true. You have.
No, that's crazy, right? Because we'd say that's not necessarily the case, and the globe would also say that too. So, like, clearly, that would mean that on both sides, that both parties are like, that's not really evidence. That's what that boils down to. So you don't have evidence of globe. But I rest my case. That's what it comes down to every single time. 10 years, Britain. 10 fucking years.
Okay, but on balance, and it depends on the flat earther, because heretic isn't really someone I'd say is, and it's not necessarily the case guy. He's more of I called a few months ago. I said he's like a sharpshooter flat earther. He'll say a lot in few words, which are very effective. But some flat earthers are very much it's not necessarily the case, right? And it's all well and good saying that, but you can say that for any proposition. Water boils is not necessarily the case, caused by heat, right? So anything you want could always be reduced to it's not necessarily the case. But we can't live on those. We can't argue based on those all the time, because we need to have some semblance, some sort of consistency between ideas, right? Between observations, experiments, and so on. And if we don't, then you're going to be left to this sort of incoherent, it's not necessarily the case claims. And they mean nothing, they can't construct anything, and they're kind of useless to some degree.
Slimy. That's all just words, bro. That's all just words to the wind, man.
He's just a slimy, gaslighting prick. That's all you are, Britt.
Yeah, I know.
Just imposed upon us things which we might not necessarily agree with. And you stated with such confidence, as if it's true, for an audience to go, oh, yeah.
I wouldn't say I'm slimy. I'm pretty honest. This is what I think. No, but I could be wrong. It's like earlier, like a couple of days ago, someone said, "I'm such a cordial guy," and I said, "That's not true, right?" Anyone who knows me knows that I can be a prick sometimes, but I'm willing to say that. So I'm not trying to deceive anyone. I'll be quite honest with who I am and what I think. Anyway, I was just talking because Jenna wanted to strike up a conversation. Seems like I may have overstayed my talking welcome.
No, for me, it just seems like you live in this world of gray area. Like you just live in gray area, right? And in the real world, it either is or it isn't. It's black or it's white, right? Like there's no gray areas in stuff like this. What is it doing or what is it not doing?
I mean,
we've got that. We've got what is it doing and what is it not doing. We have the why and the how.
I mean, isn't there anything else than just a gray area, basically? If we are logically conclusion doing this.
What did you say, Ripcord? Sorry?
I said, isn't it a logical conclusion to see it as gray and white as it is?
You mean black and white?
Yeah, whatever she meant.
Well, yeah, in a lot of ways. I mean, I would disagree and say I live in a grey area. I'm scientifically illiterate and mathematically illiterate. When I say that, I'm kind of being exaggerating, but I'm not very good at it, right? Some of you guys are probably better than me at it. And because of that, I do think in black and white. I do say Earth is a sphere. I don't try and be technical with my language and say probably, or like, all those sorts of things. But it's helpful to think in those terms. But if we're going to be epistemically accurate, a lot of these things with synthetic propositions, and synthetic propositions are just matters of the world around us, right? Propositions about the world around us can only really be probabilistic, because there's always going to be some variable you haven't accounted for yet. But I don't speak in those terms. That's my epistemic view.
I mean, I don't agree for one reason. The most scientific people are those people in the military. They are not working on probabilities, they are working on facts, because otherwise they would deceive themselves by information they come to conclusion that might not be true, and then it's doomed to failure,
Well, in the military, like for instance, here we go. You will have, let's say, when Churchill had intercepted the Enigma code, right? A matter of fact for the Germans was that the British had no idea about about the Enigma code. They didn't crack it. They didn't know what messages they were sending. A matter of fact for England was that we do know, and we don't want them to know, right? Now, if you're talking about the British, they had a more complete picture of the information there. So there's less question of probability about that problem. For the Germans, they also thought that they had a complete picture of the situation. Now, those two things can't be true at the same time. One of them had, in this case, Britain more, Germany less, right? So even in the military, you have to conceive of possibility, even if it's unlikely.
I know what you meant by this, but this is more about politics and geological proposition of the people they station. Yeah, the strategy, basically. So this has nothing to do with science in general, just to encrypt some messages or something like this. I'm basically pointing this out because they have to observe things that are correct, and based on that, they have to do their math when they, for example, fire an artillery and such. But they don't include the curvature, for example, for the projectile that has to go there, They calculate it all on the flat plane. Okay. And the velocity and trajectory, speeds and such are then being calculated.
Yeah.
There's nothing else. And so does the sniper and such.
Yeah, I don't mind that. What I will say is, look, I thought you were saying that the military have this epistemic sort of view about what's true black and white, right? True black and white. Obviously, you're not saying that. You're saying that relative to the curve. Now, you have probably spoken to some soldiers, I imagine, who say they do not have to take into consideration. Yeah. Okay, so yourself, right? You know that whatever you're doing, you didn't have to take into consideration curvature. Probably the people you were around did not have to either. But so have I, and they've said the opposite. So it's not convincing to say that, like, the people you've spoken to or you yourself have never had to take a part in that, because I know people who have, and so where do we? It's an inconclusive end. We can't really tie it. The military is what can we do with that? Nothing.
What do you mean? I mean, there have been plenty of papers being publicized where they have observational things done by the base. We operate on the same level, basically, as so-called flat earthers,
Yeah, but I can only say that there's some soldiers that say that they haven't had to take into consideration anything like that. Some have. I don't know what you did in the military. I don't know how relevant it would be to Earth Curve. But that's for me, the military is just a dead end of conversation. Like, you're not going to get anywhere. Because we both have different stories.
I just took it as an example because of how the military basically works, in terms of observation and such. Especially
in reality, they don't have absolute. In reality, they don't have absolute information, right? They always operate on probability in these sorts of grey area, because they have to. A military that doesn't account for alternative possibilities is going to probably lose any conflict that they're in.
And now we are in tactics again.
Yeah, but all things that the military do come from this top-down. I mean, it's not bottom-up, is it? It's top-down, right? So whatever strategy, tactics, or whatever's being employed by higher-ups, and they pass down information to the units below them, that sort of relationship isn't always. I mean, like, for the soldier on the ground, they might see a soldier ahead of them. Probably is going to be the enemy soldier, and that's that because they've been sent there by the higher-ups. Also possible that they've been put in a situation where they're accidentally killing their own soldiers, right? Which has happened several times or more. So it's not exactly like they operate on black and white. They have incomplete information all the time.
Yeah. I'm taking a short break. Be right back.
Hello, fellow flat earthers. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, they hear you.
Who was it that said that?
What's up, Globers?
You got some evidence of a stationary flat plane, Twonger? Or you just talking shit?
No, there's no evidence of a flat stationary plane.
Why are you coming in here calling out some globers then? What are you, flat? Globe?
I'm flat.
You're flat?
Yeah, I'm a flurfer.
Where's your evidence of a stationary flat plane?
Just look outside.
That's all you got?
Yeah.
Weak flat.
Are you a Glober?
Maybe.
How do you know?
I said maybe.
Yeah, what makes you think it's a globe?
I'm not sure. I said maybe.
Mm-hmm.
What makes you think it's flat? I already asked. You said you don't really know. You don't know why you think what you think.
No, I don't actually think it's flat.
So I was right. You're bullshitting.
Yeah, I'm a Glober.
What's your evidence?
Gravity.
Gravity proves curvature?
Yeah.
Elaborate.
The only thing that makes sense.
Couldn't it just be density?
What do you mean?
You know, we're denser than things, so we go down. If you're not denser than things, you go up. County. Doesn't that explain it?
Why would a dense thing have to go down?
Because that's what we see. We see that denser things go down.
Why though?
Because they're more dense.
That's
why. Or if you give a specific example within nature, right? Like if there's a rock sitting on the ground, right? It's already sitting on the ground. If you want to lift it up, right, and give it some potential energy, it's going to go down. It's going to re-seek equilibrium, which you displaced it from.
Why down?
Yeah, nobody knows why there's two primary
No, we do know it's gravity.
No, you don't know that, right? You need gravity. No, you don't know that. You're not able to validate that. That's why when you ask scientists, actual scientists, what is gravity? They say, next question, please. Or they say, we don't know what it is, right? It just has to be there to have this globe Earth model, right? You need to have gravity. You need to cling to gravity to have a globe because you can't have the globe model without gravity. In reality, right, in a flat stationary contained system, relative density explain why things rise or sink. Right? Once they're displaced, they're going to re-seek equilibrium. right? But why are there two primary directions of up and down? Nobody knows that. Nobody can scientifically prove that at this point.
Well, it's gravity.
No, but you can't prove that scientifically, right? You don't have a scientific experiment where you can manipulate the cause of the effect and prove that it's gravity, because it's not possible to do that. You don't have that.
Can you make yourself float in the lab with gravity or make it weightless? Because then you would be manipulating gravity.
Yeah, you just go away from the Earth.
Okay.
How's going away from the
I lifted a
Earth?
marble away from the dirt. Now what? It's going to orbit?
You're not, if you go far enough away.
You said away from Earth. What do you mean far enough?
You got to go far enough away.
Now magic numbers?
Yes,
It's
an inverse. It's an inverse
so you
square
gotta
law.
get far from gravity for gravity to act. That's weird. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
The globe is a consequence of gravity.
So you're saying being farther away from gravity makes gravity work?
Yeah. Well, no, it makes it weaker.
That's not what you just said.
Yeah, you said you wanted me to get anti-gravity. I explained it to you.
So how do we leave gravity in the first place? Isn't that anti-gravity?
Well, no, but you have to use energy. You have to use a force. You have to use energy. Yeah.
Doesn't that equal weight and mass?
Yeah.
So how is more weight and more mass leaving more mass? Shouldn't it be attracting more? What's going on here? Your equation flopped.
You gotta use energy.
That's math.
Huh?
E equals MC squared, brother.
Yeah,
Energy equals math.
There's an
energy
equivalent.
Equals math. And you got acceleration. It equals more math. It squares it. Now, how the fuck am I growing this grape to greater proportions, 1,000 tons, every time I move it away from the dirt, and gravity's not affecting it, pulling it down more? That's weird.
It is pulling it down. That's why you got to use energy.
How did I pull it up?
With energy.
Oh my fucking God. How is putting more weight into something making it go higher? So if I stack 8,000,000 bricks on you, you're going to move easier now? You're going to jump better?
I don't
You're
think
not
you're
fucking making any sense.
You're not understanding Einstein's equation.
No, you're not understanding the physical reality of what's going down in reality.
There's a
more bricks on you.
between
Show
mass
me how
and energy,
Einstein
but they're
shit
not
works
the
with
same.
more bricks on you. I got more bricks on you. That's going to be energy and potential and more mass. Right?
No, that's not how it works.
Stacking them and stacking them. I haven't stopped stacking them. That's kinetic energy. That's movement. Right? Why aren't you leaving Earth now? That's what you said.
No, I didn't.
Well, that's what you got to do for a rocket. You got to stack tons and tons and tons and tons of liquid in an empty thing, and that makes it leave gravity.
Yeah, because it's making a force.
Because you filled it up.
I mean,
so is gravity gasoline?
No, I mean, no, it's not.
That's the thing you manipulated.
I'm not sure how you're getting at this.
Gasoline, my car only stops working. Gravity only affects my car and makes it stop when I'm out of fuel or the battery's broke.
Right. So you debunked your own argument.
Huh? I did what?
Doesn't gasoline have mass?
No, brother. I'm telling you, gasoline's gravity. You fucking idiot.
Not.
Listen to me. Gasoline is gravity.
No, it's not.
Yeah, you said mass attracts mass. You said, doesn't gasoline have mass? I agree with you, son. Mass, gasoline, is gravity. That's the cause and effect of stuff, right?
It has gravity.
So without gasoline, what's it going to do?
Nothing.
So with gasoline, it moves, right?
Yeah.
So with that gravity making it move?
No.
So wouldn't that be buoyancy?
No.
Why not? Horizontal buoyancy. You gave it
horizontal. You love horizontal, don't you?
Yeah, that's the only way that's going to disprove the globe. Helium balloons can't do it. They have horizontal buoyancy that doesn't exist on your globe. That's what you're looking for to prove a globe. You don't want vertical buoyancy. That's only for flat Earth. You want horizontal buoyancy towards the horizon. You want balloon air bubbles out of the ocean to go that way.
Right. Why should something move sideways?
So I'm just wondering though, why do you got to fill something with tons of weight for it to leave Earth? I don't understand how that fits your equation.
Because there's stored energy in that.
In the pile of bricks I put on your head? Show me how. Show me what it does.
Gasoline, not bricks.
Only gasoline.
Well, fuel. Only
so
fuels.
Gasoline's magic. It's anti-gravity. Got you.
Yeah. It's combustible.
Well, you just solved what gravity was. If you solved what anti-gravity was, you manipulated that variable. You changed the weight of the object by putting gasoline in it. Fill her up, boys.
I don't know if you're doing this intentionally.
I don't know if you understand physics or not. I think you're dumb.
Dude, you're impossible to have a conversation
I filled my car up. I can go further, 300 to 600 miles. If I don't have any gasoline, I can't leave the gas station.
I'm trying
Gravity's
my hardest,
holding me.
dude.
Now I'm going to put some anti-gravity liquid, mass in my car. Now for some odd fucking reason, I made it a ton heavier. Now it's just going to roll out.
Roll out. Hey, you can still leave the gas station. All you gotta do is leave the car there and walk.
I'm trying my hardest, dude, with you. You know what I mean?
You know what that reminds
me of? Your feet are anti-gravity. Holy shit.
Hey, D-Mock, you know what that reminds me of is way back when, what's his fucking dumbass name? He said that it would take,
guy.
It would take rockets bigger than the Statue of Liberty to be filled with fuel to launch.
Warner Von Braun?
Is that motherfucker? That's his name.
Yeah, the father of rocketry? Yeah.
Yeah, he said...
The Empire State Building.
Yeah, he said, oh, that's even fucking bigger. My bad.
All right, hold on. Apak, let me explain this to Denmark. So...
Oh, teach me.
Matt, you were saying how mass is energy, right? Can you shut up? Mass is energy, right? So why do you run out of gasoline?
Gravity?
No, because the mass is becoming energy. Stop.
Gas.
Did you hear me? The mass is becoming energy, dude. It's really that simple. Does that make sense to you?
Math?
Yeah, but I put a whole bunch of maths on you, and now it's not working. So apparently, it's not that simple, Scooby-Doo. I just put a whole bunch of bricks on your forehead, and now you can't go anywhere. Why?
I just the gasoline.
No, you're not. No, stop. We're at bricks.
Why does the gasoline go away?
Brother, math is math. Don't fucking be biased towards math.
No, it's not.
No, math isn't math.
Why are you being mass racist?
No, not mass is not mass.
He's racist against math. What the hell?
You're gonna get me banned, so I'm just gonna mute.
Hey, have you ever heard of how like the math? Since you guys are talking about math, have you ever heard about the math of the weight of fuel that it would take to break that barrier of what they call, breaking the grip of gravity, if you will, to launch out to space? I forgot. There's a certain word about it. I forgot what it is called. But
what are you yapping about?
What was that, Claw?
It's like leaving the fuck. Was it roast with it?
Yeah, there's a certain word. I forgot the word. But
escape velocity.
Yes. There you go. Escape velocity. So have you ever looked into the math of that? They're saying that the math, that the weight of the fuel itself can't even fucking hold, you can't even launch, it's a conundrum, because you can't even put enough power to launch off the weight of the fuel for it to then escape, this grip of gravity.
Beyond the amount of weight that you have for propulsion, for the weight that you have the attribute of distance covered,
why
for the weight of
why
fuel.
do you have to refill your tank with gasoline?
Shut up, stupid. You're asking dumb questions. You should ask right questions.
Why do you have to refill your tank?
No. Listen.
You don't refill your tank on the way to the moon.
Yes, you do.
Hold on.
Whoa, fuck.
Refilling in the fucking middle of the sky, bro. Shut the fuck up already with that bullshit.
Yeah, they stopped to refuel at the ISS.
What? Holy fuck. Clipcard, where are you, brother? clip that shit, dog. We got a wild one right here, bro. We got
I'm talking.
idiot.
No, I wasn't even talking about.
a gas station at the ISS.
All right, if you're just gonna yap, go be my guest. Go ahead.
Hey,
Just keep
Heretic, you
yapping.
hear Heretic? Hey, Heretic, you hear Heretic?
Yeah, Heretic's a little bitch.
Go
What's the
ahead,
bitch,
yap, buddy.
Are you listening, Heretic? Did you just fucking hear the bullshit that came out of this motherfucking kid? God damn.
Yo, bitches, say, what's the bitch ass flat earthers?
We're refilling
God
the ISS.
damn, bro.
Twonger, was that you, Twonger?
Why are you cursing God?
Was that you, Twonger? Did you just say that we refilled the ISS? Swear to God.
I was talking about gas at your car, bro. At the gas station.
You said that, Twonger. You said that.
No.
You said that.
Who said we refilled the ISS? Who fucking said that, dumb bull?
Twonger said it.
No, I didn't.
Goddamn, Twonger.
Yes,
You're marked for life, brother. That's it.
I did not say that, bro.
Who did then? Who did? I'll tell you what. I
was talking about the gas tank in your car, refilling at the gas station.
No. Someone said the ISS.
Twonger said that there was a gas station on the ISS.
Yeah.
Wow! Come on, Twonger. Hey, be better, do better. Get the fuck out of that bullshit, bro. You might have slipped. I don't know. Hey, Heretic. Who said it, Heretic?
Why are you trolling, Twonger?
I was trying to demonstrate the point that you run out of gas.
No. But
now you're admitting it.
But do you understand the logic, though, that the weight of how much fuel it would take for an object to
I heard what you said, bro. I heard what you said.
Shut up, though. Let me finish. For it to mathematically escape that, have that velocity to escape the grip of gravity, that mathematically it doesn't fucking comport to.
All right, cite that for me.
Math.
Oh yeah,
cite that.
Let me look for it. I remember somebody talking about it. Let me look for it.
The math doesn't add up, Twonger.
Right.
Yes, you flat earthers don't know how to do math.
Holy
But the
fuck.
math doesn't math.
Says the guy that you fucking refill at the ISS. Get the fuck out of here, you fucking numbskull.
Dude, I was joking.
All of a sudden. Fucking
I'm trying to bring some comedy to the flat earth, you know what I mean?
Definitely comedy, because that was fucking hilarious. That was a knee slapper.
Just comprehend.
This channel's dead.
It's called
most
the
of the time.
tyranny of the rocket equation.
I'm trying to
The thing
liven
he
it
was
up.
just telling you about. Did you also know that the rocket equation is a helium balloon?
Is it really?
Yes, sir.
That means that
It's 94.
That means that we can put helium.
Yeah, we can prove it. It's 94% fuel, which would be the helium, and then 6% material, which would be the plastic, little bitty layer of plastic on the outside of the helium, and then you let it go, and it does its thing.
Mm-hmm.
Up and away.
What about the explosion?
No explosion needed.
No, I mean, like, what about the explosion when we see the rocket go off? Was that?
No explosion needed. Helium goes up. Rockets come back down this way, stupid. And they hit dirt and water. Unless you got proof of otherwise.
Oh, I thought you were trying
live proof from a rocket or a helicopter that shows your rocket go down without hitting any dirt or water?
I ain't gonna lie, D-Mock. I'm surprised that these young chaps didn't know about that fucking conundrum, bro. Like where the rocket, it would have to be so much weight. Like, I honestly, like, I'm surprised. But then again, I've been fucking in this arena for many years, bro. So like, it's been a minute. So maybe they're just young to it. I don't know. Maybe they haven't heard that discussion before. I don't know.
Maybe they're just mad at the helium balloon because a rocket can't do what a helium balloon can do. And anybody can bet Elon Musk that a flat Earth helium balloon will always outdo a shitball rocket.
Hey, Demo, what do you think that it's possible that like, it's like a red tank that they say is the fuel? It might be fuel of helium.
Yeah, it's probably.
It might be a helium.
Well, see, if it was helium, they wouldn't release it. They would hold on to it and keep going up. What they do is they waste your money, and So they shoot the steam, They go up with steam power, and once both those tanks are empty of water and the steam and the glitter that they shoot out and make a big explosion with exploding glitter and steam, and then it goes, and then it does an arc, then it comes back down because there is no curve of Earth anywhere that anybody's calculated, so it's not going past that because Earth has no edge to go past, says Globers. So we can hold them at their word. There is no curve or no edge or nothing of an Earth because it doesn't exist. It's too big. And then the rocket hits the dirt and water. But the helium balloon just goes up, vertically up. The way you should go away from things. Up, up, and away. Not up, down, and two.
That's satellites, right? The helium balloon.
Well, it's anything that you want to go up.
Those are satelloons.
I don't know who would benefit from this conspiracy theory.
You can use a heater, a solar powered heater that heats up the inside of the material, just like hot air. You can control the temperature of the helium or the hydrogen.
You think like a group of 5 gentlemen, they have dinner and then on the table put a map and decide what's what.
Gentlemen do have dinners.
Right?
They don't have dinners, they'll be hungry by breakfast.
Yeah, that happened.
Yeah. Gentlemen do that dinner.
The constitution of like liberal democracies.
What's space wars, Connolly?
Yes.
Hey, D-Mock.
Have dinner. Yeah.
Hey, D-Mock. Hey, D-Mock, what we were talking about earlier, specifically, for the listeners, if you want to look it up, it's called the Tsiolkovsky rocket equation. Tsiolkovsky.
What's that?
I guess the T is silent. Tsiolkovsky rocket equation. This is also known as rocket equation, but maybe because the pronunciation of the fucking name is crazy. But it's an equation, literally. Let me just read it. This equation governs the relationship between the rocket's mass, the speed required for desired change in velocity, delta V, and the mass of the fuel. The problem you're describing, where the weight of the fuel needed to reach escape velocity is too great to be carried by the rocket, relates to the challenge of mass ratio in rocketry. In simple terms, the more fuel you carry, the heavier the rocket becomes, and the more fuel you need to lift that increased weight, leading to a feedback loop that makes reaching escape velocity, or any high-speed goal, very difficult. This is particularly pronounced when trying to reach to achieve escape velocity from a planet like Earth, quote unquote. The amount of fuel required to accelerate the rocket escape velocity is enormous, and the fuel's mass becomes a significant problem, limiting the rocket's ability to carry sufficient fuel for the journey. So, long story short, you cannot hold enough fuel and get it off the ground to fucking even reach that escape velocity, quote unquote, to even go to fucking Narnia, where you dumb fuck Globers think you're fucking traveling to. Not you, but NASA's doing it. So that's all I want to say.
It said it was hard. It didn't say it was impossible.
Oh my god, who's talking? Let me see who's talking. I guess we got a numpty in the chat. Who said that?
Yeah. Well, that's what you said. It said it made it a hard problem, not an impossible problem.
I think it was Smith.
Mr. Mush, in the building, live and direct. Listen, Mush. The point of it is that it's a
Mush and myth.
It's a conundrum. Meaning it's almost like a fucking catch-22, or stuck between a rock and a hard place. Like, you can't have one and the other because they cancel each other out. So it's a fucking paradox. So when NASA tells us that they're launching shit up to fucking get to the destinations that they're saying they're going to, but yet the fuel mathematically required to get there is so heavy that it. I'm not speaking about today, by the way. I'm speaking about yesterday. I'm speaking about back when they told us this was happening. I don't know if you might be too young to remember, but once upon a time, there was a big fucking red tank of fuel, and then these two little side, rocket-looking shaped silos, if you will, next to it, attached. And then they had a small little thing called a Challenger just placed right on top of it. And this is where this fucking conundrum comes in play. Because the amount of fuel that they're saying that it was going to take to escape fucking Earth fucking grabbing of the gravity, so they call it escape velocity, the amount of fuel used would be too heavy to fucking launch. Do you understand this, yes or no?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. With the Challenger, are you talking about the space shuttle, the one with the wings on it?
Way back, brother. Like you were probably not even a fucking twinkle in your mom's eye when I was watching this shit on TV. I'm assuming you sound like you're 22, 23. Is that correct? You might be older. I don't know.
Yeah. What gives me more problems is like with the space shuttle, it had those wings, right? Well, to get to escape velocity, like wouldn't those wings fucking disintegrate like in the atmosphere?
Yeah. Hold on. Now you're onto something. Think about this logically, not just you, but people listening. Like the amount of speed required, as they say they have to reach, which is thousands of miles, right? Like X times beyond the speed of sound. You're right. Like material objects at those speeds will fucking break apart at lesser speeds. Okay, so like think about that. Like this is all obviously a fucking fairy tale. They're telling you one thing, but this is why we're here, bro. Just to spread truth, make you fucking see the fucking lies that you indoctrinated into. That's all we're doing. And you're right. You think the fucking aerodynamic fucking space, back in the fucking 80s at least, they had these fucking aircraft that were going fucking Mach 25, whatever the fuck. But then you look at something like the military had that was going like Mach 3, and that motherfucker looked like a needle. Like that shit was fucking pointy as fuck. And they're like, it has to be designed this way to reach such speeds. But yeah, you had this bulky ass motherfucking Challenger looking ass bitch. Like, bro, like that's not fucking going Mach 25, bro.
But you got to be reasonable. This is a serious matter. So if there are people that have doubts, because this is like only accepted by like 1% of the scientifics in the world, right? So you got to be able to be reasonable and explain why they lied about that. Why NASA took a lot of pictures of moon. Why did they lie on Earth? Why did they lie? What was the motive?
Why not? Why wouldn't they lie?
No, but you gotta find a motive.
Hey,
if you don't have a motive,
I'll tell you why, bro. I'll tell you why, bro.
Rearrest.
I'll tell you why. There are people that lie for less. Okay, people will lie for $100. You don't think motherfuckers will lie for $59 million a day? Like, get the fuck out of here, bro. If you don't catch that logic, bro. Like, people will lie for less.
Like poker, like playing 1 month and playing 6 hours and winning 1,500 USD plus my thesis. They pay me. But I was joking, by the way. I'm just starting with poker. I'm not that there yet. I'm gonna do it in January. 4 hours of study, 4 hours of practice, 1 month. In 1 month, I should be able to play 6 hours. So this is February. 6 hours and win $1,500. And I think that I could sum up like $1,500 to make $3,000 with academics and also real estate.
What are you babbling about, dude?
Come again?
Why are you talking about this?
I don't know. I feel lost. Okay, I'm gonna go. You didn't give any arguments. Listen, I'm a teacher of, introduction to the scientific thinking. So I'm at a point where I do not care about my English. I only care about arguments, right? Okay. So where's the proof? And show like a paper. Is there a paper peer-reviewed about this? Are there important scientifics?
You're gonna wait to hear any answers, or are you just on a monologue?
Okay, give me the answer.
Well, do you want an argument or do you want a paper? What do you want?
I want, if the paper has value, like $1, I want that.
A paper.
Yeah.
Anybody got a paper for this guy?
I think this guy is bricked.
It's a convention. Yeah. It's a convention. But
it's bricked and drunk.
We're gonna, clash because like you are brave and it's all okay. I apologize if I did something wrong.
What is your point?
So, how could you convince me or persuade me that the earth is flat?
All right, if I give you $1, will you be convinced if I give you $1?
Yeah, I accept it.
Is there any evidence otherwise?
Listen, you don't know, like, I smoke weed, so my English is like,
the best.
No, I just wanna talk about arguments. So tell me them. Yeah, tell me them. Like, if you have to persuade me that that the earth is flat, what evidence would you show me?
That the earth is earth.
Come again? Like, why all those NASA pictures? And also Russia. They were part of a conspiracy theory that the man didn't get to the moon.
No, I think Narnia was a real movie.
No, yeah, I get you, Narnia, I get you. Yeah, I'm there. Yeah. I'm enjoying the ride. Right?
Real.
It's like lucky me. Sunday and end of the year, I'm a teacher, so no vacations. So yeah, lucky me.
Lucky you.
I just ate the plate.
Hey man, if you want to believe in the cartoons, that's okay.
No, I want you to take me seriously.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Guys, he's asking for an argument for why we're saying the Earth isn't a ball. So someone wants to just take him through like water or something, starting pretty basic.
Listen.
Yeah, he was here last night.
I'm a very smart gorilla. Okay? A very smart gorilla. So you have to persuade me that the Earth
guy, you have to listen. You have to listen.
What do you say?
Have you heard of sea level?
Paper, okay.
Have you heard of sea level?
Paper.
No, sea level?
Heretic.
Have you ever heard of sea level?
No, we could like I could like stream this. I could stream like a paper that that German Yeah, I'm gonna stream it. Let's go. Like he actually
All right. Yeah.
He actually, like, you know, get to. Oh, it's not that easy. Like, if you don't have a Mac. No. I had to download it first. And such silly. Fuck. That's weird, you know. Okay, 2 spectators. I'm it again. Yes. But I did the wrong move. Here's the paper. Yes. Okay. I'm gonna put it. Google Docs. Okay.
Listen, my friend. Can you have a bottle, a round spherical bottle, and put the alcohol on the outside of it?
Whoa! It doesn't let me get to this website.
He's not listening.
Yeah, the link that you put on, you know, the chat, Google Docs. That. Let me check with the driver. What's this?
No.
What's this?
No.
Like, I can stream it, but stream it well. I had to download it, so
no,
it's visible. What? Listen, it's like I want Flat Earth for Dummies. You know?
No, I don't know.
Nobody knows. What is less likely? Okay, this paper shows like empirical evidence. Hey, I'm gonna download it and stream it. This is great. Just because you know, I'm high. Now I can stream it. Yeah, okay. Don't get nervous.
For all you Globers in here, any Globers in here? Real quick. Anybody?
Yeah, they are. Laser level experiments.
Hey, any Globers in here? Gregan, hold on, Gregan. Chill. Gregan, chill, Gregan, chill. Any Globers in here? Any? Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Mush.
yeah, we're here.
So Mush, who else? Just Mush?
Gemsy.
Oh, Gemsy, you're not counted.
Listen, Gemsy. Be gentlemen, I ask you, persuade me about that.
Hey, be gentlemen.
Hey,
let's someone else. Be gentlemen.
No, someone get into my stream.
Listen,
get into my stream. Get into my stream. Get into my stream.
Is asking someone
get
else.
into my stream. I have the paper.
All right, chill. So Gemsy,
hey, go on mute.
Gemsy and Hush, do you guys have any proof of a globe? Any for us, please? We've been waiting for years. Go ahead.
Is the evidence.
Okay, what was that?
The lack of the evidence is the evidence.
The lack of the evidence of the globe is the evidence of the globe. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
How does that work out? Explain it to me.
Well, you know it's a globe because it's not curving.
Oh my God, Jesse! Holy fuck! That's gonna be the troll of the 2024 right there. I think just hop, skipped, and jumped to the first place of the best troll ever. You said
All right.
it's so curved that it looks flat.
I provided my non-evidence, so talk to the other guy now.
he said, oh my God, Jesse. That's gonna be one for the record.
There is a lot of math and work. There's a lot of math and work that has to be done in order to prove this. A lot. Ideally, that's science. Like if I say something that's true, you should be able. I'm trying to be a gentleman.
Well, Jemsy said it's so curved that you can't see it.
All right.
Listen, I'm agnostic. I neither believe that the flat is Earth, neither that the flat is not Earth.
The flat is not Earth.
Your doctor about that.
I do not pronounce myself about the fact because I don't know and I cannot know. If I had the time,
are you gonna go through that paper? The paper that you're about to go through, the FE core paper. Go through that. I want to hear your commentary on that.
I was okay. No, but it's a lot of math. It's crazy. Like I smoke weed, mate. It's like I'm just checking it out.
So you gave up on reading that paper?
No, because if I read political philosophy, it's easy because it's what I do, for a living. But if I read something new, then my brain has to exercise more. So it says like it's hard to understand, but it says refraction, or let's go from the beginning, introduction or something like that. Introduction. Motivation into abstract. Yeah, abstract. Okay, it says the terrestrial laser
Yes, be gentleman and mute yourself and go read. Be gentleman, mute yourself and go read.
You read. I want to
be gentleman, mute yourself and go read.
No, you read.
No.
Yeah, you read.
Oh, I read already. I was on mute.
I'm like fucking.
Oh man, that paper is long. It's like 120 pages. That's good though. Detailed.
This is very productive.
What?
Yo, is there someone talking?
seems like everything's quiet.
You were talking.
Yeah, okay. That's why I'm wondering. Why is everyone quiet?
Oh, we were just waiting for you to sell us the globe religion. Make us hope that you could like get us to.
No. I'm not gonna do that. I would ask a question if that's okay. Is there like a scientist that has, proven the flat Earth theory?
Nah, there's no globe physics. They don't exist. No such thing as a globe scientist.
Not globe, but like the flat Earth.
No, that's what we're looking for, though. The whole room, everybody's looking for globe science. Why would you look for flat science if you're on a globe? That's pretty stupid. What do you think?
Mm-mm.
No?
So
you're looking for flat science or flat physics on a ball. Okay. You're going to get real far, brother, in life.
I mean, how else did you come to discover the flat Earth?
No such thing as ball physics.
Instead of using science, we use measurements instead.
I think we're kind of past the point where anybody's going to put any funding towards checking the shape of the Earth.
No, but have you all just been born flat earthers, or you figured that out?
I'm not a flat earther. I'm just saying, like they used to put.
All right, so why are you answering? Why are you answering for the people in the room?
He's asking if there's a scientist that has proven flat Earth. I think as a flat earther or a globe earther, you can say that there's not a lot of funding coming the way to people studying flat Earth, right? Can we agree on that? There's not a lot of money.
No, that will be the incorrect answer. The correct answer is that it's not that his question is a category error because there is no science to the geometry. His question is
no, that's a lie. No, that's a lie because governments have.
He's asking about the science of the shape of the Earth. And
Gemsy gets it. Gemsy's a glober, and he fucking gets it. So you might want to. I mean, come on, bro. Like, I don't know what you are, Shorty. I don't know if you're a fucking flat earther or a glober, but Gemsy's a glober, and he fucking understands. There's a category error, bro. Like, there's no fucking science when you're dealing with shapes of something. Like, if you can't grasp that, then fucking kick rocks, bro. You're not smart enough to even join the room, bro. Just saying. Or maybe just stick around on mute and learn something. Real talk.
Yeah, Gemsy's
no glober. Geometry is actual science.
Wait, Gemsy, you're a glober?
Right.
Well, go ahead. Hold on. Who said science? Wait, hold on. Who said geometry is science?
Me.
Aragon.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. So are you telling me, like, let's rewind the tape, okay? When you're a little fucking idiot and you like walked into your
Don't say that shit. Don't say that shit, motherfucker. You can be respectful while talking.
So check it out. So you walked into your science class with your geometry book. What did your teacher tell you at that point? Go ahead. You enlighten me. Go ahead. Did you bring the right book to class, motherfucker? Is that what it was? Did you bring your geometry book to fucking science fucking class? You idiot.
You're such a fucking idiot. You think that
science? You don't get it. You can't
think that science is just biology. That's
you can't even answer the question because you're so fucking retarded, bro. That's how fucking retarded you are.
You're so fucking retarded that you don't think math is a fucking science.
So you now say that math is science. So so check it out. So let's rewind the tape, okay? When someone tells you, what grade did you get in math? Do you read them your science grade? You dumb fucking piece of shit pile of fucking numbnuts? Get the fuck out of here, bro. Science
your fucking motherfucking flat ass earther, motherfucker. If you can talk normally, then talk. If you can't, then shut the fuck up.
Yeah, let's tone it down a little bit.
Ladies,
just want to insult, motherfucker.
Yo. A while ago, I joined in here and I said something I shouldn't have. I just want to say I'm sorry for that shit.
You're all good, fraud. Don't trip. But check it out.
Yo, no. All right, so do y'all want to y'all want to see what a cock ring looks like now?
Hey, come on now. Get out of here, bro.
Man, you can get the fuck out now.
Yeah, you're about to get banned. Don't trip.
I'm about to turn my camera on and show y'all my cock ring real quick.
Yeah, you're about to get banned real quick. But check it out, though. So here's the point, though. Okay, listen. Aragon, you don't walk into a science class with your math book. See, I was just... Where's Heretic at? We were just talking about this earlier, bro.
Oh, what is math to you if it's not a science?
Wait.
What is math?
Maybe it wasn't Heretic. Who was I fucking talking to? We were talking about fucking... The way, like, it's a downfall, bro. Like, the not the status, not the situation. What's the word I'm looking for? Like, the way shit is right now, bro. Like, you have young fucking bucks that are so fucked up in the head, they think math is science. And this motherfucker just proved that point. Like, legit. Like, he's a fucking retard. He thinks math is science. And it's fucking weird, bro.
Why does he think that?
I don't know. He's a product of his environment. I don't know. What is it?
Should we ask him?
Yeah, let's ask him.
It's because he doesn't know the difference.
All right, let's ask him. Someone unmute him.
Let's ask him. Go ahead, Forte. Hey, Forte, I give you the fucking floor. Handle my light work. Go ahead.
Well, didn't someone mute him? Like, he can't respond if he's got a red mic.
No, he's not muted.
Yeah, right now I'm not muted. You muted me because you didn't hear.
They're asking, concentrate.
Uh-huh.
They're asking about if you know the difference between science, or let's say the scientific method, and what the purpose of that is, and the other topics that you mentioned, like math.
So listen, math is a tool used in the fucking scientific methods. So you cannot calculate something without math. You cannot calculate speeds. You cannot calculate, I don't know, the density of something, the mass of something. You need math for everything. So basically, if you wanted to prove your flat earth theory, you need math as well. So basically, in your fucking flat earth model,
check it out.
In your flat earth model.
All right, so check it out. If I can prove something to you mathematically, does that make it reality? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so if I could prove mathematically how wide your asshole has to be for Hulk to kick you in it and his foot to fit in it, does that make it reality?
Shut the fuck up, Apocryphothin, because you're so fucking stupid. Listen, you're so fucking stupid. You can't even make a fucking statement without fucking insulting.
You said, hold on. You said mathematically, if you can fucking do it mathematically, then it makes sense in science. And I just gave you a fucking an analogy here. Like, bro, I can mathematically equate how my foot could fit in your ass. Does that make a fucking reality? In your logic, you're like, yeah, it does. Well, good for you then, I guess. You get a big-ass Hulk-sized foot up in your ass, and it makes sense to you. But I'm saying, and I'm pretty sure everybody else is saying, is like, no, bro, that's not fucking reality, bro.
Wait, you can make predictive models with math, though.
Like, one sec. I want to talk to that other guy about the science and math thing, because he said that it's a tool used within science, right? You can use it as a tool within the scientific method. So I was just wondering, does that mean that every time you apply math, practically, you're doing science?
No.
Who's talking to me?
I want the answer. I want an answer from the guy who thinks that math is science.
If someone is willing to speak without using childish slurs and insults, I'll be happy.
We don't need your moderation of the channel. Thank you.
It's not moderation, but you don't need to insult someone that you're speaking with.
Let's reset. Aragon, let's reset. Now talk to T-Dub about the topic at hand. Go ahead, T-Dub and Aragon.
God damn.
Right, so you said that math is a tool used within science. So I was just wondering, does that mean that every time you use math, that you're doing science?
No, not really.
Okay, so are we in this instance having to use science in order to use math?
In this instant, like discussing the globe and the flat Earth.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, you do need math.
You need math, but are you going to have to use science?
Yeah, but by using science, you have to use one of the tools of the scientific method, which is math.
We've established that you're not necessarily doing science when you apply math. We've established that we're going to apply math in this instance regarding the shape of the Earth. All right, but does that mean that we're going to be using science
to determine the shape of the Earth? Yes.
Why?
Well, as I said, because it's a tool of science.
Math is a tool of science, but first you have to figure out if what you're trying to determine is going to require science. It could just require math without the use of science. We've already established that not necessarily are you doing science when you apply math to something. So in this inquiry, why are we going to need to use science?
So basically, you would use math, and it wouldn't be like used in science when you're telling something so dumbed down. For example, I'm going to tell you I have an apple in my right pocket and an apple in my left pocket. How many apples do I got? I have 2. That's math. But like, it's not scientifical. It's not like I'm doing science. I'm just telling you how many apples I have.
All right.
But
so in this inquiry regarding the shape of the Earth, why will we necessarily be applying science and not just math?
You say you're doing science.
What's your point? What's your point? Give me your point.
Hold on. You say you're doing science, counting the apples in your pockets.
I said not science.
You're not doing science. Yeah.
So I need to know what the qualifier is for this inquiry, that we're going to have to use science and not just math, because we can just use math for things, right, without using science. We've established that. In this inquiry, what qualifies the use of science?
Qualifies the use of science?
Yeah. Why will it become a scientific inquiry and not just a mathematical one?
Well, you could say scientifical or mathematical, doesn't matter. You're going to use math either way, which is one of the tools of science.
All right, so but that doesn't necessarily mean that we're using science. We've already established this. That not in all instances of inquiry. Not in all instances of inquiry will we be required to use science.
Sure thing.
So
if I agree with you and say,
let me just say something. There is math in science, but there is no science in math.
No.
Yes, there is math in science, but there is no science in math.
There is science in math. That's how we came up with math.
What science is there in math?
Holy fuck!
Maybe not for like the basic math thing, but like for advanced math, that's scientifical.
No, it's not. There is no science in math. You can use math in science, but you can't use science in math. Math is just math.
You know what qualifies to be something that has science? It needs to have the same
you backtracked
result,
on me.
The same result.
You backtracked on me.
Having the same conditions. Right. No, listen. If you had the same
backtracked on me. You backtracked on me, and I want you to address it. You agreed that not in all instances of inquiry will we be necessarily applying science. We could just apply math. You agreed to that.
Yeah, but then
when I asked you, right, why necessarily that this particular inquiry will require science, you said because it will require math. Completely contradicting what you just said.
No, but what I mean is basic math isn't something very scientifical that you need to put in the category of science. I don't need science to calculate how many apples I have.
All right. So is the inquiry into the shape of the Earth a scientific one, simply because we'll be using math? Yes or no?
Yes, because you're gonna use advanced math and not just dumbed down math.
Also, advanced math, right? So not basic math, but advanced math. No, dude, no. You give me a citation, right, where it states that advanced math. If you use advanced math, you will necessarily be doing science.
If you use advanced math,
yes, you'll be doing
Aragon.
science.
So the scientific method will deal with cause and effect relationships of how something is happening, the observed phenomena. You observe a phenomena, then you can make a hypothesis, an educated hypothesis about the cause of the effect, and you can do an experiment to manipulate the variables and to establish what was the cause of the effect. Right? So it's a how is question. The shape of something will be a what is question. So if I measure the table 12 by 12 by 12 is a cube table. That's not science. I'm doing a measurement. I'm using numbers or math to establish the variables of the geometry of the object, but that's not science. It's just a measurement or geometry.
All right. How could you use measurements to determine the shape of the Earth?
Aragon, that's because that's all it is. So when you're trying to find a shape of something, you wouldn't use science because you ain't going to find a cause or shape. Same way he said about his table, his measuring the table did not cause the table. So there's no science. He's not trying to find a cause of that table. He's just using maths.
But what if the table was curved?
The simple answer to your question, dude, variation in the vertical with reference to horizontal. That's how.
Yeah, that's how you find the curvature.
Has that been done?
Mm-hmm.
Has that been done? Has that been done?
The measurements?
Yeah, variation in the vertical, reference to horizontal, showing that there's a consistent curvature rate of the Earth's surface. When was that done? And who by and how did they do it?
How did they do it?
Who?
You could actually, actually do it, like when they're making roads.
And how?
Have you ever seen a construction site where they're making roads and they have those I don't know how you call them, those machines that detect like the levels with lasers? Topography. Topography.
Theodolites.
Yeah. So yeah, if you put that like higher to the level of to the sea level, you would have the actual curvature.
Who did that?
Literally everyone who is working in topography.
That's a lie.
Dude. Okay, so when they get a theodolite and they start at sea level, right? They're using that. They're using an extended horizontal plane of reference, regards to the optics of the theodolite, right? So a straight line from the optics of the theodolite out into the distance. They're going to measure using that theodolite because it has the ability to tilt, right, in regards in the vertical, up or down, right? They'll put the crosshairs or the center point of the theodolite to the top of a mountain. Right? Remember, it's using a visual straight line extending out in front of it. And all they're going to do is minus from that theodolite's height above sea level, right, to get an elevation angle to the top of a mountain, let's say. And then with regards to that level, straight, flat line that's extending out from the theodolite in front of it, they're going to gauge how high, if they know the distance to that mountain, they're going to gauge how high that mountain is above sea level, which is equal to that level horizontal line that's extending out from the theodolite. Where that imaginary line is extending out from the theodolite to the base of the mountain, right? And then its angular height, you're going to and you know the distance, you're going to be able to determine the actual height of that mountain above sea level. So the point below that mountain where that extended horizontal line meets, right? It's the same as if it was sitting on the ocean above sea level. That's its height. Not using a curved reference, using a horizontal planar reference.
Yeah, but if you did, like, if you put another topography machine on the other side and you aligned them both, you would have one looking, you know, the pointer would be upwards towards that machine, toward each other, you know?
When was that established to be true? Did they determine that that's true?
Well, if you just keep asking questions like this, then you just have to try it yourself.
What am I just supposed to take it for granted that what you're saying is actually true and that somebody did it?
Well, do you know for sure that if someone opened the heart and changed it, it would work? How do you know that? Have you tried it?
So are we just going to rely on beliefs? Are we?
It's not beliefs. It's just something that, you know, if someone, for example, someone that you know works in construction and does that and tells you that, you wouldn't.
Someone says they did something, they don't have to prove it. You can just like accept it to be true. Face value, just because they said it.
You can check it with them. You can ask to go see it.
Right. Do you know if that's been done?
Yes.
Okay, give me an instance. Give me an example. Give me an instance.
I told you example. For example, when they're making roads, or like when they're making, more precisely, sewage, you know, pipes. They have to account for the levels as to not make it, you know,
we just established how they do that. We just established how they do that using a theodolite.
Yeah, the theodolite, exactly. But did you see that experiment that, you know, the flat earthers did that was similar to this one? They pointed a flashlight across a lake, and the flashlight was slightly higher because of the curvature.
Slightly higher? What do you mean slightly higher?
Like they made like a hole through this cardboard, this piece of like
had to be placed higher due to the curvature. That's what he's trying to say.
Oh well, that wouldn't be level then. That wouldn't be level. I want to see it done with level lights, lasers, because that was actually a very poor demonstration, because they were going to do it with a laser, and the laser collimator burnt out. They left it on too long or something, and something inside, components inside it melted, and the laser was inoperable. So they had to resort to a flashlight, and which is going to be very unreliable results, because one, he was holding it in his hand. Did he even have it level? Right, that would be perpendicular to vertical. Did he? Because if he did, right, it doesn't matter whether it's at 1 foot above the surface or at 14 foot above the surface, right? You can't see it to begin with. If the target can't see that thing to begin with, that light, it's not going to see it with elevation. Elevating the light wouldn't make a difference.
So what about the actual flight distances? For example, if you took like a point that was Greenland, and then you would go to Russia, and then from the bottom of the map, you would go from like across from South Africa all the way to Australia.
We're moving on to another thing now.
No, I'm discussing like the shape. If it was flat, wouldn't the distance near the Antarctic be very, you know, larger than the one in the actual North Pole?
I'm not claiming a particular layout of the continents and, you know, and all the land masses with regard to one another. I'm just talking about what we can like determine the surface quality to be.
But isn't that a problem? Because the globe has a working model, and you claim, "Oh, I don't claim the shape actually is. Oh, I don't claim where the sun actually is. Oh, I don't claim what the continents actually laid out." Like, put up
the working model. So the working model, right? So your so-called working model, it's not actually working. It's broken.
Okay, well, shipping companies use it. Space companies use it. Aeronautics companies use
show
it.
Me the proof. Show me the evidence that they use it. Show me the evidence that they use it. Besides that, right? So if you want your model to be true and to be able to explain certain things, and the surface of the Earth by necessity must be curving at a certain rate, and it must be measurable. And if it's not, and we attempt to measure it, and it doesn't show any deviation, like we talked about earlier with reference to a horizontal, right? Then it's not that. Doesn't matter how much you think your model is valued. It's incorrect.
What do you guys think about the 24-hour sun? Dave Weiss saying there wasn't one. Nathan Oakley said there wasn't one.
I don't really care. It doesn't faze me whether there is one or not.
Oh, so when Nathan Oakley comes in here, are you going to call him out on being wrong about that?
No, I don't need to. It's not a concern of mine. It's a concern of yours. You feel free to call him out on whatever you think he needs calling out.
The AE map is what the flat earthers held to for years.
What is the AE map?
Some of them. Some of them. They were
on the outer rim. That's what the outer.
Yeah, some of them. And they were doing that fallaciously.
I'm answering the man's damn question.
What is the AE map?
So some of them were. That is a fallacious. That is a fallacious.
Okay, well, I tried to answer your question. I'm not going to get to it.
He's not letting you answer. What is the AE map?
The one
I'm sorry. I'll let other people join in the discussion.
No,
I give up. You know what the AE map is. I'm not getting a chance to talk. So you know what it is. I know what it is.
What is it?
Tell me your point about the AE.
No, what is it? Answer.
It's the map where the Antarctic is around, like a ring around the Earth. What Dave Weiss called the sink or the basin, where all the oceans are. With Australia being 3 times as wide as it is tall.
Okay, so I'm guessing you don't know what the AE map is, because the AE map is a globe projection.
I know, and it's what the flat earthers claim to hold to for years.
If it's a globe projection, is it the flat Earth map?
Yes, that's what the flat earthers claimed it was. That's what Mark Sargent claimed it was. That's what Austin Whitsitt claimed it was.
No,
it's actually fallaciously. If they did it fallaciously.
Okay, then you should be calling them out.
They were wrong to do that.
Instead of putting them on your podcasts, instead of like lionizing them and saying how great
you're just strawmanning. They're not here to defend themselves, so why are you even?
But they often come in here.
When they come in here, then you bring it up with them.
No, when I bring it up with them, I get muted or I get my.
Yeah, no, you didn't. That's a lie.
Well, okay. Well, the text chats have been deleted, so how would you be able to?
Yeah. Oh wow, so they've been deleted. So wow, amazing.
Okay,
I don't even remember when the last time Winston was in here.
What a wanker.
So you're telling us they went down to Antarctica and debunked the globe map? That's pretty cool.
Globe Earth debunked.
Yeah, thanks, Whitsitt. You debunked the globe map. Sweet. So how do you feel now that they've debunked that globe map? Are you upset about that, or you okay with it? What do you think?
They didn't debunk the globe, but okay.
Oh, they didn't debunk the globe map?
No, they debunked the AE map.
That's a globe map.
It's a projection of the globe map.
Yeah, so it's a globe.
It's a distorted projection.
Yeah, of
So
the
that will
globe.
be your map.
Projection of the globe.
Distorted being the name of the word.
So you're happy that they debunked that projection then?
They debunked your flat Earth map that you've been claiming for years.
My flat Earth map. We just
your David Weiss's flat Earth map that you've been all giving him money for the Zodiac Clock app.
Me? What? You seem to be hallucinating or something. Are you on drugs?
Yeah, I know. You guys all have your own personal flat Earth model, which is another reason it doesn't work.
I think you're still on drugs because I don't have a model.
Okay, I've turned you down. You're just in bad faith.
Yeah, you're not going to turn me down because I'm going to turn you off if you do that. Forever. So you know that I'm like the room owner or whatever. I'll just ban you forever.
Yeah, Matt Grubber, turn Heretic back up. Otherwise, he will ban you. Simple as that.
Yeah, forever. It'll be permanent.
That would be a shame.
Yeah, you don't come here and turn me down. Sorry.
What a beta. You can't have a conversation without turning someone down. Really.
He's upset that they
that must make the flat Earth true. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
That they debunked the globe map? Yeah, maybe it does.
The sun sets. So there you go.
Sunset is your proof?
Yep, I thought that's what didn't happen. I thought the sun
In
not
Antarctica. Sunset can't set below the horizon.
So basically, no matter what happens, that's a globe proof to you. The sunset
happens on Earth. Yeah,
the sun doesn't set. That's a globe proof. They debunk a globe map. That's a globe proof.
Well, you're just going to talk for me, so I'm just going to disengage.
Well, that's what I'm getting from you.
Yeah, but you did say that AE is a globe map, so that would be your map, wouldn't it?
It's a distorted projection of the globe map.
Yeah, so whose map would
projections?
It's a distorted. You're
all
not
projections are distorted, dumbass.
A distorted
all
what though?
Projections. All projections are distorted.
He keeps saying distorted. What is it distorted of?
His globe is distorted.
Yeah, he can't even say the word globe. Look at this guy.
He don't want to defend it anymore.
He's a wanker.
Try and turn you down and try and give the map to you.
Look that, guys. I have a question.
You're coming in low. Ask Ketchum.
Okay, so I have a question for the flat Earth.
Can you crank your volume, man?
Okay. Hello?
Okay, way too close. A little bit.
Wait.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
No, is that good?
Thank you. Yeah, very good. Thank you.
Okay. So, the Earth's flat, all right? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless you can prove otherwise.
Okay, if the Earth is flat, why are my testicles circular shaped?
Exactly. What a good question, man.
Well, we did.
You made it.
Yeah.
What achievement.
Thank you, bro.
It was a serious question, actually.
I was being serious too.
Yes.
Wouldn't that be because you're a bell end?
No. Like, why are my balls not rectangular?
So
why would they be?
The shape of your ball determined the shape of the Earth. Very interesting.
Wait, so you believe the
very
Earth
interesting logic. Yeah, very interesting logic.
Do you actually believe the Earth is flat?
It's not a
You
belief.
have to believe it, bro.
Wait, so
Unless you can prove otherwise.
so you believe it is flat?
No, unless you can prove it otherwise.
It is a fact. It's not a belief. Nature.
So how
is
do you
the
know it's
reference.
a fact? Can you show me anything?
Nature.
What do
Go
you mean?
outside.
But what?
Have
So
you,
if I go outside,
have you gone
and
outside
if-
before?
Yeah, I have actually.
why it's funny? Because it's so simple to understand that when you go outside, you don't see any Earth curvature, right? You see it flat level,
You think
right?
the Earth is actually flat? So you think the Earth's flat?
Yeah, not like pancake, but yeah, flat.
Yeah.
How come?
So you observe it flat, it's measured flat, it's practically used as flat. So
why is the moon not flat? Why is the moon not flat?
I don't know. Ask the moon.
So the moon is
I'm asking you.
Why are you asking me? I'm not the moon.
How do you know the Earth's flat though? How could you know?
Here, I debunked it. Flat Earth debunked. Look, I literally debunked it. We
Okay,
cannot
good.
directly observe and subjectively perceive.
You Googled it? Nice.
We're going to talk to the other guy now. There's another guy to talk to. It's a big 4 carat. Is that you?
Yeah, big 4 carat. Yeah.
Yeah. Did you have some questions about flat Earth or some evidence?
Yeah. I was asking how would you know that the Earth's flat without knowing
Okay,
the
so
moon is
firstly, everybody experiences the Earth as a flat stationary plane, right? You've never seen the curve. I've never seen the curve. That's not proof that it is that, right? But if the Earth is a globe, hush, right? Okay, so if the Earth was a globe with a radius value of 3,959 miles, it would have to curve, right? And it would have to curve at a specific rate, right? So depending on the height of the observer, you would have a horizon at a specific distance. So what many people have done is they've gone out to test if the Earth is a globe, right? And what happens is that we can see magnitudes further than what you would be able to see if the Earth was a globe, right? There's also been countless amounts of laser tests done over huge distances, right? Huge bodies of water where there should be hundreds and hundreds of feet of curvature, but the laser beams are hitting the target, right? Shooting them across the surface of the water into a target on the other side of the body of water. So there's a huge amount of these observations that we could show you. We can go over them, but all of these things can be retested. Yeah, I won't.
You'll post some like schizo YouTube bullshit that's like 1 or 2 videos, and then you'll just claim it to be absolutely true while ignoring all the other evidence.
Okay, so what evidence do you have that the Earth's a globe?
Can you unmute the other guy?
Yeah, no. You mean?
I mean, he knows. He's going to explain it to you.
Stop interrupting me, Clint.
Yeah, are you talking about you want Ask Kurdum unmuted?
Yeah, like he knows. He's gonna tell you.
Is he your friend? He doesn't know, man.
But he wants to talk, like, at least. Like, what do you mean?
Is he your friend?
Yeah,
I don't see him typing anyway.
The flat earthers are the most fragile.
No, he DM'd me right now. He was like, can you tell since I'm talking?
He just
detractors.
Consider that to be concern trolling, right? Don't concern yourself with the operations of this chat as far as moderation.
Yes, only concern yourself with our retarded theories.
The guy Googled flat Earth. Are you kidding me? If you want to know about flat Earth, he's gonna talk with flat earthers, right? That's the right way to do it. Not fucking Google that stuff.
But he didn't Google it.
Google's not going to tell you anything about flat Earth.
But how did he Google it?
He brought some Wikipedia page up. Started reading up, reading out loud.
I mean, no, just let him talk.
I'll tell you if
he's not
gonna
flat. Really, he just want to
talk. They can't let him talk, dude. They're too fragile. They're too afraid.
I mean, I can see.
Stop, or you will be muted. You're going to get muted if you continue this appeal.
This is a fucking clown show.
Yeah, I'm gonna
white knight it. Stop it, or you're going to get booted.
Yeah, just. Right, has anyone got any globe evidence that isn't the last 3 clowns that are on mute now? Hush, did you want to pipe up? You've been posting lots of stuff in the chat.
I can.
Okay. Yeah, okay, so you said that you've seen the curvature of the Earth yourself, is that right?
I've seen it through pictures, but that's not the evidence I would bring right now.
Okay, what evidence would you bring right now?
Okay, so in the chat that I was typing, and somebody brought up a railgun and how it can just shoot straight, and that somehow proves that the Earth is flat. Do you guys agree with that, first off?
I've heard that there's a railgun that's a line-of-sight weapon that has a range up to 100 miles. That
yes.
Hello.
And it's a projectile weapon. And do you think that because it shoots straight, that means the Earth is flat?
I didn't bring it up. I didn't bring it up as evidence. But I mean, if it's a line-of-sight weapon, is it a line-of-sight weapon?
No, it relies on targeting. It relies on a targeting system that takes into account the curvature of the Earth.
Sorry if I interrupt you. What are you talking about, guys? Hello?
Would its elevation be above sea level?
What?
Huh?
This thing you're talking about.
Okay, so
elevation of the ship would be a factor.
Well, hold on a second. It says that a railgun is considered a line of sight weapon. So, what does line of sight mean?
Line of sight meaning they use line of sight, I guess. But
okay, so do you know? All right, so over 100 miles, right? There's like 6,665 feet.
That's a long distance. Yes.
Yeah, huge amount. So would you have a line of sight between point A and point B if you were shooting at a target 100 miles away?
You wouldn't just use a line of sight. You will use a targeting system.
Yeah, you wouldn't call that weapon a line of sight weapon either, would you?
No, because you wouldn't just strictly use line of sight. No.
Okay, so it is or it isn't a line of sight weapon?
It is, but that's not. You just use line of sight to target the enemy that distance.
So you can't use line of sight.
They use a targeting system.
So you wouldn't even be able to use the line of sight over 10 miles, though, would you? Because there's 66 foot of drop over 10 miles. So even at 10 miles, it's not line of sight. So why are they calling it a line of sight weapon then?
It's also a projectile weapon, and most projectile weapons use targeting systems.
Okay, so what does line of sight mean? It means that, right, it's a straight line, right, between you and the target. Right?
Yes, but the projectile drops, and you have to account for other conditions between just like you and a target in a straight line. There is wind.
You have a line of
atmosphere.
So if you're do you have a line of sight to the target?
On what? If at 100 miles?
Over 20 miles, over 30 miles, over any of these distances, right? You don't have a line of sight because the Earth's a globe.
Go on, yeah.
Yeah, just say.
I mean, no.
I don't need
if you're using cameras, if it's just you standing on the ship, no, you're not going to have line of sight, and that's not how they determine what's a line of sight weapon. But if you use targeting equipment, I guess it becomes line of sight. But I'm not even going off of the line of sight. I'm not even going off the line of sight. I'm going off that it's a projectile weapon. And if a projectile weapon is going from point A to point B in a straight line, they use targeting systems that take into account the Earth's curvature.
So you just said the projectile's going from point A to point B in a straight line.
Right.
Yes, but they take into account curvature, yes. To hit the target.
Straight line, is it?
They're not just going to aim it at the target and shoot. They're not doing that. They have a target.
Because the target's hidden behind 6,000 feet of Earth curvature, right? So they can't even see the target.
Part of it.
Yeah, you got to sock him out for that one.
I think he's saying that they don't use line of sight, that they use some other secondary equipment.
Yeah.
Maybe above the surface.
Guys, do you carry
not a line of sight weapon?
And on top of that, there is a U.S. Navy range table for this. And on page
hold on.
6,
No, Lush.
Go ahead.
Wait a second, Hush, brother. Hold on, because you're building upon. You've got a leap of logic, and now you're going to layer us with another a leap of logic that you're making. Right. The first thing that I want to address, and Brother DJ is walking you through it, is this weapon a line of sight? Yes or no?
I believe so. It's
this
a projectile
is the point, right? Because you came into the conversation, right? The question of the railgun, you said that it was line of sight, and now within questioning, you're doubling back to going to that they use targeting systems in order to acquire their target. So is it line of sight, or is it the targeting system that they use to apply the railgun?
Yeah, both. It is a line of sight, and they use the targeting system.
Right. So what we're... Go ahead, DJ. Sorry, brother.
Yeah, sorry, Killian. You can keep going.
No, you're totally good. I just want to jump in.
Yeah. All right, bro. Killian, I'll keep going.
It's both.
Yeah. Hush. Dude, there is no line of sight between point A and point B if the Earth's a globe, right? Because you have a giant mound of water and earth between you and the target.
Can you see 100 miles in front of you? On an unobstructed See?
Not
on a globe,
right?
Dude.
Not on a globe, right? So the horizon is a calculatable distance on a globe, depending on the height of the observer. No, you can't. Let me explain it to you, right? So even if you're, say, 8 foot above the surface of the water, the horizon's only about 3.5 miles away. Even if you're 20 foot off the surface of the water, right, you can calculate how far away the horizon will be, right? There's a huge amount of curvature over that distance, right? That means obstruction between point A and point B. There's no line of sight over 100 miles.
It's a line of sight weapon, and it can fire long. Okay, so do you know what refraction is?
Dude, if it's a line of sight weapon, refraction has absolutely nothing to do with it.
It does. I think you're going based off of if you're not using technology to zoom in.
Okay, so
they use technology. They use technology from the railgun, the targeting system, to zoom in. So the targeting system has line of sight. A human cannot at that distance.
Dude,
okay. Does that make sense?
No, it doesn't make any sense whatsoever, right? There's physical Earth between you and the target. You can't zoom in over a hill. It doesn't make any sense what you're saying. It doesn't make any sense, man.
How much did you drop over 100 miles?
6,600.
You know why the projectile drops, right?
6,000 miles.
You just said it's line of sight, dude. You just said it goes in a straight line a minute ago.
It's a line of sight weapon. Yes.
Yes, you said it goes in a straight line between point A and point B, and I'm trying to explain to you that there is 6,665 foot of obstruction over that distance, over 100 miles.
You're not shooting the water, though. You're shooting the projectile in the air, and it's going to drop.
It's just bricked, eh?
And as it goes around, and the Earth is still rotating as you shoot the weapon.
So it doesn't go in a
It's
straight
not going
line
to go
between
straight
point
through
A
the
and
water
point B.
to the target.
Dude, you can't say it goes in a straight line between point A and point B and then say it doesn't go in a straight line in the next sentence.
It does go in a straight line.
Oh my! Dude, can you see from the weapon? Can you see the target? The weapon see the target in a direct line of sight from the target to the
weapon from the target.
Right. Okay. In a straight line.
The weapon sees the target. Yes, it's a line of sight weapon.
All right. So that's what DJ's trying to tell you, man. If the Earth's curving, right, you don't have that.
I hear you, but what he's saying with his logic, you're going to shoot the water, not the target. That's just not true.
He's not even talking about shooting it, dude. He's just talking about you being able to see it in the first place, man. Do you understand?
You are able to see it.
How are you able to see it if you're on a fucking globe?
Hey, guys, please.
Are you using your eyes or technology to see the target? It makes a big difference.
Curvature.
It makes a big
Curvature
difference.
would be in the way, mate. You wouldn't be able to see the target from 100
They
miles
account
away.
for the curvature. Is what I'm trying to tell you.
But you wouldn't be able to see it. You're saying you can see the target. The weapon can see the target. Well, it wouldn't see it if it was on a globe. There'd be too much curvature in the way. There'd be too much curvature.
Brother Hush,
can I finish my sentence, please? Can I finish my sentence? There would be too much curvature in the way for there to be that line of sight from the weapon to the target. The weapon would not see the target.
I disagree. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
So do we agree? Do we agree on this one point?
Dude. Sit down,
I'm
man.
not talking
Start
to you.
listening.
I'm
You
not
don't have
talking
a
to you.
fucking clue what you're
Shut
talking
the fuck
about,
up,
man.
Dumbass.
Yeah, so Brother
Listen, the
Hush,
person who was talking, do we agree that the railgun is a line of sight weapon?
Brother Hush. No, see, that's the thing, right, Brother Hush? You brought to the table.
Yes, brother.
Wow. Yeah, I'm trying to get in.
Killian.
I've been
Let's
waiting
let Killian-
patiently. Thank you. I appreciate it. So, Brother Hush, right? Question being first and foremost, the idea of you brought in the railgun as the questioning or as the thing that you wanted to talk about. You identified the fact that it was line of sight. And again, through questioning, you then went to it being a targeting system. Now you've come back to the point that it's a line of sight weapon.
It's both.
Brother, quiet. From a standpoint of you understanding that if you're on the top of a basketball and you travel, update your location to 100 miles, you have to understand that over that distance that you travel, there's going to be a geometric edge that you literally traverse over. That edge, that total distance, that drop over distance that you're going to go over would be 6,600 feet, which is what Brother DJ is trying to bring to your attention. This is what T-Wo. Hold on a minute, boy. This is what T-Wo is trying to bring to your attention, that there's going to be Earth in the middle of your vision, right? Stopping you from being able to actually identify your target over that distance. This is what we're trying to get you.
I get it. I hear what you're saying.
You can't say exactly.
I don't know where the math is coming from.
Hold on.
I don't know.
Let me ask you this. Okay, if you're going to say exactly to my point, Steelman, what I just said to you.
You're saying there is a drop big enough. I forget the exact number, and I want the math behind that number, by the way. That if you're going to shoot it from point A to point B, the projectile drop is so big that it can't hit the target because you cannot see the target. Do I have that right? It's not the projectile
drop, right? You're talking about the parabolic curve that the projectile, the ballistic itself, would drop over the distance. We agree. When you impart energy on that ballistic is going to travel, it's going to drop, right? Due to the energy dissipating as that ballistic travels. We agree with that. Right, but what we're saying is, from the standpoint of the Earth, that is literally between you and the object that you're targeting, right? There's going to be a drop over distance, an actual 6,600 foot drop. And this is the spheroid claim. When you ask for the math behind it, right, you're wanting us to prop it up. I'm going to say to you that when I say to you, being on the top of a basketball, and you travel 100 miles, this is what I say. You need to take that on in your mental construct in order to understand that we don't have that Earth showing up in order to prop up the globe claim, brother.
So you don't have the math. That's what I'm hearing.
No, I can put
just
the model.
Let me just explain the math. Sorry,
explain the math.
Yeah.
Go on, DJ.
Yeah. So look, we can easily do the math, right? It's 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet. There are other formulas that you can use, but it's all based on the globe being a 3959 mile radius value, right? That's what the globe has. You can check this math on ChatGPT or any Earth curve calculator that you want to bring up. You're going to get that answer, right? 6,665 foot of drop over 100 miles.
And I just posted in the side chat, so he doesn't have to go Google it, but it's right there. 100 miles, 1.25 mile drop, which is 6,600 feet.
This isn't what we came up with either, okay? This is what's presented to everybody through academia.
So what this, basically on a globe, you need to have a geometric horizon, right? The geometric horizon's at a set distance depending on the height of the observer above the water, right? So you can use that formula that I gave you or an Earth curve calculator, and you can calculate how far away the horizon has to be on a globe, right? So from 1 foot, it's 1.225 miles. From 6 foot, it's 3 miles. From 8 foot, it's 3.5 miles. And depending on, as you go higher, the geometric horizon will be further away. But when we actually go out and we do these long distance observations, right, we can see 2,000%, 3,000%, 20, 30 times further than what you would be able to see on a globe.
So at this point, Brother DJ, have you guys shown him, or have you shown him the Black Swan yet?
Yeah, I got an observation here. It's
perfect,
because a good long distance observation just here, right? You've probably seen it before, but let me just walk you through it, a real easy way, right? So a geometric horizon has to be there on a globe at a set distance because it's physical, right? It's actually physical Earth curvature, and it's the limitation on how far you can see depending on how high you're observing from. Okay, so this person is 8 foot off the surface of the water. He's just walked up the beach a tiny little bit, a couple of foot up the beach, and he's zooming out at these oil platforms in Santa Barbara, California. Right? So this GIF is just a small snippet out of the full video that I posted beneath it, which you can watch it in higher definition and all that sort of thing. The location's confirmed on Google Maps. The distances to the oil platforms are also in the video. So you can double check all that. Just take my word for it for now. Okay, so what we can see in this observation is that we have the horizon is way beyond the 10.1 mile oil platform, right? So that second oil platform on the right is called platform habitat, and it's 10.1 miles from the shoreline. Okay, so you can tell there's a pretty big distance behind the oil platform to the horizon, but that doesn't really matter because we know that the horizon is beyond 10.1 miles. But on a globe, the horizon has to be at 3.46 miles. Right, so these observations go directly
into account refraction with this?
Yeah, so refraction, right. So let's do a hypothetical, right? Let's just say that we remove all the atmospheric conditions, so there's no refraction. Okay, that geometric horizon is at 3.46 miles. Okay, so now we're going to add the atmospheric conditions back in again, and we still have the geometric horizon at 3.46 miles, right? So now we need to take into consideration atmospheric effects, refraction, and also so refraction, right? According to the globe side, what refraction is doing, it means that what they're trying to claim is that really there is a horizon there at 3.46 miles, right? And everything behind that 3.46 mile horizon line is just perfectly refracting up to completely hide the horizon, right?
Yeah.
And everything behind that horizon line isn't really there. It's just an illusion, right? Really, it's sunk behind the curvature of the Earth, but it's all perfectly refracting up to make it completely impossible to validate that the geometric horizon is there. Right? It's kind of crazy.
So, yeah, you can see the objects behind it.
Hold on a second, Kelly. I just want to see if he understands what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Yes, and I understand it. So you're saying that that is exactly what refraction is. You can see it distorts images from the atmosphere. That you can see objects beyond your apparent horizon. Yes, you can do that by zooming in with binoculars or a phone.
Yeah, that isn't what refraction does, by the way, right? So
that is atmospheric refraction. That is atmospheric refraction, yes.
No, okay, so look, let me explain. I'll give you a little quick course on refraction, right? So firstly, normal refraction, right? When you just say refraction, it requires two transparent mediums, like sticking a pencil in a glass of water or something like that. Okay, that's normal refraction. Then you've got atmospheric refraction, right? There's all types of different atmospheric refraction effects. Yeah, hold on a second.
You're not talking about...
Yeah, so refraction can cause all kinds of things to happen, right? There's something called sinking refraction, right? Where something appears like it's sunken behind the horizon, right? It gives the appearance of something basically looking like it's over the curvature of the Earth, right? Behind the horizon. Then there's looming, which is the opposite of sinking. And then you've got a whole list, right? You've got superlooming, stooping, you've got mirages. There's all kinds of atmospheric refraction effects. Okay, so just saying the word refraction as...
I'm not saying just refraction, I'm saying atmospheric refraction.
Yeah, atmospheric refraction. All of the types of refraction that I just mentioned, they're all atmospheric refraction, right? So depending on the vertical temperature gradients and other conditions, you can have all sorts of different effects, right? When you say refraction. None of the effects...
right. When you say you need two transparent mediums for refraction...
That's just normal refraction.
I think that's diffusion, isn't it?
No, that's normal refraction, right? If you type in refraction into Google right now, right, what is refraction? And then hit images, you'll see a bunch of pencils sitting in a glass of water. And the definition is that it requires two transparent mediums. But the last thing, sorry, I'll hand it over to you in a second. Right, the problem here for the globe side is we can see the horizon behind the oil platforms, right? So you can't have two horizons, right? We've already agreed that the geometric horizon has to be at 3.46 miles, right? So I'm going to put the definition.
Do you think the horizon is just a set place?
No.
Why can't there be two horizons when you zoom in?
In my opinion of what a horizon is, right, and the actual definition of horizon is an apparent location, right, where the sky and the ground meet. right?
So why can't there be two? When you zoom in, why can't it change? Yeah.
When zooming in,
please post up a Skunk Bay and
I will in a second.
Thank you.
Yeah, I will. But yeah, zooming in or zooming out doesn't change where the horizon is, right? You're just zooming in or out of it, right? An example I heard yesterday, like an analogy, is like if your house is 1 mile away from you and you're standing there, right? Zooming in or zooming out on your house isn't going to change the fact that it's 1 mile away, right? You're just changing your magnification, right, of what you can see. So yeah, zooming in is not going to change where the horizon is. Right, but on a globe, you have to have a horizon at 3.46 miles. There's no getting around that because it's a physical horizon. Right, that's what they say. When boats go over the horizon, they're going over the curvature of the Earth. Right, and they taught me in school that if you're 6 foot tall, you see the horizon at about 3 miles away. Okay, so we're seeing magnitudes further than that. It's impossible on a globe, and there is no type of refraction that allows you to see, over a hill, basically, to see 10 times, 20 times further than what you would be seeing, right? So that's the problem that the globe side has, right? Even if I put in the definition of geometric horizon in the side chat there, right? What is the geometric horizon? Right? It says here, also called the geometrical horizon, is the visible boundary between the Earth and the sky, right? This is National Geographic Society. And we can clearly see the horizon, right?
I see that. Yes.
Yeah. But on a globe, the horizon has to be at 3.46 miles. It's not there.
It's not there because you zoom in and you can see the oil rig.
It's not there because we can see it behind the oil platforms. So the oil platforms should be behind the horizon on a globe.
It's
right? So
yes, and it is.
That second, no, but because we see the horizon behind the oil platforms. Right? It even says here
Wouldn't that be
in the definition, right? In the definition
of horizon, it's Earth that meets the sky, right?
Yeah, but we're talking about a geometric horizon right now, right? Which is something that you have to have on a globe.
Yes, but your eyes can't. You're not going to see that on the second horizon that you're looking at. You're saying that the horizon changed when you zoomed in.
No, I didn't say that.
You're saying you can see a horizon behind the oil rig.
Yeah.
So that means the horizon changed.
It didn't change. You just couldn't see that far unless you zoom in, right? You can't see, however many miles that horizon is away. Like it's probably like 20 miles away or something. You can't see that far. You can't really even see the oil platforms with your naked eye, right? Because think about how far they are, right? The closest one's 6 miles, and the next one's 10.1 miles away. Think about how far that distance is. Like these are amazing zoom cameras.
Yes. Why do you think you can't see it with your naked eye, but you can see it when you zoom in?
Because you're able to increase the focal length, right? And increase the size of the objects in your field of view, right? So when things move away from you, they get smaller and smaller due to perspective. And once something gets below 0.02 degrees, the human eye can't resolve it anymore because its angular sizes become too small to see. Right? So then when you zoom in, you're able to bring those things back, right, above that 0.02 degree size, and you're able to see them again, basically.
No. I believe you can see what's beyond the horizon. And I think it's been proven multiple times it's because of atmospheric refraction. Now, I know you say like the word like refraction is just overused, but when I look it up, it's like a direct term.
No. You can look up exactly what I described, right? Refraction can do all sorts of different things. You can't just say the word refraction, right? And have that's the answer to this, because you would have to know, right? If you were going to say a particular type of refraction is happening here, then you would have to know the vertical temperature gradients throughout the whole observation, right? You can't say that that's what's happening here. The thing is that you need to have a geometric horizon on a globe, right? And would you agree that you can't see the geometric horizon in this observation? It's completely undetectable.
The geometric horizon.
Yeah, geometric horizon.
I think you can see it with your eye.
Yeah, but it has to be at 3.46 miles away.
But you can't detect 3.6 miles exactly with your eye, but you can see the horizon with your eye.
Yeah, but we have the distance markers there, right? And we can confirm that the horizon's beyond the distance markers, and the distance marker is at 10.1 miles.
The horizon changed when he zoomed in. Oh, well, okay. Well, you don't believe it changed. You believe like it was always there. Is that right?
Well, a horizon's an apparent location, right? So if you zoom out and you can,
I agree.
Yeah. So I mean, if you look at time lapse photography or videography of I'll post what Killian wanted me to post, which is this is a place called Skunk Bay, and someone set up a camera and they're just watching over the water throughout the day. And I'll show you what I mean about the horizon being an apparent location and what atmospheric refraction actually does. Just bringing it up now. All right, here it is. All right, this is like an example of atmospheric refraction.
We're not in here.
You see what I mean? Like you couldn't. It's the buildings and things, right? They're not disappearing behind the curve or anything. You can just see there's lots of atmospheric effects taking place as the temperature changes throughout the day, right? You have different temperature gradients, and that's going to cause, right, these refractive effects. Can be like looming, super looming, right, which makes things appear higher than what they should be, and then you've got sinking. And stooping, which is the opposite of that when you have an inverted temperature gradient. And then you've got all sorts of other effects, right, that can all work in combination with each other. So it doesn't necessarily allow you to see over a hill, right, or see magnitudes further than what you would be able to see, right, when the observation that I showed you is really clear. Like if you look up mirages or, super looming, like any of these atmospheric effects, right, you'll see objects look really warped. You can tell that there's some crazy atmospheric effects taking place. But I swear, if you have a look at the video I showed you, you can see the lights reflecting off the oil platforms into the water and glistening on the water. You can see birds landing on the oil platforms. It's very clear. It couldn't be much clearer considering he's zooming through 10 miles of atmosphere.
So, so you don't believe that this gift is refraction, or do you? Because you're
the last one I posted. Yeah. The last GIF is showing like what refraction does. Right? You'll see the level of the water looking like it's jumping all over the place. Right? That's why if you look up like the definition of horizon, right, the actual definition, I'll just read it out to you. Horizon definition. The line at which the Earth's surface and the sky appear to meet, right? And appear is the key word there. Because one day you might see the horizon behind the oil platforms, another day you might see it in a different place, right? Because you've got different atmospheric refraction taking place. Right? One day you could have sinking refraction, right? That's like, all right, so if I type in now, what is sinking refraction? Okay, a refraction effect in which an object normally visible on the geometric horizon apparently sinks beneath it, right? And that effect, right, of sinking refraction, that happens usually on clearer days, usually in the morning or the late afternoon, and it happens when you have warmer air closer to the surface and cooler air above, right? And that's like in the vertical temperature gradient. Then you can have sinking or stooping, which is like a more extreme version of sinking. Right, so a different day, right? We actually have an observation by the same guy on a different day, and it looks like the horizon's in front of the oil platforms, right? Maybe there's some sinking or stooping going on that day. Maybe there's some ocean swell.
Is that a different video?
It's actually, yeah, I don't know if anyone's got the picture, but he actually did do that observation on a different day, and you see the horizon in a different spot. It looks like it's in front of the oil platforms.
Okay. Let me ask. Oh, because I'm trying to figure out.
Actually, I can find that. I can find the other example. But yeah, he also does another observation from 1 foot off the ground, right? And you can still see the horizon past the oil platforms.
After he zooms in, right?
Yeah, after he zooms in, it's too small to see what's going on without zooming in.
Okay.
Like you can see when he's fully zoomed out that you just can't see. You can't see that far. Everything's too small.
Do you think he can see the other horizon simply because he can see the water behind the platform?
Yeah, well, like anywhere you look, right, there's going to be a line where the ground appears to meet the sky, and right, you could just call that the horizon.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see where we disagree with this.
Well, where we have to disagree is because the globe, right? Because the globe, you have to have a geometric horizon, right? You have to have a point, depending on the height of the observer, in which you can't see past. And it's physical. It's not an apparent horizon. It's just a physical horizon. That's why I was giving you the hypothetical before, where we hypothetically remove all the atmospheric conditions, right?
Okay.
Well, from a 1 foot observer height, right? Look, I'm going to show you a different observation now from the same person at a different time of the day. And what he does in this one, he lowers the camera down to just 1 foot off the ground, right? So according to the globe, from 1 foot off the ground, the horizon should be at 1.22 miles, much closer. But we can still see the horizon beyond the oil platforms. Right, so here's just a still shot from the full video. I will post the full video as well. Right, so this is the same location. And you can see the horizons behind the oil platforms again, but he's down very close to the water in this one, just 1 foot off the ground. And I'll just post the GIF where he like zooms in. So yeah, this is an even more extreme example, like where we can see way over 10 times further than what you would be able to see on a globe. And yeah, we have like more examples, right? I can show you examples on like really still lakes. And then we've literally had like teams of field engineers and all sorts of other people that are professionals go out with really expensive lasers, right? Some of these lasers cost $20,000, $30,000. And they're shooting these lasers over the surface of water, like 20 miles, 30 miles, 40 miles, and they're hitting the target on the other side of the body of water consistently.
I agree with some of it, but I don't agree that there is a geometrical physical horizon. The horizon is not physical.
Yeah. Look, the horizon you see is apparent, but you have to have a geometric horizon on a globe, right? And that's why, right, if I, like what I'll put in to the chat now, you can just check for yourself, is an Earth curve calculator, a real easy one to use, right? Universities, all sorts of physics websites, you can find these exact same Earth curve calculators. They're all going to give you the same answer. Bra1 just posted the other observation I was talking about, right? So he's gone on a different day, and now the horizon is in front of the oil platforms, right? Because depending on the atmospheric conditions and the type of refraction that you're experiencing on a particular day, the horizon's going to appear in different places.
you don't think that's caused by the distortion of light that it's in different places?
Yeah,
rainbow.
Hold on a second, Demok. It's because of the vertical temperature gradient, right? And it's gonna refract the light. It's gonna make you see the objects in a different location to where they should be, right? So if you have like cooler air closer to the surface of the water and then warmer air above that, right? Then you can have things appear higher than they should be. It's called looming. And if you have the opposite of that, right, you have the warmer air closer to the water, you can have sinking, which is the opposite of looming, right, which is a good example of what you can see in this image that Bra1 posted, right, because it's a clearer day, right? Usually you get sinking refraction on clear days, usually in the morning or in the afternoon. But yeah, that's literally the definition of sinking refraction, what you can see in that one there. Right, so that all adds to what we see as the horizon is just an apparent location. And yeah, refraction is kind of like our argument, really. When the globe side says refraction, it's not really a great argument for the globe side because there isn't even any types of refraction, right, that can allow you to see 20 times further or 30 times further than what you should be able to see. But yeah, what it comes down to at the end of the day is being able to validate that geometric horizon, which has to exist on a globe.
I mean, there is a geometrical horizon. I'm just looking it up again. Geometric horizon has to have like no refraction, and that it assumes the light rays are just straight.
Yeah, geometric horizon is just like it's just where you can't see any further. Like, just say you got point A, right? You're standing at a certain height. You can only see so far forward because you're on a globe, right? And depending on the height that you are, you're going to have a horizon line, right? It's like blocking your view. The Earth is blocking your view from being able to see to point B, wherever you're trying to look at.
Yes, it doesn't take into account refraction.
No. Geometric horizon, right, has to be there, whether you have refraction or whether you don't have refraction. Right? In the atmosphere, there's always refraction. No, it's physical, right? So that's what I mean about if you just hypothetically remove all of the atmosphere, right? So you've got no refraction happening, right? That horizon line will be at a specific distance depending on the height of the observer. You know what I mean?
Yes,
and if you add meaning. Yeah, but you know what I mean. It's physical horizon, right? If you add the atmosphere back, the geometric horizon is still there, right? The physical horizon still has to be there for the Earth to be a globe. If something's past, well, hold on a second. If something's past the geometric horizon, it has to be hidden by a certain amount, depending on how high it is behind that horizon.
People usually don't see the geometric horizon. You can't see it because
there is what our argument is. I agree with you, and what our argument is that there is no geometric horizon, right? Because it's never been detected, right? It doesn't match the description of a horizon, right? There's no description of horizon that is a completely invisible, undetectable horizon. That's why I posted the definition of even the geometric horizon in the side chat.
Okay. Can I post something?
Yeah, go for it.
There is let me post this link. I can fucking go to this has the equation to calculate the geometric horizon. And it agrees with me that you're not gonna see it because it doesn't mean anything if there's refraction. There's usually always refraction.
Yeah, there is always refraction, right? That's why it's called an apparent location. The horizon is an apparent location where the sky and the ground meet, right? What you need to validate is a geometric horizon, right? They claim that boats go over the curve behind a physical Earth curvature, right? It's like a physical horizon. Yeah, I made like a little diagram just to try to, like, that's what the problem is in the conversation right now is I don't think you quite get the implications of what a geometric horizon is for the globe and in these observations.
I do. There's a simple equation for the geometric horizon.
Yeah, I know. I already went over that with you.
Yes. So what I'm saying is if we both agree we cannot see the geometric horizon, do you agree that companies use the geometric horizon, or they just pull it out their ass?
No, there is no geometric horizon. That's what I'm saying, right? And there's no proof of a geometric horizon. And there's no type of refraction that can allow you to see 10, 20, 30 times further, right, than the geometric horizon. There's no type of refraction effect that does that. Even
right quick, just to throw in this point, you can't validate a horizon with a calculation. The horizon is something that the perceiver sets. Go ahead.
Okay. Also, when the Glober claims refractions, he actually means terrestrial refraction, or which is the bending of light rays. But he's cannot demonstrate that it's happening.
Yep, that's a good point, right? So what Jamesy is saying, Harsh, is that when globe earthers say refraction, right, they're actually like begging the question, right? It's a fallacy. So what they're trying to claim is that there's this special type of refraction called terrestrial refraction, right? And they're including in it that the Earth is already a globe, right? So they're assuming that the Earth is a globe, and they're using a refraction formula, right? They'll use like standard refraction, standard terrestrial refraction, 7/6R is the formula they use, and the R means radius value, right? That's the very thing that's in question with this observation, right? It's begging the question. So it's even worse than I made out.
But I think that's a good thing, right? Because if we have a working model and we can base equations, exact equations off that model, and it works, why wouldn't we use it as a sphere?
Well, the problem is it doesn't work, right? So when we set up that camera at 1 foot off the surface of the water, you have to have a geometric horizon at 1.225 miles, right? If you add standard refraction into that, right? If we grant you this fallacious type of refraction, all it does is means the horizon would be at 1.5 miles instead of 1.2 miles, right? But we can see the horizon way past 10 miles away, right? There's no formula for even terrestrial refraction that allows you to make up for that type of huge discrepancy in how far we can see.
That's because most horizons are apparent, right? It's apparent to the observer.
Yeah, but that geometric horizon is the one that's physical, your physical Earth curve being in the way. Now, you said earlier that you can't really see it. Now, you've got a globe that's calculating something you can't see.
You can't see it, but you can calculate it.
So how can you calculate it?
Hosh is saying that this refraction... So you're claiming terrestrial refraction, right, Hosh? You claim
right? Atmospheric, and I can show you. I can link it.
But what you're saying is this refraction that you're claiming is causing the curvature and the geometry of the ball to look horizontal and not curving. You're saying that refraction has this function to make things look completely horizontal and flat.
It doesn't cause it to look flat. It just causes you to see what's over it, over the horizon, the apparent one with your eyes. Does that make sense?
You're saying that the refraction is a mechanism that causes balls to look not like balls.
No. What the hell? A ball to move not like a ball?
That's what I was trying to... Hold on, Hush. This was what I was trying to explain to you earlier. Right, this is what the globe site is actually claiming, and listen to how ridiculous it sounds, right? So we can go to different locations and do different observations in different weather conditions, different environments, right? And say the camera's 1 foot off the ground or 3 foot off the ground, right? In different observations. So the horizon should be at a set distance. And in every single one of these observations, the globe site is saying that everything is just bending up right at it's refracting up right at the geometric horizon line, right? Because the geometric horizon has to be there, right? So they're saying that really the geometric horizon is there, but everything behind it is perfectly refracting up to make it look flat, right? So something that's 1 mile past the geometric horizon is perfectly refracting up. 2 miles, it has to refract up even more. And at every point right, between point A and point B, it's perfectly refracting up, right? So every different one of these observations we make, they think that that's what's happening. Everything's perfectly refracting up to make the water look flat. It's a really crazy claim once you wrap your head around how silly it is. It's a real stretch.
Are they really saying it's perfect every time?
Think about this, right? We were talking about line of sight weapons before, right?
Let's go back to that.
Yeah. So that second oil platform, right? Just say you had a line of sight weapon, some sort of laser beam, right? And you shot the laser beam line of sight weapon or a railgun at the oil platform, right, in the background, right, the 10-mile oil platform. The laser or the projectile or whatever, it would go straight through the oil platform because it's not even really there. That's what the globe side's saying. It's not even really there. Really,
I can read this.
Over the curvature of the Earth.
It's over the curvature of the Earth?
Yeah, the oil platform would be hidden behind 50 feet of Earth curvature.
Yes. It says, although considered line of sight, the high velocity of a railgun projectile allows it to reach targets beyond.
No, we're doing a hypothetical, right? This is a hypothetical weapon that's just a line of sight, like a perfect laser beam.
Okay.
It doesn't really matter, right? If you shot any gun, any projectile, even if you shot it up in the air and it came down, right? It's just going to go straight through the oil platform because it's not really there. So don't worry about the line of sight thing. Right? If you shot it, the bullet would go straight through, right? It wouldn't blow up the platform. It would just go through it like it's just a ghost.
It'd be inaccurate, right? That's what you're saying?
No, you would see, right? You would see the oil platform. You would shoot at it, and the bullet, instead of blowing up the platform, would just go through it like it was a ghost because it's not really there. Really, it's hidden behind the curvature.
Wouldn't they know that? Wouldn't they know not to shoot at the refracted light? But
no, they don't account for that. They don't account for that in any of these wars, right? Imagine seeing that in a war, right? When have you ever heard them say, "Oh, we missed it, sir. It was refracted"? It doesn't happen.
That's my point. It doesn't happen.
Well, that's the thing. In the observation that I showed you, man, right? You can see the lights on the oil platform glistening off the water, right? You can see birds landing on the oil platform. The ghost oil platform that's really, it's behind the curvature of the Earth, right? And it's just refracted up somehow.
And just quickly, not to deflect, I don't mean to deflect, but I just wanted to quickly explain the difference between an astronomical and, atmospheric terrestrial refraction. Atmospheric refraction is usually referred to by astronomers who are going to be describing the apparent displacement of celestial objects, the way of its light entering from outside of the atmosphere and into the atmosphere, whereas terrestrial refraction is going to deal with the apparent displacement of terrestrial objects within the atmosphere. Sorry, I just need to clarify that.
Okay.
Yeah, brother DJ, did you post the Skunk Bay GIF?
Yeah, we went over the Skunk Bay GIF.
Bet. Thank you, sorry. Peace.
Yeah, no worries.
I posted something in the chat. Can you look at it? It's a U.S. Navy table. If you got a page.
Sure, man. Do you want to explain it for me?
Yes. So it was made by your naval officer, and it has instructions that say you have to take into account when you fire it's any like artillery or missile systems, projectile weapons. You need to account for curvature, and you need to account also for the stabilization of the weapon when you shoot over the horizon. And it says here on page 6, it has to come to the attention of the Bureau that there's some questions as to the proper method of handling certain small corrections in the range ballistics. And then right after that says 2, curvature of the Earth. U.S. Navy range tables are based on the assumption that the guns, unions, and targets are in the horizontal plane. And that is tangent to the Earth's surface at the time.
Sorry, what page? What page were you just reading that off?
6.
Hey, can you read that last bit out again, please?
Okay. So I'm on page 6, part 2. It says curvature of the Earth. U.S. Navy range tables are based on the assumption that the gun trunnions and targets are in the horizon plane tangent to the Earth's surface at the gun. Thus, when using pointer,
Doesn't make any
finder, or
sense.
direct fire and elevation, the range tables should be used without any correction for curvature of the Earth. However, when using the table vertical type of director for indirect fire and elevation, a correction for the curvature must be applied to the range table, since the guns are laid out with respect to the horizontal rather than respect to the line of sight.
Right, so that it's contradicting itself. It's saying that the target lies within the horizon plane.
No. It's saying it depends on where the target is. If it's line of sight, which is before you over the horizon, then you can discard that. If it's beyond the
I'm pretty
horizon,
sure
then
you read out that it's treating the target as if it's on the horizontal plane.
I also have a follow-up question to that one there, Space, please.
You're using a stable vertical type of director for indirect fire and elevation. So that means bullet drop. A correction for curvature must be applied to the range table, since guns are laid with respect to horizontal rather than respect to line of sight.
And but before that part, mentioned the target but lying on the horizontal plane.
This is what the U.S. Navy uses. Well, I don't know if they use it now. They probably updated it because it says this. When is this written?
Wait, did you post that? Did you post that
it's if you just count 6 pages, it's on the 6th page. It says any change in impact must be made from a horizontal reference plane, which has the same height as the mean trunnion height of the guns above the waterline.
There you go. That's flat, dude. No accounting for curvature required.
You are. Are you reading it? A correction for curvature must be applied to the range table, since the guns are laid with respect to horizontal rather than with respect to line of sight.
Contradicting themselves. Contradicting themselves.
Are they? How?
Because they're saying in one breath they're saying, yeah, we the target's on the horizontal plane. Yep, it's the exact height of the target, relative to the height of the weapon is right in respect to mean sea level. That's flat, man.
It's flat if they're using a pointed fire or direct fire in elevation.
They're going to have to angle the barrel at a certain amount of degrees above horizontal.
And if they do it enough and the target is long range,
have to demonstrate. You'd have to demonstrate, right? That an object,
but that's
which is listen. I wasn't finished. You'd have to demonstrate that their target, right, which is at or higher, at a higher elevation than the weapon, right, has to go below horizontal. The projectile has to go below horizontal in order to reach the target, which is at a higher elevation than the weapon.
I think that's very easy to demonstrate. All you have to, but for them to demonstrate it, I'm guessing you got to be on a Navy ship. But they do have a formula, like right below that, for part 3, for the correction. I guess it's in yards, but it's curvature times feet from.
Yeah, it's interesting and it's worth having a look at. And yeah, thanks for sharing it. But when you were saying like the conversation was about refraction, like were you sharing?
Well, it started off with the railguns, and they use curvature to calculate where they shoot.
Yeah, but I know. But if you have these crazy refraction effects, like you're talking about, refraction can allow you to see a target that looks like it's 10 times further than what it should be, or 10 times higher than what it should be, right?
I didn't say that. Exactly.
Well, that's okay. So in the image that I showed you, right, we can see the horizon over 10 times further than what it should be at.
So I said we can use weapon systems to calculate where the target is if it's over the horizon.
Yeah.
So they're not using line of sight anymore. Because we both agree they would miss. They would shoot the Mirage or whatever.
Okay, so what's the problem here is, right, the horizon's behind the oil platform.
The apparent horizon is beyond the platform.
Yeah.
That's just apparent. That's just water meeting the sky.
So are you saying that there's more than one horizon?
It just depends how powerful your zoom is, yeah. You can see the water behind it, but you can't with the naked eye. That means the horizon changed with your perspective. So yeah, the horizon, the apparent horizon can change. Yes.
Yeah.
You zoom in, it changes. It's all the horizon is like personal to a person's perspective of it. Yes.
Well, you're conceding that it's incapable of obstructing anything from view beyond 1.225 miles. The square root of your height and feet. Yeah. By necessity, you are
obstructing.
Can't escape that.
What am I conceding again? Go ahead.
The geometric horizon is incapable of obstructing anything from view.
Yeah, because we both said we can't see the geometric horizon to begin with. You would have to have no
boats
refraction.
Can't go over it and be obstructed from view. Then
that's the apparent horizon. The apparent horizon can obstruct the boats from view.
But you agreed earlier that that's not a physical thing.
He doesn't.
The horizon isn't physical.
He doesn't realize he's talking about.
So it's incapable. Only physical things are capable of obstructing objects from view.
The water is obstructing. The horizon is not. Does that make sense?
So it is physical.
The horizon.
So it is.
The horizon isn't physical.
Is the water making?
If I look up horizon.
Is the water a component of the horizon?
If I look up horizon and if I ask,
can you have the horizon without surface and sky?
No, you need both.
Right. So the physical, that'd be physical then.
No, the water is physical, even though it's an component of horizon. That doesn't mean the horizon is physical. And I can look it up and just show you. The horizon is
it's not physical. So things can't go over it and be obstructed by it then. Horizon can't obstruct it.
But we both know that they can go.
Welcome to Flat Earth, Hush.
No. What the hell? It's not a physically tangible line. It's an apparent line where the Earth appears to meet the sky.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
By curvature.
Yeah.
And brother, I want to jump in and ask you, who do you think sets that? Brother Hush?
Sets what?
Exactly what you just said. Where the floor meets the ground. I'm so sorry. Where the floor meets the sky. Who's the person? Who's the thing that sets that relationship?
Are you talking about like the person who invented the term?
No,
are you talking about like
you, right? Standing in nature, wherever you are, the person receiving the actual horizon is the thing that sets that relationship. For you to say, or for you to update your location, say go 100 feet up in elevation, maybe on a mountain, right? Or you go 1,000 feet up in altitude in a plane or something like that. You update, when you update your location, that horizon updates as well. So to say that the horizon line is actually a thing that exists, like you can go touch it, validate it with a calculation.
I never said you can go touch it. When did I say that? I always said it
can go over. When you said things go over it.
Exactly. We've literally been discussing I've been listening to you discuss the validation of the horizon. And I'm only inserting the idea that the person perceiving the horizon is the person that sets it, or is the thing that sets that relationship. That's all I want to bring forward. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, why can't I find that?
You can go over an apparent line.
Military file. I'm trying to look for that paper in any military website, and all I find is at eugeneslover.com, which is not a military page.
Sure, I can show you.
No, I'm at the page, but I'm trying to find the actual PDF of that. The only places that have it is this place and McToons.
I got this from a link, so let me see if I can find it.
Yeah. I mean, I got the link. I clicked on the link that you posted, but I'm trying to find the actual file, like from the military website.
The actual file of what? Let's see. Looking up for it as we talk. You can go over an apparent line, though. That is, you can go. It's an intangible. It's not physically tangible line. It's an apparent line.
Objects can't go over things that aren't physical.
Yes.
Don't exist.
That's what you say, though, when you say you can't see it anymore. We both agree.
It sounds to me like you think that when you look at the horizon with your naked eye, that you're seeing the geometric horizon, but as soon as you use an optic aid to zoom in, you don't see it anymore. Sounds to me like that's what you're saying.
I don't see the geometric horizon. I see my apparent horizon. But yes, I know that.
So you always only see one horizon, and that's the apparent horizon, right?
We don't see it unless there's no refraction in the sky.
Saying it's apparent is kind of redundant, right? You're saying it as if there's more than one.
Everybody has their own horizon because you're at different distances and different heights. So apparent is accurate.
So apparent is redundant because it's just the horizon. It's just what you see, right? It's an apparent place. It's apparent line.
Yes. So why do you say that I need to see a geometric horizon?
The land or sea and sky appear to meet.
The problem
saying
is
that the land.
For you, the problem is that you're not able to prove a geometric horizon exists. We know that apparent horizon exists because it's all anyone ever sees, right? But you need to have a geometric horizon, right? And if you have a geometric horizon, everything behind it has to be hidden by it, depending on how high it is, right? Like the oil platform should be hidden behind the horizon, but we see the horizon behind the oil platform. The oil platform isn't hidden by anything, but it has to be if Earth's a globe. Do you know what I mean? Do you see the problem, right? It has to be hidden behind the horizon, right? The bottom 50 foot of it should be missing. Most of it, because it's only 77 foot tall above the water, right? 50
there are uses. Yeah, there are uses for a geometric horizon.
Proof that
that's why
it exists. Ship navigation.
Everything you see beyond 1.225 miles, all the surface that you see beyond that point, from 1 foot, right? That is, all the surface that you see beyond 1.225 miles, any objects that are on the surface, 1.225 miles, is not in its actual location. You're not seeing it where it actually is.
I agree, but that's not why. That's the apparent horizon you're talking, right? Or are you talking about geometric? I'm saying you can use geometric. People use geometric horizons for different things. They use it for astronomy, spatial orientation.
You can't if you can't see it.
You can. They used it for ship navigation to map the Earth.
How are you going to draw a tangent line to it if you can't see it?
Sure. They used an instrument. Let me see. Where's this?
Oh, wait. Yo, I have a question. Hey, Hush, do you know what Rayleigh's criterion is?
Rayleigh's criterion?
Rayleigh's criterion. R-A-Y-L. Okay, I'd like you to Google it. Also, angular resolution. Do you know what angular resolution is?
Yeah, I'm more familiar with that.
I bet. So, angular resolution, Rayleigh's criterion, those two things are, one and the same, so to speak. But I'm only bringing it forward for you to research these points to understand how objects work as they disappear off into, again, your horizon.
An angular resolution is the smallest angle between 2 points, sources of light that a telescope can distinguish like that? I know if you looking through binoculars, your angular resolution changes. Is that what you're getting at?
Exactly. When you increase or reduce your focal length on the object, right, you're able to see to further distances, bring things back into your perceivable field of view. These are the things that we're trying to bring forward for you to understand that we literally see too far in order for us to be on a spheroid. This is what TiVo is trying to bring forward for you to realize within us looking for this geometric horizon that we can't find. So unfortunately, with your appeals, you can't validate the geometric horizon without it fitting within to us how we see the horizon. Again, Rayleigh's criterion, angular resolution.
Yeah. So we based off. I think we based off the geometric horizon based off our globe model. But again, I don't see any problem with that if it validates that it is a globe and the math keeps adding up. Unless we find a model where we can where it doesn't add up, that would be a problem. But
you keep saying the math keeps adding up.
Sorry.
I mean, I could give you the math, the amount of force that Superman can jump over the force that Superman needs to exert to jump over the Empire State Building. But does that make Superman real?
No, but the sphere is.
How? You haven't actually showed it. All you have is math and actually have measurements of the Earth, gone to the core or spin or anything like that. It's not nowhere to be found.
To do all that?
Yes.
Know that the Earth is a sphere?
Yeah, to have this claim that the Earth is a sphere, you need measurement of curvature. You need to actually get to the core. You
can measure curvature. There are dozens of equations.
No, equations are not measurements. Measurement is a measurement, and I'm talking about empirical measurement. Now, you don't have that. You don't have measurement of spin. You don't have nothing, bro. All you have is, I got the math, I got papers, here's a diagram. Yeah. There you go.
Thousands of astronomers.
I got video on Superman, bro.
I mean, that's nice if you I got a question.
All you have is these.
That's fine if you keep bringing up Superman. Do you know
what I'm saying is the same thing, dude.
Eratosthenes is. Do you know who
of course I know what Eratosthenes is.
Okay, what did he do to calculate the Earth?
He didn't calculate the Earth. He made an assumption.
No.
Yes, based on an assumption, he decided.
Solid math.
No, he did, dude. He based it on an assumption. What do you know? What is his assumption?
Do you know what math is?
Do you understand what was his assumption in his thing? Without that assumption, he is flawed.
No, okay. Is an assumption more like a hypothesis?
No, it's something that you assume is true without actually verifying.
There's nothing wrong with doing that if you can back it up with science.
But you can't,
right?
You can't.
He did though.
No, because guess what? A few years after, they changed the distance to what he assumed.
Yes, but what he concluded was.
What he's assuming, his conclusion is based on the assumptions, and his assumptions aren't true in the first instance, then his conclusion's wrong.
If his conclusion is wrong, that's one thing. But when he says the Earth is a sphere, that's not wrong because Aristotle, Ptolemy, they came
that
after
was the thing
him
he was assuming.
What he did.
Dude, you could do this.
One of the things he was assuming.
You could do this with your table under a light. Take your table, put two toothpicks, put them far apart, one under the light and one far apart, way out in the end. You're gonna get two different shadows. Is your table a ball?
I think he did more than put two.
No, that's exactly what he did, bro.
He did more than that. There was a fucking formula he used.
What else? He made an assumption that the light was super far away.
What you need to do, because that
and you could do it on top of your table too. Do you understand that?
No, you
part,
can't.
Though?
You need a north and
Yes,
south
you can.
distance with a distance of 100 miles.
It's all based on the assumption
That's
you use.
minimum.
You get same thing would have happened. He would have based his assumption saying, "Well, it must have been a local sun," and he would have concluded that the Earth was flat.
No, that would have been fine and dandy if he was the only one who concluded that, but the others after him validated his fucking argument.
How did they validate that, though? How did they validate?
By doing their own tests.
Doing the same thing that they did. They're doing the same thing that Aristotle did and made the same assumptions.
No, they did something else.
What else?
Just made something more.
Well, what else?
Aristotle, for example, he noted that lunar eclipses, Earth's shadow on the moon was always round, which can only concur if Earth was a sphere.
But he's making assumptions. He's making assumptions that that is a shadow. It's based on assumptions that he's assuming to be. Based on assumptions he's assuming to be true in the first instance, which would be circular reasoning, right? Because he's assuming that it is a shadow. 2, he's assuming that that shadow is the Earth's. 3, that there's a syzygy involved between 3 bodies in free space.
You never heard of the
You can make correct assumptions after
you never heard of the 3-body problem, bro? You never
that
heard
validate your assumption. I can't hear
Apocryphon, you're coming in real low, mate. You're coming in real low. Apocryphon. Just like Eratosthenes, he was making assumptions about the observation that he can't verify to be true or not. So what he was doing, if he concluded at the end of that he most definitely is on a sphere, then he was doing something called affirming the consequent formological fallacy.
Yeah, his hypothesis was that Earth is a sphere. And then he did
they don't know about
that back that up.
They don't know about the 3-body problem, bro.
No, but he can't test that hypothesis, dude.
They don't know about the 3-body problem, bro.
Stage. Aristotle remained at hypothesis stage. He could not move forward from that and test his hypothesis to see if he's correct. It's assumed he was correct.
And then the others built off of what he did, like Ptolemy.
He's good with a scaled down.
Ptolemy was, even though like some of these people were wrong in different aspects. But you can be wrong in different aspects of the people after you build.
Dude, none of them had a model.
Yeah, what idiot?
One sec, guys. One sec, guys. So you're saying that these predecessors, right? These that came after built their more assumptions and more conclusions based on their predecessors' illogical reasoning. Dude, that is not a valid method of inquiry into the physical world.
Tested. They used tests to see if what he said was true. If it's true through math and science, then it's okay for them to make a hypothesis.
Okay, so what science did they do? So, like I said, did they test the hypothesis?
Yes.
How? How did they test it?
Different ways. So, all right. So, Ptolemy, for instance, he used a geocentric model. So he was wrong about that. The Earth is not geocentric. Well, the universe is not geocentric. It's heliocentric. But his work in cartography, he mapped out lands and geography, helped to reinforce the understanding of a spherical Earth. And his maps and calculation were based off of the assumption of a curved Earth. So it's okay to assume something and then test to see if you're true. And
I'm still not hearing a method.
Yeah.
Still not hearing a hypothesis test.
Okay. I'll go right to it. Let's see.
What's a hypothesis? What's a scientific hypothesis?
Do you want the definition or what Ptolemy did?
It's a hypothesis.
It's a pretty sound hypothesis if they keep coming to the same result, though, don't you think?
It's based on
they continue to affirm the consequent based on assumptions that they haven't proven to be true in the first instance.
that would be wrong to do if it wasn't backed by math and science time and time again.
You haven't provided any
show
math
me
or
show me
science.
what science.
I haven't yet. But
what
there's
science?
tons of it.
What science? What science backs it up?
I got you. I'm gonna post
Because
it.
as far as I'm concerned, science doesn't prove shapes.
Just so I know what to post, do you believe in stars and all of that, or no?
Do I believe in stars?
Yeah. Do you believe stars exist?
Do you not see stars in the sky?
I'm asking you though. Some say they
Do you
do,
not see
lights.
do you not see stars in the sky?
Do you think they're stars or just lights? That's what I'm asking you.
What is a star?
A ball of gas.
Oh, then that's the difference. How do you know they're a ball of gases?
Okay, so you're just gonna keep flipping the question on me.
No. Because the thing is, now you're making assumptions because of what they are. I don't know what exactly they are, but I do. they are lights. They're stars. We call them stars. Now, am I going to make an assumption of what they are exactly? No, I'm not going to do that because I don't know what they are because I haven't gone to them and tested them. Have you?
So, but you call them stars because we call them stars?
I call them stars because that's what they are, and that's the name of their weave. You didn't call them stars. Who called them stars to start with? Did you call them stars?
The first person who called them stars, I couldn't tell you. I could look it up, though. But yeah, I do believe they're stars, yeah.
You know what they were called at first?
Tell me.
Wandering stars.
Wandering stars. That's what they were called. I'm guessing this was before technology, though, right?
Do you count the wheel?
What about the wheel? Hold on.
That's technology.
Yes. Okay. What about the wheel? I count the wheel as an invention.
Okay.
Back up.
What are you talking about? Gizmos?
There are some like the Cavendish gravity torsion rig. I don't think
you're all over the place, bro.
No, I'm not. I'm proving that you can use science to dictate that it's a curvature. How's that all over the place?
You are lost, pal.
Yeah, all right. Nothing to do with that. Hold on. We've got another guy that wanted to ask questions. Ragnar Lothbrook, if you wanted to open your mic. Pretty active in the side chat. You said you wanted to talk about certain things. You there?
That guy's been seeing Vikings too much. He's no Ragnar Lothbrok.
You jump in VC, Ragnar. It's all good.
Yeah, jump in VC, Ragnar.
Brother Alpha in the building. Let's get it.
So I can put your logic to the grindstone.
Right, so Hush, back to you, I guess. Right, so look, let's just finish the Horizon thing, right? Okay. So we've been over Horizons for a few hours straight, right? And you're claiming that there is such a thing as a geometric horizon. So now I'm going to put it back on you, right? We've been showing you tons and tons of observations and going over refraction, going over all sorts of different things. What evidence do you have that there is such a thing as a geometric horizon in the first place? Because you're admitting that you can't detect it, right? But it must be there if the Earth's a globe, right? So how do you know it's there?
Okay, so first, do you have to physically touch a thing to know it's there? Like air, do you know air is there? You can't really touch it, feel it. You know oxygen is there. That's what we call like the particles. You know that's there, but you can't really touch it, feel it, see it. You get that part?
So, yeah, well, so let's bring it back to the horizon.
Yes. So people keep saying that you're supposed to be able to see a geometric horizon or something in order to make sure it's there.
No, I'm just asking you, right? It's something that must exist on a globe, right? And you're claiming it does exist. So I'm asking you, how can you validate to me and the rest of the people here that there is such a thing?
Sure. Now it's used because first off, it's used in a variety of contexts like perspective drawing, spatial orientation, ship navigation.
No. The geometric horizon. Look, dude.
Yeah,
the geometric horizon is used in perspective drawings.
Yeah, it's absolutely
Take
not.
Yourself.
Right, like. Okay, so in perspective drawing and architecture, look, just let me explain.
Not just architecture, navigation. Let's go on that.
No,
it's used in navigation.
Well, concede on your last bullshit spewing.
And no, because it actually is used in perspective drawing.
You're all wet, Val.
Yeah, it really isn't.
You're concentrating more on this voice you're using than using your brain in this conversation.
Not at all. It's used
so in perspective drawing,
you're not following along.
Let me just explain to you really quickly. In perspective drawing, a horizon line is literally a straight line between vanishing points, right? That's what a horizon is in perspective drawing, in architecture, right?
It says the horizon line is...
Look, we have a professor of architecture that runs the YouTube channel in here. He agrees with it, right? My wife's sitting behind me right now. She has a master's degree in art. She agrees that's what it is. You can look up any manual and it's going to confirm that what I said it is, that's exactly what a horizon is, right? In regards to perspective drawing or architecture or anything like that, right? So that's not a geometric horizon, something to do with the globe Earth, right? Because the geometric horizon that you're talking about in these artworks and whatnot, right? That's the horizon you can see, right? You already agreed that you can't detect the geometric horizon.
You can detect it using...
You must have some weird perspective drawings in your drawer.
Geometric horizon, Ragnar. Geometric horizon has to deal with geometry. So what type of geometry do you think the Earth is displaying when you're viewing the horizon, which would be the curve of the Earth? That's important, right? Because if you're saying it's a geometric horizon, what you're saying is that the Earth is displaying its curvature. Geometry is being displayed. So you have to rethink about like what that means. If it is being displayed, then that means visually people can notice it.
Pilots also use geometric horizons.
No. I know, that's great. But did you hear what I just said? The implications of you saying that there's a... Yeah, we are talking to Ragnar. Okay. Isn't that who's engaging? Who's engaging us?
It's Hush. Ragnar's continued to chat skank.
Oh, so it's Hush. Okay, so Hush. Yeah. So do you think that the geometric horizon is detected visually?
Not with your eyesight. It can be detected with instruments.
No eyesight. We don't see the curve then, yeah? Which is the geometry of the Earth. Geometric horizon. Geometry. Oblate spheroid.
We can see the curve. Yeah, we can.
We can't or we can?
We can. CAN.
Okay, so when have you detected a curvature on the horizon, sir?
When a ship disappears, it's apparent. But
no. Okay, so a ship's disappearance is not denoting the curve of the Earth.
Yeah,
that's not what it's denoting.
It's going around the curvature when that happens.
All right, so give me from the observer to the ship, how much curve is there?
Depends at what distance you're talking about.
No, it does. Okay, so if it depends, it's not geometry, is it? Geometry is something that would be static. No, it's not apparent. Apparent means just it's redundant. Apparent means that's what we see. It's apparently the horizon. Yeah, it's redundant. Horizon. So if we're gonna say that the curvature of the Earth is geometric, and you say that it's denoted when a ship is disappearing behind it, then I need to know how you know it's geometry of the Earth, being that it can be measured geometrically. So from an observer to the ship, how much curvature is there?
Hold on, real quick. I think the issue with this conversation is you think I'm saying that it's one or the other. there can be a geometric horizon, and there can also be an apparent horizon. Can we agree on that?
No,
okay,
we're
y'all
not going to agree on that.
I see the.
We're not going to agree on that. Here's what we're going to do, guys. Don't jump in when I'm doing this. All right, please. All right. So whenever you look at the geometric horizon or the apparent horizon, you're looking at the same thing. There's not two distinctly different things.
I see the issue here. Yeah.
No, it's your issue, not ours, right?
No,
because you're claiming geometry. Yeah, it's definitely yours. You're claiming geometry, and there is no geometry.
And an apparent.
Yeah.
There's two different types.
When do you yeah, dude. No, it's not. It's one horizon we're looking at. How many horizons are there?
It depends if you zoom in or not.
Answer the question. Answer the question. Answer the question. How many horizons are there?
It depends. That's the honest answer.
No, it doesn't depend. It doesn't depend.
When you look zoom in, you see another horizon. Yes, it depends.
What? You see another horizon?
Yes.
So how many horizons are there? Answer my question. How many horizons are there?
You're going to have to stop yelling. I'm answering the question.
No, I'm not going to stop. I'm going to hit the gas. I'm not stopping. How many horizons are there?
You're just going to keep yelling then at the wall. I'm just wasting.
Yeah, I'm going to keep yelling because you're not answering the question. Yeah, no, we're not going to entertain your bullshit.
I know.
Yeah, low intelligence is what you have. When you say that you're seeing more than one horizon.
Like there's a geometric and an apparent at the same time. That's not what I'm saying.
Your fucking claim. I'm not claiming geometric. You fucking dumbass.
Yeah, but I'm saying there's two different types of horizons.
Two different types.
I think there's three.
How do you know there's two different types? How do you know there's two different types?
Because there's a geometric, apparent, and I think there is ocean horizon.
Ocean. So okay, so that's three horizons so far. Is that all?
The ones you can see, probably just the apparent. Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Okay, so if you're zooming in on an apparent horizon, then you'll see another one.
Really? So there's multiple horizons when you're looking on the horizon.
It depends. It depends to the observer. Yeah.
It depends to the observer. Okay, so let's put it this way. All right, so let me make it easier for you. Let me make it easier for you. I'm just gonna make it easier for you. So the geometric horizon. How do we know the Earth has a geometry? How do we know that?
A geometry like a sphere?
No, like a lobster. What do you fucking think?
I don't fucking know what you think. That's why I'm asking you, dumbass.
Hey, we're talking about an Earth as a sphere. God damn it!
I don't know what you think. So if you have to be more specific with your questions.
No, you're fucking. Look at how. This is how idiotic you are. You said I was low IQ. You can't even follow a conversation.
You are, because you don't know how to formulate a fucking question. You don't know how to formulate a fucking question correctly. You just keep yelling. Yeah.
You don't understand the fucking plot. You lost
it. It might work on your wife with this yelling shit. Don't work on
okay. So, yeah, please, let's get back to the geometric horizon. You're humming son of a bitch. The fucking horizon geometry. How did you derive that from looking upon the Earth?
Yeah, I don't derive it from looking upon the Earth. It's an established reference.
Fucking boats going over the curvature.
You asked me a question. You asked me a question.
And you asked about
boats. I'm about to answer it.
No, how?
You're cutting out too, by the way. You gotta fix that.
All right, boats going over the curve.
You can calculate the geometric horizon using math. Geometry
we're not going to calculate. Okay. No, fuck calculations. Okay. No, fuck that. No.
You don't like calculating?
Fuck calculating.
You don't like calculating?
No, we're not calculating. We're measuring. We're measuring. We're measuring.
We're measuring.
We're not going to calculate.
Calculation is, you can measure with calculation.
No, you can't.
Is measuring the same
as math? You can. There's a formula.
Is measuring the same as math?
You idiot. You're such a fucking idiot. So, right? You have to measure the thing. If you're going to verify its calculation, you dumbass.
So can I answer the question now?
No.
Yeah, well, all right. Is
a measurement the same as the calculation? Is the measurement the same as the calculation?
You don't have to see a geometric.
Is a measurement the same as a calculation? Shut the fuck up. Is a measurement the same as a calculation?
Measure shit by doing calculations.
Okay. Is a measurement the same as a calculation? Second try.
I never said it was the same. Let me repeat.
Okay, so it's not the same. So, Flatworm, shut your fucking mouth. Now we're going to talk to this guy again because he just confirmed a measurement is not a calculation. So now,
what are you talking to, retard? Calm your fucking ass down, dude.
All right.
No, don't fucking talk.
Let me do this. Shut up. All right. So, measurement and calculation. We're now on to how you measure the geometric horizon. So, back to Hush. We're going to get the answer one way or the other. How do we measure the geometric horizon? No, you didn't tell me the answer. You kept talking about calculations. We're not calculating the geometric horizon. We're measuring it. How do we do that?
So you can calculate the geometric.
Once again, not a calculation. We're talking about a measurement. How do we measure the geometric horizon? Because the Earth is an oblate spheroid. And if it is such, then the curvature on the Earth can be measured. How is it measured?
Relations to measure it. Have you took a geometry?
All right. Do you see the red mic by your name? That means you can't speak. That red mic means you cannot talk. Pay attention. Situational awareness, sir. Now, back to the measurement. How do we measure the surface of the Earth to have a curve?
Have you took a geometry class, sir?
I don't care about taking geometry classes. I'm asking you about the curvature of the Earth and how you measured it. That's the only thing I'm concerned with. How did you do it?
How did I do what exactly? Because I didn't measure the.
Okay, you didn't measure the geometric horizon, so therefore we have no measurement to if the Earth is a curved surface or not. Just your calculations, which can be done in a mathematical construct, void of measurement, meaning you don't measure the curve of the Earth, the geometric horizon. There is no measurement taken. Is that correct?
You could keep cutting me off. You didn't give me any.
Yeah, we're not kicking you out. We're just muting you because your dumbass doesn't know how to shut up when you're asked the question and then respond with the answer. So, once again, let's see if you can answer the question. Is it possible to measure the geometric horizon?
You're just retarded. I want the other guy back.
Okay, now you're not going to play favorites in here who you think you want. You're just going to answer questions if being asked. And if not, then you can have a seat. Then we can talk to another dumbass, perhaps another Glober who wants to say 10 toes down. I don't know. But for now, you seem to not have the answer for measuring the geometric horizon. Is this correct?
That's not at all what I said. There's a formula for it.
Yeah, no, we're not talking about formula, sir. We're talking about, can you measure the geometric horizon? It's a simple yes or no. Simple yes or no.
Do you want to measure?
No, it's a simple yes or no. I don't need anything else but a yes or no. Can the geometric horizon be measured? Yes or no?
You can calculate it.
Yeah, so then no measurement, right? So in other words, you're saying calculation is not a measurement. We got that. And I'm asking for a measurement, which you are evading like the plague. You're not answering. Yes or no? Can we measure the surface of the Earth, the geometric horizon?
I said you can use calculation.
Okay, so that's fine. You can sit on mute. We'll talk to another Glober. No answer from you, Hush. So just like your name suggests, you will hush. All right. Not unless you want to unmute Dr. Flatworm, whatever, interrupter. I'll unmute the other guy. I just want to see what Dr. Flatworm was interrupting for. He couldn't just bridle his tongue.
Yeah, I was trying to calm the situation down. You're like going off, man.
You don't need to. You don't need to. I hit the fucking gas when I hear Numpty's talking shit. It doesn't matter. Stop micromanaging. Stop micromanaging the fucking VC. You're a guest here. You're not a mod. Stop micromanaging. Know your place. Got it?
Yeah, I know my place.
Yeah, it's a guest. So have a seat.
Yeah,
it's a guest.
I don't guess with many people.
Yeah, that's great. Wonderful. Did you have something to add to the geometric horizon, whether it is or not measured?
For math.
Well,
if he classifies
the geometric
the same.
Is it? Once again, I'm going to ask you like I asked him. Can the geometric horizon be measured? Answer, please.
If there was one.
Okay, so there isn't one. So then why were you interrupting? I don't get it.
I wanted to ask a question.
In the middle of me talking to that other guy?
It's
How does that
literally
work?
the same thing you were asking, but you were.
Yeah, but you, in the middle of me talking to the other guy.
You wasn't talking
Did you
to
not
him. You
hear
were
me having a
screaming at him and calling him names.
Yeah, so I'm talking to him, not you, and you decided that's the best time to ask a question, yeah?
Yeah, just engage with somebody else, dude.
Well, it's up to you. You're the one talking to me, so. No measurements of geometric horizons being done on the surface of the Earth. The horizon is horizontal. No curvature detected. No curvature measured, I might add. And a lot of globies thinking there's more than one horizon. That's all we got, all day long. How many horizons are there? Oh, it's like 3, maybe 4. I don't know. We only see one fucking horizon, ladies and gentlemen. There isn't any more than that. You gotta be fucking kidding me. By the way, I've unmuted Flatworm if you guys want to talk to that guy. I don't know what he is anyways. Flat Earth or Globe Earth. Flatworm, who knows? Alright.
It kind of sounds
If you
like
want
a
to reason with
parasite.
if you want to reason with Hush there, you can do so.
Oh.
Hey, what's up, man? I was just I really just wanted to know because in your questions you sounded like you were math and measuring something is the same equivalent. Is that true? Like it's the same family?
I didn't say they're the same thing. I said you can calculate something to measure something.
Can you measure something without using math?
No.
That's interesting because you have to add, right? You have to add the lengths.
Yeah, you can't measure something.
But you're not adding.
You can assume like distance, but no, you need math to be precise.
Do you think like measuring, like doing math is science? Like that is the same thing?
No, I think geometry is math, but math is not science. No.
Okay. Y'all use geometry to explain a lot of your stuff. You know that, right?
I think that's perfectly fine. Yeah. If we're talking about exactness, math is a form of measurement that we use to have exact answers.
And that's not science, though.
Math is not an opinion.
Right.
Math is, yeah.
Math is a language, isn't it? And it can mean different things to different people, right?
It's not an opinion though. Like 2 + 2 is not 4. Is not an opinion. It means the same thing to everybody, right?
No, I've heard people arguing all kinds of. I don't get into it. I'm not a math guy, but people argue about there's different types of math and different types of numbers and counting systems.
I mean, there's probably different systems for counting, but digits are there.
It is just a language. What I'm getting at is like the science. Let's talk about the science of what you got going on. Because you say you got measurements, you got science. You was able to use that measurements and all that and combine it to
science for the Earth being a sphere.
Yes.
Yes.
Lay it on me. What you got?
Probably 1,000. So okay.
The best.
So
the first
for science,
and the
there's
best
something.
is what I like.
Okay. Well, there's something you can do at home, right? And also, by the way, just for reference, do you believe the Earth is a floor of the universe?
A floor of the universe?
Yeah, somebody said that in chat. So I was just wondering if you believe that. Yeah.
No, I don't know what the hell they're talking about. I'm curious about what you believe science is, and science experimentation.
So
I always find it to be. I'm gonna make a prediction. You're gonna tell me to look at something in the sky so that I can tell what I'm standing on.
No, I can, but
okay.
What I was about to say is, you know what the Kendavish gravity torsion rig is?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so
That's the first time I ever heard it pronounced like that. That's pretty good. Kendavish. That's pretty good. I like
Kendavish.
Cavendish. Kendavish.
That's just the language.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. What does that measure for you?
It measures the same thing. So the more the fibers twist on it, yeah. It it measures the force.
Fibers.
Yeah, the torsion.
Yes,
bars.
yes, it can be made out of fibers. Those things twist on it. It's suspending by small rod with small masses on each end with a thin fiber, where the gravitational attraction between those two small masses and nearby large masses causes the fiber to twist. Yes.
First one was a piano wire on the Cavendish.
Yeah, I guess it could be, but the one I've seen and researched doesn't use that.
The Cavendish?
The Cavendish. What do you think that proves, though? Like, what is that showing?
So it shows a couple things. Shows gravity, that because you can see the more it twists, the bigger mass object. It shows
side to side gravity. This is good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Pretty compelling, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, because you said science, right? Would you consider that experiment to be science?
I would consider it to look very scientific.
Okay.
Appear to be.
It's a contraption setup. What was the nature that inspired the setup?
Yeah.
Can you go again? The nature of what?
Yeah, when do you see objects being pulled towards one another horizontally in nature? What was witnessed in nature to inspire this contraption shed thing?
Okay, so nature on the Earth, nothing is big enough in mass for anything to orbit it.
Nowhere. So you've got a contraption in it. You've got a 16th century fancy lad with the shed contraption set up.
Well, hold on. You just said there's nothing in nature that's big enough
isn't the universe
to attract each other.
Isn't
you just said there's nothing in nature that's big enough.
Both sides of his mouth. This is what he's good at.
Yeah. Well, hold on. Check this out. If there's nothing in nature that's big enough to attract each other, how did he make something that was capable of attracting each other?
Well, nature is natural, right?
Yeah. Boulders and shit like that, like they don't clap together. And he was
the ball in the sky. Isn't that natural though? We didn't just put that ball in the sky there. We didn't just put the sun up there though. That is from nature, right?
But did you witness
lost the plot, dude.
In nature, it's like things around us.
So so on Earth, that's what you're talking about.
On Earth.
So on Earth, there's nothing that can cause an orbit. No. But we can still measure.
So how is this science?
We can still measure gravity, though. Can we? Yes.
Yeah. There's a pressure. I think it's the atmosphere pushing down on you because we're in a sealed container. But
yeah, that's why I was asking. If you've got your steel balls attracting one another, where do we see this in nature?
So
what inspired this setup? You're the one asking if it's science or not.
Yeah,
Sounds
it's
like a
proven to
polar
be a
trick.
good science experiment. Yes.
Yeah, just repeat
And now-
it again. Just repeat it. Repeat what you said the first time and ignore the question.
I'm not ignoring shit. I'm saying though the point of the experiment is mainly to measure gravity.
So you have balls attracting to one another. So what did Cavendish see in nature that inspired him to build this contraption?
I can reread like his. I think he saw something in water. Honestly,
So not things attracting to one another horizontally.
I mean, world-renowned scientists say that.
Yeah,
this
I don't.
is,
Yeah, in the
valid
Church of Mormon's
experiment.
pretty popular too.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, the majority of like scientists who are worth their weight say this is a good experiment.
Yeah, they're clueless.
Yeah, the majority of the
might not be-
population
they
is
might-
clueless.
Correct. Yes, the masses are usually in the dark. Are they not?
Yeah, you just paid
About certain things, maybe.
$150,000 for your education. Of
Okay.
course, you're going to sit there and say, "Yeah, the experiment worked." You just paid a ton of money for your education. You're not going to sit there and question it when your job depends on it. But if there was
I
people
mean,
who
the
questioned it,
masses could be wrong about
They-
certain
you
stuff,
always
but I
have-
think when
you
it
always
comes
have people
to
questioning. That's how we
when it
move
comes
forward,
to
isn't it?
measurements and being exact, I don't see how the masses are wrong. You know?
You know what bothers me? As I
No, I
stood
don't
next
know.
to a 600-ton counterweight for a crane, it literally weighed 600 tons, and it didn't have dust stuck to it.
Didn't have dust stuck to it.
Yeah, according to
have
this
an
guy's according to this guy's version of gravity, you should be stuck to it.
I
But
should be
the
like,
mass
oh,
isn't big
geez, I
enough,
got too
right?
close to the.
But the mass isn't big enough.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
dude,
I mean,
you are,
you
how
just
lost are you? So you have nothing that you can point to.
The stars.
Nowhere outside of this fancy lead shed.
Okay, so you want another like homemade like gravity experiment? that you
No,
can just
bro.
point at and laugh at?
I want you to realize that objects aren't being dragged towards one another horizontally here in reality.
Actually,
You get that?
magnetism. Actually, magnetism.
Not magnets. We're not talking about magnets.
Okay, well, that's just another example, though. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not the example of what you think is happening in the Cavendish shed. Correct? Okay, so why
No,
bring
but
it up?
that's not. But that's
So
because
this
that's
is
not
what
what you said.
all
You
of
said
your
forces
thousands of
cannot attract
listen.
each other horizontally. That's
No,
what you said.
I said
And I pointed out
masses couldn't
magnetism.
attract each other. You're the one telling us that masses are attracting one another.
I mean, I'm saying they could be with magnetism also.
Well, yeah,
That's why I
and
brought it up.
if the nuts were candy and nuts, yeah,
You
dude,
believe
you
in
either have a
magnetism?
mental block or your pride is getting in the way, or like this other guy says,
No,
you
I
may
got to be
dealing with
exact when it comes to you because you like
some
exact
sunken
things,
cost
so
fallacy
I'm being
because
exact.
you're brick. You can't even
He wasn't even
concede that
asking me the
objects,
question. I think somebody else was.
dude. Yeah, it doesn't matter. You asked
It
if your
does
Cavendish
because I'm
set
trying to
up
be
with
cordial
science.
and you're not.
Well, dude, I'm being cordial. You're the one that's tap dancing.
I'm not.
You are. So you do concede that objects aren't being dragged towards one another.
No, they definitely are by gravity.
Okay,
we're
let's
being
see
dragged.
that.
We're being dragged right now.
May
We're-
I
we
see?
are
May
being
I
dragged
see?
right now.
May I see an example of it outside of this shed?
You can see an example if you drop something and it goes to the ground.
No, we're talking.
Right.
You're talking horizontal attraction.
Drop a helium balloon.
Hey, you forget you're the one who picked the shit up.
So you can escape
needlepoint thread.
gravitational forces if your mass is light enough. Do you know that?
If your mass is light enough, you can escape gravity.
If you are air, for example, you can float. It's not that hard to get. Yes.
Well, you're full of hot air. Are you floating?
I don't know. Maybe. All I know is you wanted an example and of just getting pulled to one
And you
another.
had none. And you had
We're
none,
being
so-
pulled right now. I mean, I could. Let's see. I'll find another experiment for you if you want. Gravity is apparent everywhere, though. That is my stance.
What, space-time?
You can look literally everywhere, and you can see it just in action.
Okay, well, give me one example outside of this guy's shed, then, of objects being attracted horizontally, being dragged towards one
Am
another.
I allowed to point at the sky?
It's happening everywhere. You said everywhere.
It is, yes. The Coriolis effect.
Oh, dude, your Gish Gallop is weak.
Am I Gish Galloping? You said, give me an example, and I said the Coriolis effect.
Yeah, that's not what we're talking about right now. You said that objects are being dragged because it has nothing to do with objects being dragged towards one another. Now, does it?
It has something to do with gravity, and I think that's what you mean when you see objects getting dragged to one another.
Space-time?
You mean gravity, but without saying gravity.
You're the one. Listen, you're the one that's convinced yourself that masses are attracted to one another.
I'm convinced gravity exists.
Yet you cannot show any example of it outside of this fancy lab.
I said it's apparent, and then I also brought up Coriolis effect for gravity existing.
Yeah,
and then I can also point to
right here at the same
magnetic
spot.
poles. I can point to the magnetic poles. I can point to the space around us: Jupiter, Mars, Venus, Neptune, the Sun.
Yeah, but you said this was happening everywhere, correct?
Yes.
So let's see two objects being pulled towards one another.
Because I said gravity is happening.
It's happening.
Gravity is happening everywhere. So things are coming to the ground, right? We can't escape, gravity, right? That's why you're not floating, right?
Lord, bro.
That's an example of mass getting pulled down to one another. You're getting pulled to the Earth's core right now. Do you get
bro?
Do you get
presupposing that a core exists? You're lost in a fairy tale.
No,
I don't know if you're too proud to realize that or what's going on.
No, you're lost in a fairy tale. Yeah, honestly.
Okay, and what fairy tale is that?
Okay, all right. Does Earth have a shape to it?
Does
Earth have a shape to it? Yes. Does Earth have a shape to it? If it's flat, does it have a shape? Is it a square, a triangle? If Earth is flat, does it have a shape?
Dude, you're demanding omniscience. You do realize that, right?
So you're saying you do believe there's a shape or not?
I don't know what the Earth is in its entirety.
We're not a cult. We all have an opinion, dude.
Okay, so it's the Earth infinite.
But it's good. Who knows? Who knows? But it's good that you've acknowledged that the surface is flat. Good on you for that.
It's apparent for the observer,
No, we know it's flat every time you open your eyes.
The poles are the most flat part of the Earth.
It's only when you clench your eyes and dream that you're on a ball hurtling through outer space.
That's a good one. The poles are the most flat part
because it's true.
By the way, because it's not a perfect sphere. So if you want to bring up
hold on. Then why on all the textbooks do we have billiards balls?
What does billiards balls got to do with the poles being flat?
Well, I don't know. You're telling me that the Earth isn't a perfect sphere.
But what does that have to do with? What does that have to do with?
Well, on the textbooks, we have blue marble perfect sphere.
We don't, but Earth is not a sphere.
Yeah, we do.
A perfect sphere. Earth is not a perfect sphere.
Well, cool claim.
It bulges at the equator.
Well, like I said, on the textbooks, the textbooks haven't caught up to that.
I think they tell you Earth is not a perfect sphere, even though the illustration probably looks like it is.
Who's they? It's not an illustration. Dude, it's not an illustration. It's supposed to be a photograph.
Yeah, there are tons of photographs. There are tons of photographs. There's a 24-hour live stream of the ISS. You can watch it.
Oh my God!
Oh wait, you think that's false too, right?
Well, I know it's not 24/7.
It definitely is 24/7.
It definitely is not.
Let me go back to my question real quick. Is the Earth infinite?
Who knows?
We do, like the Globers do.
Who's we?
Do you think it? I'm asking you.
I do not know.
So if the Earth has no shape, even though we mapped it out in the 18th century with ships, we mapped out the entire Earth, right?
Okay, hold on. Where's the edge of the universe? This ever-expanding universe. Where's the edge of that?
Well, that's what I was about to ask you.
No, I'm just asking you. Who knows?
Everybody that you just mentioned in the 1800s mapping the Earth believe that they had a flat stationary Earth, and they use a sextant, which requires a flat plane horizon, and the stars to be in the exact same position every single year.
They measure, they use celestial navigation. That is correct, yes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But it only works on a ball Earth. It only works on a hemispherical Earth with a dome.
They figured out it was a dome when they ran around the Earth on accident. You know, they went from the Pacific all the way to the Atlantic and then back around again. Because you can do that if you go in a straight
on
direction.
On the flat Earth, you actually have the north, and if you go west the entire time, you know, so ships going back and forth. There's a sail ship, so it literally goes back and forth. It just
how does it go back and forth if it's a flat plane?
All the way west. If you keep doing that all the way west, you keep going, you'll come all the way back around.
Yes, then you can only explain that by being a sphere. How you explain that by being flat?
You can do that on a pizza too.
Yeah, no, you can't. Because that's not east. That's like southeast. You can't do it on a pizza. You can't do that on a pizza.
If you run around a track, have you run around a ball?
If you run around the track, have you run around the ball?
Have you run around a ball if you've run around a track?
You ran around an oval.
Okay, there's your circumnavigation.
No, that's not true, because you're not going directly east all the time on a track and field. You are turning.
When you're turning
your
left hand.
You're turning when you're circumnavigating.
That's not perfect east. That's not
your left hand is towards the center all the time, though. If you're going counterclockwise.
Your left hand is towards the center, but where you're facing, where your body is facing, is not east. Or one direction the whole time. It changes north to west to south and then to east again.
If you're on a circle, let's just imagine we're on a circle. Yep. Your right hand is towards the center. You will always be running east. You'll always be running east. No. That's how you get around it perfectly in a circle.
No. Because if you run in a circle, you're not going east all the time. That is false. Can anybody else point that out to him?
Imagine that center.
If you run around a circle, you're not going east all the time.
And if you're circumnavigating, you're not going in a straight line.
Yeah, you're circular navigating.
You can go in a perfect direction east and go around the globe. It doesn't make sense. Your track and field example doesn't make sense. I can show it to you.
This will make sense. Imagine there's a pole, in the center of the track, and you had a compass in your hand, and that's all you can look at. You couldn't look at the track; you just look at the compass. It would be pointing north the entire time. You walk forward, it would turn, and you would turn. It would turn, you would turn. And you would be going east.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean your legs are moving in that direction. If you're moving east and then you turn, you're not going east no more. Correct?
Turn to circumnavigate.
But on a track and field, if you're going east and then you start to turn, but the compass says east is that way.
A circular track. This literally. No need to argue this. It's the same thing that happens
you need to argue it because it doesn't make sense. It makes sense on a globe model. You go east, you can go around the whole planet.
It just happens both ways. It does.
It doesn't work on a track and field. That makes no sense. You're not going east all the time.
Well, going east the whole time isn't going in a straight line.
That's my point. But you can.
Well, no, your point was if you go in a straight line, you get around. You said if you go in a straight line, you go around the ball.
Yes, you can.
Either one of those scenarios, the line is not straight, circular. So that.
But for you, the individual, all you're going to see is a straight line.
Pizza, you have circumnavigated a pizza.
Not at all, because your direction is changing. You're going, no.
That's
you're going from like west to southwest to south to southeast to north to no.
If you keep referencing north, the more you travel, you keep referencing north and checking your direction. So you keep referencing north, and you'll be going in a circle.
Mm-hmm.
So if you walk down the track and then you look at your compass again and you line yourself up to north, then you keep going, you'll find you go in a circle.
That's no. But your legs and the body that you're facing, you're not going in that same direction around the track.
When you check the compass, though, and it says north is that way, and then you go east, according to north, and you keep walking straight, and then you check your compass again, north, and you adjust it, and you keep walking straight, you'll be going in a circle.
Just because the compass keeps pointing north, though, doesn't mean you went north the whole time, right?
The compass is pointing north. It's like a pole in the center of the track. So the compass will always point towards the north. So your east will change with that as you walk around. I'll post a GIF, hang on.
You? I know.
This was interesting, though. Yeah.
Okay, so I just posted a GIF in the chat. It's sort of a bit of an illustration of what it is.
Let's see. Yeah, I guess that white line would be the lane.
It's interesting. It's all pretty new to all of us, really.
Where did he school us on the science, Ragnar? Really genuinely curious because I was just about to, we was about to get into it with the Cavendish thing and he had to run off. You know anything about Cavendish?
Scholastic bowl. Not a ball.
I've been requested to speak in the VC by Day Hay. He says I'm a pussy, and if he wants to debate me, he's welcome to.
Let's do it, cuz.
Ooh.
What you got on my 40, cuz?
I think Day Hay will not take me up on the offer, though.
This shouldn't take long. We're going to make light work of you. Let's go. Let's do it. Come on. Who's debating? Let's do it. Let's hear it.
Well, we're waiting for Dayhay, but Dayhay doesn't appear to be in here.
Well, I guess we're going to have a heyday while we're waiting for Dayhay. So who else would you like to debate?
I'm kind of busy. I'll only speak if Day Hay's here, but he called me out, so I thought I'd say something.
That sounds like a cop-out. What are you debating for, the flat or the round?
I'm a rounder, personally.
Oh, shit. Well, you got a lot of people to debate with. How about me?
Well, I'm working on an argument. I had a light bulb moment just now, and I'm trying to finish it off.
You're working on an argument?
Yeah.
What's it about?
Well, so, okay, I'll give you the sort of brief idea of it. Jason, is that the Dr. Jason Flatworm or Old Hosrad?
Yes,
said in response to Hush's question about circumnavigation that in order to travel in a consistently easterly direction without deviation, you could travel in a circle. And then for me, that seems to be the only shape you can do that on, right? I mean, you can't do it on a square. You deviate. You can't do it on a rectangle, and you can't do it on a triangle. It has to
Can you use Dr. Bloodworm?
Can you
Bloodworm is
can you do me
hot-micing me.
Yeah, somebody's really blowing in the mic. Here, can you take an E10? Yeah, sorry. Doctor, you're hot.
Sorry about that. Yeah, and remember, Rumillion, it was Hush who said you go in a straight line to get around the ball.
Yeah. But
That was
that is silly.
insistent.
That's going to be hard to do. But what I want you to do is if you don't have a problem with 360, just take a flat piece of paper and draw a 360 circle on that paper, and then there you go. Problem solved, brother.
Yeah.
Come back when you got another riddle you need solved.
Oh no. I'm happy with.
What do you mean? No.
Yeah, I'm
flat
happy with
piece of
the idea.
paper. Hold on, brother. Flat piece of paper. Draw a circle on it.
Yeah.
You said, how could this be done? I just showed you.
Yeah, but I'm happy with that. Like a circle.
So now we're good, right?
Well,
now you understand that a sun can go in a circle around over a flat plane, or you and I can live in a circle area of reference, even though the area that we live on is way bigger than that circle we live in.
Yeah, that's fine. That's
okay,
fine. I'm not talking about the whole Earth. I'm just talking about the known Earth, right? Like what we know so far.
The known Earth. What does that mean?
Yeah. All the land masses and all the areas of the Earth that we know so far.
You know all that? I think you only know where your house is or your block.
I don't need to know. Well, I don't need to know everywhere, but I need to know that at least everyone on the surface of the Earth can go in a consistently easterly direction, right?
How would you know that if you can't go everywhere?
Because I know people from Chile, I know people from Africa, I know people from Australia, I know people from
that
Asia.
Means straight line or curved line?
North America.
How can you go in a straight line at all on a ball?
All of them can go in a consistently easterly direction.
You mean a consistent line around a ball, like a smooth line, right?
No, flat Earth.
You're going to have to vary off of zero at one point, dude, on a ball or on a.
You'll have to drop below yourself. Yeah. So you mean a forward? So you just want to walk forward around a ball.
Exactly.
Forward, down, around, back to yourself.
On a flat Earth, not a ball. Forget ball for a second.
On a flat Earth.
Right?
On a flat Earth, you want to walk around, back to yourself?
How would you navigate that, sir? How would you navigate?
Just a second. Okay.
Hold on, this is funny, you guys. This is comedy. You got to hold.
We haven't even got to the first part yet.
So you want to take a flat surface and walk in a circle around your house from the front door to the back door, and just keep walking in circles around your house. That's there you go. You're good to go. I just showed you how.
Consistently easterly direction, right?
Yeah, walk east around your house. Your house is north. Make your house north and walk consistently east. I think you can understand.
You won't get back to your house.
It doesn't matter, right? Just imagine that the center of the Earth is my house. Like that's the North Pole or whatever. That's the center. And I'm doing east everywhere around that. That's fine, right? But that's going to be true for anyone, regardless of if the house is the point of reference or the North Pole is or wherever it is. It's true for everyone that they can go in a consistent.
So how do you prove? So how do you do one that's not true for the globe? Where do we find?
It's not about the globe.
So we're
Forget the globe.
Apparently, it is. If all you're doing is trying to prove a ball and a circle, and what a circle can do on a flat plane, you sound ignorant.
I'm trying to tell you what I'm doing.
So how can we prove flat only? How do we do that? Let's not worry about no balls, no circles, no 360s. How do we prove horizontal flat?
Give me a second, right? So, like, that's the first
elevation. I'll give you a hint. Go ahead.
Yeah, and we all agree on that, I think. I don't know anyone who knows.
Agree on what?
That everyone on Earth that we know of, on every landmass, can go in a consistently easterly direction.
What's that mean? In a straight line or a circle?
Round the Earth, flat or closed. Imagine a flat Earth.
So do you know if you went in a real east direction, you'd just be going in a straight line?
Hey, let's not be like. Does anyone think you can't go in a?
I don't know what you're trying to prove here. I don't even know what your point is.
Because I want to agree on this first point.
Agree on what? Ball or flat?
There's an illustration in the chat that shows.
Demark will never agree with anything with you.
Just give me a second, Demark. I want to talk to Flatworm since he was the one who brought it up, right? So if Flatworm accepts that you can go in a consistently easterly direction, no matter who you are on the surface of the Earth, the known Earth, and every landmass, then the only coherent way that land masses can be configured on that flat Earth is radially, right? They must be radial. Now, this presents a dichotomy for a flat Earth, right? And the dichotomy is, 1 second, either bearings are consistent, but distances are incoherent, or distances are consistent, but bearings are incoherent.
Where is east?
There is no third possibility that
where is east? From where to where?
Distances simultaneously. And if
how do you know where east is?
Okay.
I'm standing on a ball.
Yeah, and so if flat Earth can't resolve these two things, flat Earth is
No, the globe can't.
incoherent.
If I'm on a ball, I don't know where east is other than looking at my feet. Are you all right, brother? If I'm standing to the south part of a ball at the top, and the north is the bottom, where's east?
That's a true dichotomy, guys. I'm trying to set that up.
Now I'm standing south. Now I'm standing on this part. Where's east?
What's up, you flat Earth fucking retard?
So you look at your feet, right? You got the Globers have to look at their feet to China, east, anything in that direction, right? Look at your toes,
Look how
point
stupid
down.
you are. You knew the wrong
We're trying to
person,
figure out how a ball works. We could never figure this out. So which way is east on a ball? East from where?
I get the ball. The point is that it's a true dichotomy for
The
flat
point,
Earth.
what is? A ball's a dichotomy of what? Ignorance or chaos?
No, it's a true dichotomy for flat
Of
Earth.
stupidity? Of you don't know where east is? Where's east on a ball, brother? I'm standing on it. Do I point forward off the ball into space? Do I
If
point to
bearings
space to the
are
left?
always consistent, then distance.
Where is east on a sphere if horizontal is that way past the horizon? I'm going to keep asking you this.
If bearings are consistent, then distances are incoherent. You have to pick one. Are you going to go distances are consistent, therefore bearings are incoherent? And that's the inevitable geometric flaw of flat Earth. Doesn't match reality.
Burn. Can you see the chat there, mate? Can you see the chat? Here's an illustration of how circumnavigation works. Check it out.
Yeah. Oh no, I agree. But in that, for instance, like a flat earther will tell you. I don't even need me to tell you that map is distorted in terms of distances. Right. That's the relationship that you can have that, but you can't have distances at the same time. One has to be incoherent for the other to be coherent. So like on that map, you have coherent bearings on that map, but you have incoherent distances because we know that that isn't an accurate representation of the distances between land masses on the Earth that would radiate outward. Right?
The point is you're going in a circle, though. Forget the land masses on that illustration.
But that's exactly how.
So you're going east and east is a circle. East is a circle around the North Pole. You're not going in a straight line on a flat Earth.
Absolutely.
Just to be clear.
And what I'm saying is that the known land masses on an Earth that has to be, for any person living on one of those land masses that we know about, always going in an easterly direction, they must radiate outwards, right? There's no way they can be any other configuration. Otherwise, distances would be so, like, for lack of a better word, retarded, right? That it wouldn't make any sense. But even then, they're still retarded, which means that there is a true dichotomy set up that neither bearings nor distances at the same time on any flat Earth, because this only works on a circular known Earth, right? Just to be clear, can never be coherent with each other. It always must be in conflict.
What, a horizontal line?
Well, I mean,
the horizontal line is always in conflict with the sphere. See, if you took a big sphere and you lined it up with the horizon, it's never going to look horizontal.
That's the general idea, the theme of my new argument. I've just had a light bulb.
Well, what's a horizontal look like? If I take a big horizontal and line it up against the horizontal Earth, are they going to match forever? Here's the theme we're trying to find. When does the horizontal line of Earth not match a horizontal line? When does it not?
Depends.
You can get a side view. You can get a front view. Yeah. You can look that way to me in an object, and I can get the front view of you, and you have your buddy look at us, someone standing at 10 miles. We can all look to the center towards each other, and we're all looking at a horizontal reference to each other.
Well, what's functionally horizontal doesn't have to be like. I mean, there are no true horizontals that you can observe on this Earth, right?
Well, how would you know horizontal if you don't know horizontal to space? If you don't know how an air bubble or helium balloon rises horizontal, how would you ever know what that means?
Well, we know it's functionally going to be the case.
No, rising horizontal to space that way, not vertical, horizontal. So if I let a balloon, helium balloon, go vertically on flat Earth, the only way it can go is up vertically.
Yeah,
it's not going to go at crazy angles. It's not going to go down through the Earth. It's not going to go diagonal. It's not going to go that way. On a globe, it's got to go that way to space. Space is every direction from my hand on a ball, even downward.
As long as you're
So what's the problem?
We've
got a problem here.
You have to make it in reference to the horizon.
No, helium should go all directions, right? To space. Which direction is space?
Helium?
Which direction is space?
Space is up.
It's only up?
Yeah.
It's not past the horizon that way? Are you sure? Are you fucking absolutely positive?
Around us? Yeah, it surrounds us.
So if you're standing on a ball and you point horizontally that way, you're going to be pointing where? To the ball or away from the ball?
How do we get to this from my dichotomy?
If you're standing on a ball, are you pointing to the ball or away from the ball when you point out horizontally? You're pointing away from the ball, right? Yeah, I know you're proving flat Earth with me. We're doing great. So now, when you point out horizontal on top of a ball, where do you point to? Away from the ball to space. Point your other arm, make a T. Both of your arms are pointing to space now. Now your head is pointing to space too. So now that's up, left, and right. Isn't that funny? Now your nose is pointing to space too, and the back of your head. So now you got 4 things pointing to space, and the top of your head is pointing to space too, on a sphere. Now, can you demonstrate those other directions? Not vertical, not your head. We don't want that one. We want any direction horizontally that way. We want to see something go to space that way. An air bubble, a helium balloon, anything that physically has to from a sphere. Let's go. Let's do that. And then once we can do that, then there is no flat Earth to worry about. You can just shut the hell up about a flat Earth. You have to be a glober. But if you can't do that, you can't ever see helium or an air bubble rise horizontal to space, then you can't be a glober.
You're saying it's 3 dimensions.
If you can't demonstrate globe elevation, you can't be a glober. If you can't find a curve, you can't be a glober, because no builder would ever talk to you on a globe, because they think they can find the curve and account for it when they build. Isn't that weird? And then other globers think they account for wind moving and air moving around the Earth. Then the other globers say the air's not moving. You're staying in lockstep with it. You wouldn't move in a drone or a helicopter. You're going to stay right there. So I think we have a lot of schizophrenic globers who don't even know their own model. I think they need to argue with each other. Can you and another glober stand on some stairs for me? You stand at the bottom, he stand at the top. I'll stand in the middle, and we'll all be at the same elevation on a ball. It's going to be magical. Get your altimeters. So how far do you have to back up with a horizontal line before the horizon starts to curve for you? And just keep on curving and curving and curving and curving and curving and curving to make itself a curved ball. It can't just stop at a millionth of a pixel of an inch, a billionth of a degree.
Hello, how are the flat earthers doing today?
Oh, we're doing awesome.
Okay. Do you want to
We were
not be
just
doing
trying to
awesome?
line up the horizon. We were trying to see when our horizontal ruler didn't match the horizon. You know how far we got to back up before the globe starts just being a globe, and just curving more and 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 more.
Right.
Or when does it match the beach ball? Or when does the curve actually match a curve and not a horizontal? I mean, you know, at some point it's got to give.
So wouldn't you say that, like, if the globe earthers claim that it's a big globe was
No,
true, that
'cause
it would
they don't
appear
have
flat
no such
locally?
thing. No, they've never seen a big globe. They've never been on one.
So I
If
never
they live
said
on
that.
flat
I never
Earth-
said that they were.
If they live on flat Earth, where would they get such a fucking claim?
Are you saying that globe
If you
earthers
live
don't
on
exist?
flat Earth, where would you get such a claim of big balls look like something? You would never see one.
Wait, Denmark, are
You
you
see
saying that
flat Earth.
globe earthers don't exist? There's
I'm
nobody
saying
that
if
claims
you
their world
only-
is a globe?
I don't think your ears work. The horizontal horizon.
Yeah, wait, Denmark, you acknowledge that people
You
claim
heard
the
what I
world is a
said, you
globe,
dumb
right?
son of a bitch. Answer it.
I'm waiting for you to acknowledge that.
No, you ain't waiting for shit but to be retarded. Did you answer that yet?
Well, I don't know what you're talking about. You said that
Oh, so
people
you
didn't
don't know
claim the world
anything?
was
You
a
can't
globe. That
talk?
was bizarre.
Go get a little kid. Maybe a fifth grader can help you out to talk for you or
What the
understand.
hell? I'm not interested in your fetishes, so don't talk
So
about
you're
kids
not
like that.
interested
Thank
in
you.
understanding anything?
No, I'm not interested in your pedophilic fetishes. I'm not interested. I
Yeah,
wanna
it's
know
called an
how you see
understanding
that globe.
fetish. I'm sad. I'm sorry you can't understand things. I wish a Glober could understand the English or any language. Damn, I'm in here getting all sassy.
You're scaring them all away, Denmark. You have to take it down a notch. We're not going to have anyone to talk to. He was triggered as well. Missed opportunity.
You brought up a good point there, Demek.
You brought up a good point there, Denmark.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, why did they launch rockets vertically?
No, why don't they launch them horizontally?
Exactly. You imagine how much fuel they could save by launching them horizontally?
Imagine how many helium balloons they could shoot horizontally, if that could ever work on a ball. How about an air bubble that doesn't need your help? How about air bubbles that don't need nobody's help, leaving out of the water? Just go into the water and fart. And when the fart goes the opposite way, other than vertical, we're good to go. You're good. If Globers can prove air goes any other direction than vertical or helium, then we're good to go. To space. Are they too stupid? Let me put my own rocket on whatever camera you send horizontally and just make sure it goes to space. Make sure it drops down past that curve.
See Ragnar Lothbrok still spiraling out in the chat.
What's up, Cyclone? How are you doing, man?
Well, good. How are you?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. So what's going on? What have you been up to? Finding
the
some
truth.
information for us?
Yeah.
Nice. That's what we like to hear. So what truth have you found recently?
I was trying to get some answers from the old dude here and the other guy, but all I got was we don't know. So yeah, no progress there.
What kind of things were you asking about?
Well, it's all listed on side chat. You can basically scroll through it and see for yourself if you're interested.
I'm out walking at the moment, so I'm not looking at the chat.
Oh, good for you. Walking's healthy.
There is. Okay, so you don't want to ask your questions?
I think that I already got all the answers I needed, but thanks for the offer.
Yeah, he believes everybody has perfect knowledge.
Well, maybe you
I
can
mean,
answer
I
some
didn't
of our
expect
questions,
perfect
then.
knowledge. I expected some sort of knowledge or any knowledge at all.
Well, since we gave you some answers, maybe you can give us some answers.
I'm not going to claim I know the answers, though.
Oh,
I don't know the answers.
Like,
I just asked the
debated,
questions.
So that's fair to do then. To say you don't know, that's fair to do.
Yeah, it's definitely fair, and you've demonstrated that quite a lot.
Well, you as well. Before we even ask the question, you're saying you don't know.
Yeah, no, here I came here because I'm a dumb glober and I don't know what the actual shape of the Earth is, and I came here for questions to seek the truth, but all I got was
If you're
we
a
don't know.
glober,
So it's, yeah.
So do you think you do know what the shape of the Earth is?
Well, I can assume. Nobody can know for sure. Like, we don't know anything for 100%, right?
Is that what they're telling the kids in school? They say we think, we're assuming it's a ball, but we don't totally know.
It's like it conforms with our basic day-to-day knowledge and observations.
Does it? Kind of looks flat and motionless for where I see it.
Well, it would, but you would be able to know if it was actually round and
flat and
moving. If it was containing a a constant speed or velocity, for that matter, you wouldn't be able
So when
to
you
know.
say the observations conform to a globe, you're saying the flat, motionless Earth that we observe is conforming to a curved, in-motion Earth.
Absolutely, yeah.
How does that work?
What the fuck? How would you even know that if you're on a flat Earth that's not moving? How you guys keep getting these weird ass ideas? You're doing all this stuff that's magical.
Well,
let me ask you this:
if you were on a moving train, right, and it was moving at a constant speed, how would you know that you're moving?
Because it would be moving at a
How would you know
speed.
it's moving though?
Because it'd
Maybe
be
we're on
moving.
Yeah,
maybe
but how
we're
would
on a
you know
train,
it's
that's a good
moving?
point.
If you throw a ball up on the train and it lands in your hand, right? It doesn't land somewhere else
Answer me
because
this,
you're moving.
Ragnar. Let me ask you this question.
How would you know if you're
do you
moving
think
or
it's possible? Hold on, before we go into the trains and stuff, do you think it's possible that we experience a flat and motionless Earth because that's what it is? Is that a possibility?
Yeah, it could be possible. Absolutely.
Okay. Well, that's good. At least you're honest.
Yeah, anything's possible. It could be triangular for all we know.
I would even say that it actually points towards it because that's what we're directly experiencing, right? It more implies a flat Earth than a globe Earth to observe and experience a flat Earth.
Not from my experience. Maybe for your experience it's different. I'm not going to disprove your experiences, but not from my experiences.
Well, our experience is the same, the flat, motionless Earth.
Yeah, which is why I wouldn't understand why you would assume it's flat.
Because you don't have a ball that you're standing on that's moving at a constant rate 50 different ways to tell us what the hell you're talking about.
How would you know?
Because you're not on one. You don't have one to show us. That's how you don't know. You have a story. You have a fantastical story.
How do you know you're not on one, though?
Because fantastic stories don't help us. Thank you.
Well, so you still didn't explain.
For us to be on one, though, we would need that curvature. That's what we would need, at least. I mean, that's step one, curvature. Then you've got motion. Then you've got space, all the other stuff. But we don't even have step one.
Curving water.
So I would ask then, if we're not on a curved space, then how are you not able to basically see as far as you want?
Because
Because
you're
all
not
optics have a
Superman.
We
limit.
can lift up a telescope and see stars, and we can see planets, right? How come we can't see like Chicago from?
What the fuck does that mean?
Just
Well, when
admit
you're
it.
Further than
It's
200
a
meters in the
globe.
ocean,
Just admit
but I can
it.
see to the bottom of my swimming pool.
I can't hear
That
you
makes
all
no sense.
simultaneously.
Yeah, you guys just go one at a time. Really don't want to restate that.
Sorry, what was your question?
It was that Rayleigh criterion.
Yeah, you asked why
Wanna
we couldn't
restate?
see Chicago from like anywhere on Earth. Same reason that I can see to the bottom of my swimming pool, but I cannot see to the bottom of the oceans.
But you're the ones who are claiming we see too far. No,
We do.
Yeah, we can see too far compared to what the globe model predicts, but that doesn't mean we can see infinitely. Right? Every
should
optic
be
has a
able
limit.
to see far enough, though. Don't you think? Like
So
on
we
a clear
can. We can see hundreds of miles, which is enough to tell us that there's no curve. But that doesn't mean you can see infinitely. Every optic has a limit, including the human eye, on top of the fact that we're looking through the medium of air, which isn't transparent, it's opaque, builds up over a distance, just like water, like Rayleigh's criterion was saying. Over a distance, that medium builds up and stops the light. So we don't claim that you can see everything on Earth, obviously, but we can see far enough to know that it's not being obstructed by the curvature that they claim is there.
It's not entirely true because there are some things you're not able to see and they fall beneath the curvature, right?
Well, no, because we don't have any curvature for starters, at least none that's ever been observed or measured, and we're seeing distances that exceed that limit that they've given us mathematically.
Well, there are certain experiments you can literally just open YouTube where they demonstrate how you can literally see the curvature, right? It's not something that's disproven. It's like easily.
Yeah, stop lying to yourself.
Easily.
Where are you seeing the curve? Where are we seeing that?
I can show you a clip. You can look on YouTube. It's really.
Do you mean like a
not hard
video
experiment.
from space or something?
No, not from space. From a guy going to a lake and conducting an experiment that anybody can do easily.
Yeah, well, that's what we're doing, and we're not finding any curve.
I would say that's because you're conducting the experiments wrong, but who am I?
Well, it's just a matter of the horizon distance for starters. Like it does. I mean, our observing it is we're not going to be able to change the observed horizon distance. I mean, that's like saying that the horizon is wrong, not us. The horizon is where it is. I mean, we're not changing that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what's not matching up with the globe model.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so what about other phenomena that we're observing?
Like what?
Like sky observations in the sky, like the moon, stars, sun.
What about them?
What is your explanation for how we see and perceive the moon? What is the moon for starters?
Well, I don't know. How would you verify what the moon is?
Well, we have telescopes and we can actually see it with our own eyes.
Yeah, we can observe it, but that doesn't tell us what it is or how far away it is or what medium it's in and all these things.
Well, have you ever seen a side of the moon that is not the side that we constantly see from every position on Earth?
No, we only see one face of the moon, the circular disk of the moon, which to me would say that doesn't make sense if it's a spinning ball, because spinning balls, you would expect to see other sides of this ball.
Wait.
The bottom or the
When
top.
you say spinning ball, you're talking about Earth, or are
spinning
you talking
balls.
about the moon?
The moon.
Balls.
So wait, we didn't establish the moon is a spheroid or a circle or a shape that's round for that matter.
No, we're just talking about what we observe.
Let's assume that the moon is a light we don't understand for a moment. Okay, how far do you think the moon is, and is it something that is
it
hovering
square?
above Earth, or is it outside of our flat Earth?
Well, it's observably above us, but what medium it's in, how far away it is, and all that, no idea.
Okay, so if it's above us,
outside of the flat Earth, I don't know what that means, but it's above the dirt.
so it's above the Earth. Okay.
Yeah,
so
dirt
why are
and
we
water.
always seeing the same side of it?
It's always above the dirt and water.
Sorry, what?
It's always
always above the dirt and water. Okay, so why do we see the same side of it from every position on the?
That's what you would see if you're looking up at a flat thing, and you only could see one face.
Okay,
if it was
flat, if it was flat,
no,
and it was
because
far
it's not a
enough from us,
spinning
then we'd be
ball
able to
going
see
down
the
and
side
under
of
and
it.
around you.
You're not
Because you
listening.
don't
Okay,
have a reference for
your
what
ears.
that is.
One second,
Brother,
one second.
I'm trying to
Dimash,
help you
open your
out.
ears, bro. No, I'm trying to help you out. Open your ears. I said, if you're standing far enough from the moon, right, if it's a hovering object over the surface, right, you should be able to stand far enough and see it from the side and see a different shape, right? You would see like a flat surface or a disc.
No, that's you assuming that it's like a shape that you.
So how big is the moon? Is it as big as the Earth then?
Well, it's as big as it is. I don't know. What do you mean? How big is it? Like,
what do you mean? Okay, so you can see it with your own eyes, right? Obviously, and you know that some places on the Earth, right? We'll say flat Earth. Some places on flat Earth, they have nighttime, and some places have daytime, right? So obviously, it's not covering the entirety of the Earth, right?
Well,
it's covering
the moon isn't
some parts
dictating
of it.
night and day.
So we know it's smaller than Earth, obviously, because if it was bigger than Earth, it would be covering the entirety of the Earth, right? At all times.
Well, you can make any speculations or assumptions about its size all you want. I mean, you're not going to be able to verify it.
Well, of course you could, because you could basically go to different positions across Earth and see the same object if it was still big enough to observe.
Yeah, but that's not telling you the distance or the size of it.
Well, not the distance, but the size at least, right?
Well, no, because you'd have to know the distance. So
Why would you have to know the distance then?
Based on its angular size. If you don't know the distance for it, it could be huge and far away or smaller and closer. Right? You can't distinguish.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So that doesn't explain how we see the same side no matter where we're standing, right?
Well, I would say we see the same side because it's not a spinning ball of rock, which would
the moon
allow you to see the other side of it. Yeah.
The moon. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Do you know what it sometimes makes me think of? I don't know if you've ever seen these things, but there's a specific type of artwork that some artists do where it's like I don't know if they call it a hologram portrait or something like that, but they do things like busts and portraits of faces, and when you move from left to right, the image follows you. So like the face is always looking at you as you move from right to left.
Mm-hmm.
Like it feels like some of the luminaries almost have that kind of perspective effect, where it's like no matter where you move, you're going to get the same angle of it. But I don't know. I'm just saying.
That wouldn't explain though how in places where you
I'm
have
not trying to
sunlight,
explain it.
you're not able to see that part of the moon then when you're moving out of the angular position of that said moon.
I think what you're assuming is that like there's maybe a physical moon that would be hanging above the center, maybe of a flat Earth,
Oh,
and
if
then
it's
you
not
can go
physical,
around the
then what is
different
it then?
size.
If it's not physical, then what is it?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the source of the light is, or if what we're observing is even the source of it, or if it's coming through another medium, or what.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know. Because the only way you would be able to know that is if you could go to it, which you can't.
Okay, so if it's not a physical object, then how do you explain lunar eclipses then?
Well, technically, I don't have to explain them. I mean, I observe them. I can speculate
well,
on
you
them.
observe them. So if you observe them, then what's the explanation for that said lunar eclipse if it's not a physical object? What's blocking the light from the sun?
Well, yeah, it's a good question. I don't think anyone knows. But the story that they give us about there being a syzygy, a straight line between the sun, earth, and moon causing the lunar eclipse.
Oh, it doesn't have to be a straight line though, right?
Well, for a lunar eclipse in the globe paradigm, that's how they explain it. They say there's an alignment between the sun, earth, and moon, with the earth in the middle of the sun and the moon, and earth's shadow being cast onto the moon. That's how they explain it.
Are you talking about a lunar eclipse or a solar
lunar
eclipse?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
But then we have something called the Selenelian eclipse, where the sun and the moon are both above the horizon, meaning that they're not in a syzygy alignment, and it would be more like a V shape with the Earth at the bottom of that V.
A
And
V
the
shape.
eclipse still occurs.
Can you show like a, I don't know, like a, even draw it with like paint, so I
Like
understand what you're talking about.
just imagine a V shape with the top left of the V being the sun, and then the bottom of the V, that angle, being the Earth, and then the top right of the V being the moon.
Okay, well that
It's
would
more of that
count as an
arrangement.
eclipse, right?
But with that, an eclipse occurs with that alignment, which means it's not the shadow of the Earth being cast onto the moon, because geometrically that wouldn't work.
I'm not sure I'm following. Like, if I
Well,
am aware of
Google it. I don't know if
maybe
you've
I'm not
heard of
aware with the
Solennarian.
definition of a solennary or whatever you called it, eclipse. I'm aware with the.
Yeah, look it up.
I know what a
Look it up.
solar eclipse is and a and a
Well, this
lunar
is a
eclipse is.
particular type. This is a particular type of lunar eclipse, and you can look it up. It's SELENELION, and they also call it the impossible eclipse because it doesn't make sense on the globe model. They explain it through refraction, basically, and saying that it's being miraged above the horizon, but obviously they've got no evidence for that.
The sun and eclipse moon are visible at the same time.
So yeah, what its exact causal mechanism is. I mean, to me,
What do
it
you mean?
almost looks
What
like
does it? What does it mean when both the sun and the eclipsed moon are visible at the same time? So basically, you're
like they're
seeing.
both above
Okay,
the
so you're seeing.
horizon.
Yeah, so you're seeing an eclipse on the moon, even though the Earth is not blocking the sun from the.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mhm.
So the arrangement that they appear to be in wouldn't allow the Earth's shadow to be going onto the moon, and on top of that, the quote unquote shadow can come from the top of the moon down. So if it was somehow like a mad bouncing reflected shadow of the Earth going back up towards the moon, you would expect that it would rise from the bottom of the moon to the top, but the darkening comes from the top to the bottom, which geometrically is just impossible to
That's
get on the
interesting.
globe.
I'll definitely have to look that up.
conception.
Sounds interesting.
But you can't. Again, it's not we can't test the mechanisms of the luminaries to really say what the cause is, which is why mankind has speculated for thousands of years.
Can you explain? The Coriolis effect that is causing storms to rotate in different directions on different parts of the hemispheres?
Well, I know some people claim that, but
Okay, so your claim is that that the storms that are rotating in different directions, aka hurricanes, tornadoes, they do not rotate in the same patterns on different locations of the hemispheres.
There's a couple of things. I guess there's a couple of points for that. So we have examples of storms rotating in the other directions, right? Anticyclones and things like this, where they go in the direction which, if that globe claim was true, they would never go. They're rarer, but we do have examples of them. And the Coriolis effect, as it's defined, is an apparent deflection based on the observer's reference frame, rather than an actual deflection caused by some physical motion. It's apparent to the observer.
Wait, what physical motion? If we're stationary, we shouldn't be able to see any difference between the rotations of the storms on different locations?
Well, no.
Storms should all be rotating in the same direction if we're on a flat Earth that's not moving around.
Why would you assume that?
Or they could be going either direction anywhere, right?
Well, no, it's the pressure system and the dynamic pressure.
The pressure should be the same on all. If it's a flat Earth, the pressure should be the same everywhere.
No, because it's a dynamic system. It's got energy moving throughout it, mainly powered by the sun.
Energy moving throughout it? What do you mean?
Yeah, like the sun's motion, the luminary's motion, but the sun in particular, would be, affecting the temperature as it travels across the face of the Earth, which is going to, affect the pressures. So the whole system is constantly in this big fluid motion.
The sun is affecting the air pressure?
The pressure systems.
How is the sun affecting
weather
the pressure? Wait, how is the sun affecting the pressure systems? I would like to know that.
Well, I mean, it's the excitement of energy given by the sun as it moves over the face of the Earth and it goes to one location to another in its course. It's going to be changing the energy output and the pressure and temperature being experienced in its locality. Almost like you can imagine maybe something like, imagine you've got like a small container of water and you're taking a spoon and you're just like circling that spoon through the water, like and moving it around. Like the sun will be influencing the fluids of the atmo as it moves. So it's a dynamic system. So we wouldn't expect the same temperatures, the same pressures, and everything all throughout it.
I don't know. That's kind of a huge assumption leap there. Is the sun moving at a different the location of the sun? Is it at the same altitude from the Earth always, or is it changing? Like, is that?
I don't know what its altitude is. Again, can't measure it. But I would say it seems to be on a set cycle and just going on a repeated path every year since the beginning of recorded history.
What is the cycle then? What is the pattern?
Well, it it goes from tropic to tropic. Tropic of Cancer in the north to Tropic of Capricorn in the south, and then back.
So it's traveling between tropics until it comes to the center, basically?
Well, depending on how you conceive of it. I mean, I've not tracked the entirety of the sun's path over the face of the Earth, so I don't know exactly what that looks like, but yeah, it's going between.
So how do you know it travels from tropic to tropic then?
Well, because that's how we've defined its northern and southern cycle.
But wouldn't that mean that you would have like summer and winter? Like, what defines like summer? Like, summer is when the sun is closer to you, right? I assume.
Yeah, which in the globe model, it's like the opposite.
No, yeah, we'll talk about the globe model later. I just want to understand your model first. So, if the sun rotates,
about a model, to be clear.
Yeah, sure. No model. If it's traveling from tropic to tropic, when it gets to the center and we have summer, is that summer shorter because this tropic would be smaller then?
What do you mean?
Or is the sun just moving in different? Because when it's when you're traveling to the furthest tropic away from the center of the flat Earth, right? Then you have a big rotation, right? A big circle. As you're getting closer to the center tropic, you're having smaller circles. Therefore, the sun would rotate and finish the cycle.
Assuming that cycle. If you're assuming that's the concept of the cycle, I'm not really making any claims as to how that works on a large scale.
So the cycle is moving at different speeds at different times of the year. Like when it
could speed up in certain areas and then slow down. Could do whatever it's doing.
We witness the sun all through the year, and it doesn't change speed. It stays at the same velocity always.
To our observation, but how that translates from where it's located, what its source is, what mediums it's going through, how we're observing it, who knows?
Okay. What about star trails? Look, like the star rotations in the sky. It's like we don't know what stars are, and we're not going to assume we know what stars are. But like when you're standing on the northern hemisphere and you see stars rotating counterclockwise, versus if you're on the southern hemisphere and you see them rotating. Sorry, on the northern hemisphere you see them rotating counterclockwise, and on the southern hemisphere you see them rotating clockwise. How do you explain stars rotating in different directions on the same flat Earth that is stationary?
Well, without making any claims to it one way or the other, because again, I've not been to the south to really see this, but yeah, we've got plenty of recordings of how they appear to move, although it's still quite hotly debated. For me, the stars doing whatever they do, they're doing above a measurably flat surface. So if we have multiple apparent points of rotation in the sky, then there's obviously a mechanism. Maybe it's medium dependent, maybe it's the nature of the stars themselves, I don't know, that is making them appear to take those motions. I don't know what medium they're in. If you want to conceive of the celestial sphere idea or celestial dome idea, I mean, what mediums would encompass that? What kind of effects would it create when observing their motions? I don't know. I couldn't say. But multiple points of rotation, if that's what we have, then that's what we have above a flat Earth.
Mm-hmm. And as for the star, the locations of the stars, basically the southern and northern cross, that we are not able to witness from different parts of the globe. I mean, sorry, the flat Earth.
Yeah.
So, like,
again,
people standing under these
forever.
Yeah, if we're standing in different locations and we're both looking north on a flat plane, shouldn't we both be able to see the same star patterns?
No.
Well, it depends. What was someone else trying to get in there?
Yeah, it's the stars are not that bright, and they're not.
Let's say it's a very bright night. It's like where you have the perfect lighting for the stars that night, and there's like no light that is infecting the environment. We can see the stars clearly.
Still not bright enough.
Well, why not?
Because we have a limit to how much light we can receive with either our eyes or even with telescopes. They have to super cool telescopes in order to make them more sensitive to photons.
So, okay. So basically you're saying, but by the way, that doesn't, okay. Where is south on a flat plane then? Anywhere that's away from the north?
That would be correct. You go, when you're at the north, you're only traveling south from there.
Okay, so by that definition, how do you explain people on the southern hemisphere, right, all looking south at the same time and seeing the same constellation of stars in the sky?
They're not.
They don't. It's not possible.
Time, though.
It's not nighttime in Australia the same time it is in South Africa. It's not nighttime in South Africa the same time it is in South America. It's not nighttime in South America the same time it is in New Zealand.
Yeah, but they do have parallel timelines when at night where you're able to see, and even if not, the stars should be able to be seen.
Well, you just said that those places see the stars simultaneously, and they don't.
Well, it doesn't have to be simultaneously. It could be. I'm standing in this direction. I'll wait for it to be nighttime, and then when it's nighttime, I'll move in that direction.
In that case, so that wouldn't be a problem.
Right. And also, what direction if you're in the south, what direction does the sun rise and set in?
It's always east to west.
What direction do the stars travel in?
East to west.
If you're in the north, what direction does the sun set and rise in?
When you're on the equator, then it's east to west. But if you're on the southern hemisphere, they just rotate, and until the sun basically rises, you won't be able to see the stars anymore.
Say that again, please.
It's east to west, my friend, in Australia.
Everything moves east to west.
Everything moves east to west on the equator, not on the hemispheres.
No. All the stars, right? All the stars do rotation, right, east to west around Polaris. It doesn't matter, like from Australia, right? They rise in the east and set in the west, right? Same thing in America, same thing everywhere, right? They just do perfect circles, right? What we see.
Yeah. So if
star
you were
trails.
Here before, when I asked before,
I was
the star trails. Yeah. Okay. So the star trails are rotating in different directions depending on which hemisphere you're standing on.
Okay. Yes. So if they're still going east to west, is that a different direction?
They're only going east to west on the equator, not on the hemisphere.
No. I guarantee you. look, we have a ton of Australians in this server, right? I can guarantee you they go east to west at anywhere you are. Right?
I can guarantee
so
you.
Look, listen. This is how it works, right? So even if you're standing in the north, right, and just say you're facing north, right? You're standing in America, you're facing north, right? They're still going to be going east to west, but they're going to be moving clockwise.
Just to be clear, when you're saying standing in America, that doesn't mean anything. You have to explain your location relative to the spheres.
Yeah,
right.
If you're standing in America, I'm telling you, if you're standing in the northern hemisphere, right, and you're facing north, you're going to see the stars are going to be appearing to rotate clockwise, right? And then if you turn around, right, all you're doing is turning around, right, and now all of a sudden you look up and the stars will be appearing to rotate counterclockwise. The same thing happens in the southern hemisphere. Yeah,
that's not true though. That's not true.
What it is absolutely.
Okay, yeah, go ahead, finish.
Yeah, okay, so it is absolutely true, right? You could even ask ChatGPT right now if that's true, and it will tell you it's true.
I don't need that.
No, look, not the ChatGPT, right? It doesn't matter, I'm just saying, like, okay, so even any AI engine will tell you that that's how it works, right? We've got videos that we can share. I don't know if Heretic's here. He has a really good video that proves exactly what I just said, right?
Okay.
And same thing in Australia. If you're facing, it depends on your orientation, but all the stars in the sky are rotating east to west, right, around the North Star. Yeah,
Okay,
it's
now-
true. All right.
Well, you can say it's true. It doesn't make it true. Let me ask you this: if you're standing, let's pretend that the stars are a clock, okay, a giant clock, and you're looking at the cog and it's turning counterclockwise, right? If you turn in any direction away from that clock, right, is it still going to be rotating counterclockwise, or is it going to change its direction?
We're not talking about a clock, right? Look, there's a
Well,
video
it's the same-
posted in the
it's the same
side chat.
thing.
No, it's not the same
stars
thing.
are the clock in this metaphor.
Am I loud? Oh, I'm sorry. All right, my wife's telling me I'm being too loud. Look, just there's a video in the side chat there.
Don't piss off your wife. That's more important than flatten globe Earth.
Yeah, it's because it's 2:20 a.m. here. But yeah, just have a look at the video that Heretic posted in the side chat. It literally shows it, right? And it's true. What I'm saying.
I'm saying this because I've used star trails myself. I've literally filmed them, and I've seen them multiple times rotating counterclockwise above my head. It doesn't matter if it's east or west, it's still counterclockwise.
Did you say counterclockwise in the southern hemisphere?
No, counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere and clockwise in the southern hemisphere.
So what if you put
This is not something that I'm just making up. This is known knowledge. It's not something that you could.
You're going to have to look at the video I just posted because when he points the camera south, it's going to be going clockwise.
You stole it from me because I was going to ask Ragnar a question. Ragnar, since I've never done star trails myself. Well, I just want to hold on. Okay, if you well, I've never done star trails. I've never done time lapse. I've watched the night sky and stuff. But if you were to point your camera north, facing Polaris in your backyard, because I'm assuming you sound like you're North American, whether you're Canadian or in the United States. Is it safe to say you're in the north? Are you in the north, like Europe, United States, like somewhere like you're not south of the equator, right? Okay.
No.
So you see Polaris and Ursa Minor, Ursa Major, blah blah blah. Okay, cool. If you were to take your camera and do a time lapse pointing at Polaris, and then have a camera directly next to the camera that's taking the time lapse of Polaris and face it south, what direction will the star trails go in both cameras?
Counterclockwise always.
So if you're looking south and you're doing a time lapse, you'll get counterclockwise rotation of the stars.
Yes, absolutely. The direction of the rotation will not change depending on where you're looking. Like imagine you're looking at a ceiling that has a clock, and the clock is rotating counterclockwise. It doesn't matter in which direction you look. If you look up, you're always going to be looking. The rotation is always going to be
Look at what's
counterclockwise.
actually happening in the sky. It would have been done by now if you'd done that already. 119. We'll see that you're wrong.
Yeah, I mean, it's simple, dude. Like face north and make a circle going east to west with point your finger out straight in front of you and make a circle that goes east to west. In other words, east to west is going left to right.
Yep.
East is on your left. When you face south, east is on your right. No, east is still on your left, but it's still It's clockwise and counterclockwise, depending on if you're facing north or south.
I don't know why this
I mean, come on.
concept, like when I debated flat earthers, they always seem to get this concept so like I don't even know what to say. Like, so it is so.
Watch the video, dude.
Yeah,
No, because this concept always seems to escape them. Like, why is this so hard to understand? Like, you put a clock on the ceiling, doesn't matter where you're looking, it always rotates counterclockwise. You don't need proof. You can do this test by yourself. You can do this experiment by yourself in your room.
Brother. We're talking about the stars. Hold on a second.
Yeah, the
dude.
stars. It doesn't matter if the stars or a clock.
Hold on a second. Like, let's keep the conversation polite, right? No one needs to get muted or anything. Just have a look at the video. Go to the timestamp that Heretic just told you, and then just have a look at it, and then come back and try to get a rebuttal.
Sure, I'll watch the clip. Give me a few minutes.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just saying, if you look north, east is on your right, west is on your left. You look south, east is on your left, west is on your right. That's clockwise and counterclockwise if you're looking at something moving east to west. So, I mean, that literally, like, no, if you take a time lapse in the north facing south, you'll get clockwise. If you take a time lapse in the north facing north, you'll get counterclockwise. If you're in the south and you take a time lapse facing south, it's the same thing. Also, I mean, if you point your camera straight up at 90 degrees, you're not going to get anything. You're going to get, it look like the equator. So you can make all three observations from the south, the north, and on the equator all in one location, anywhere. Except for maybe the equator, but yeah, whatever.
Well, I think he's watching the video. Let's give him a chance to focus on that.
Yeah. Everybody have a good holiday season. What do you guys do for Christmas in Australia? Is it pretty similar to the United States? Like, you just put up a tree and get a bunch of presents?
Yeah, it's pretty much the exact same thing.
Yeah, so pretty much any English-speaking country all celebrates Christmas the same way.
Yeah, you put
Not
up
necessarily.
Well, same idea. Father Christmas, Santa Claus, or whatever.
Got the Krampus.
Krampus is a horror movie.
You've been listening to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. We hope you're having a fantastic day on this flat and stationary plane. If you too would like to join the debate, please click the link below. We'll see you there.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.